By now, Abel already thought the base belonged to him. So he asked in a caring tone, "Bernie, how big is the base?" "Around the size of this mansion of yours," said Bernie, looking around the mansion. "You better send the thing to my place for my 20 barrels of master wine. I don't want to die halfway carrying that thing." Originally, he was thinking of telling Johnson to swallow it as well and then put it all back in his portal bag, but seemed like he couldn't anymore. There was no way Johnson could swallow up such a big thing, especially with a magic tower already in its stomach. "Don't worry, my family has some godly portals. I will get some elite wizards to send it to your place. But you better treat them well with good food and wine," Bernie said with a smile. Bernie knew Abel had food that could help elite wizards level up and master wine, so asking the head manager of the godly portal to come shouldn't be a problem. Abel's heart twitched again the moment he heard the word godly portal, but of course, he would not mistreat his friend. As long as such giant portals exist in the world, he would definitely be able to get another one as well. Bernie left early the next morning. He was no ordinary man. There were a lot of things he needed to take care of in his family. He took 27 barrels of master wine with him as he left. Abel gave him an extra 7 barrels as a gift to him and the Borton 6 brothers. A trade was a trade, so those 20 barrels were clearly contracted. But since Abel and Bernie were friends, the other 7 barrels didn't count. Abel sent Bernie all the way to the teleportation circle in the Blacksmith Union. Of course, this was not the only reason why Abel had come to the Blacksmith Union. He also wanted to borrow the communication circle here. The first thing Abel did when he arrived at the communication circle was set up a barrier circle. He didn't want anyone to know what he was about to say or who he was about to contact. Only a person with Abel's status could do this. Normally, these public communication circles were guarded by guards, but Abel had sent them off the moment he arrived. Afterward, he took out his transformation necklace and put it on. His body began to get slimmer, and his face and ears began to grow longer. Abel had transformed into Bennett once again. He carefully put away his oversized robe and put on the long elven robe he had prepared. After everything was set, he connected with the Alchemy Union in Angstrom City, and luckily Master Mara was there. Abel's hologram appeared in the communication circle of the Alchemy Union. He bowed and said, "Hello, Master Mara." This was the difference between a giant communication circle and those normal ones. It could transfer a hologram as well as sounds to the other party, making the interaction a lot easier. It had been a long time since Master Mara had seen Bennett. She only knew he had left the Elves and Double Moon Forest. She was not expecting Bennett to initiate a call first. "Master Bennett, it's so nice to see you again. Where are you now?" "Master Mara, I want a 6-star magic circle map. Can the Alchemy Union help me with that? I can do a mission or exchange in person." As a master alchemist himself, Anil also had some kind of right. Still, he didn't know too much about how the Alchemy Union operated. "A 6-star magic pattern map? That's a giant magic pattern. What do you need that for?" Master Mara knew this magic circle quite well, so she asked in a weird tone. The 6-star magic circle map could only be ignited once. After that, you would just need to place the correct object on top of it. Even non-alchemists could do it. It was a basic magic circle. However, if you added a map as a base, it would basically become a giant magic circle map. Those things were normally extremely precious since they were normally applied as a giant city's defense. If the object you placed on the map has attacking power, then your 6-star magic circle would have attack power as well. "I'm just going to use this myself. I won't give it to others or resell it." Although Abel didn't explain why he needed the map, he promised he would not give it to other people since these giant magic circles were all military-grade weapons. Every single one of them had a tight reselling restriction. "Let me ask, I'll let you know soon," said Mara as she was about to disconnect the call. "Master Mara, wait up. I also need 3 sets of mana separation circles," Abel called quickly. "Master Bennett, I can only help you ask since these things you want are all military grade," said Master Mara in a serious voice. Master Bennett had helped her a lot, and she really wanted to repay his favor, but those things were just too extraordinary. "Thanks a lot, Master Mara." The communication circle disconnected, but Abel did not leave the communication circle. He needed to wait for Master Mara's reply. In the Angstrom City's Alchemy Union. Master Mara did not directly contact a magic circle maker. Although she was friends with quite a few, a 6-star magic circle and a mana separation circle was not something a normal magic circle maker could make. After a bit of consideration, Master Mara connected with Grand Duke Edwina. Grand Duke Edwina, Mara is here to greet you. Grand Duke Edwina was in her office taking care of business. Master Mara, what do you want? She said as she lifted her head out of her pile of documents. Bennett just contacted me. He said he wanted a 6-star magic circle and 3 mana separation circles, Mara said honestly. Okay, I'll get some men to send it to his place. Grand Duke Edwina accepted this seemingly unrealistic request in no time, beyond Master Mara's expectations. The moment Grand Duke Edwina heard what Abel wanted, she knew he had become an official wizard. The box of potion Abel sent her earlier showed that he still hadn't forgotten the Grand Ducal Palace and Lorraine. Abel had done a lot for Angstrom City already, so these things were definitely not a problem. The 6-star magic circle could only be ignited one time, and a mana separation circle could not be easily moved around once it was set up. Although these things were definitely quite high in rank, it could be given out as a gift. It seemed like Abel was quite considerate and did not request anything too over the top, so it would make Angstrom City look stingy if they rejected Abel. Mara, tell Abel I will send Lady Carrie and a bunch of constructors to his place, Grand Duke Edwina commanded. In only 20 minutes, 4 boxes were sent to Master Mara. That's quick. Afterward, Master Mara immediately reconnected with the communication circle that she just disconnected. Master Bennett, make sure your teleportation circle is ready to accept the things I am about to send you. Grand Duke Edwina also told me to tell you that she will send Lady Carrie and a bunch of constructors to your place. Master Mara was quite confused since she believed Abel was out on holiday, but still, she forwarded Grand Duke Edwina's words to him. Tell Grand Duke Edwina I appreciate her kindness and say hi to Lady Carrie for me, said Abel with a bow through the hologram. After Abel disconnected the call, he transformed back into a human with the transformation necklace. He then changed his clothes, packed up his stuff, and put away the barrier circle. By that point, there were already a few men waiting outside the communication circle, but they all bowed as soon as they saw Abel. Abel also gently bowed back and said, "Sorry for making you all wait." The teleportation circle was not far from the communication circle. Abel accepted his 4 boxes there. There was one smaller one that looked different from the rest. That one must be the 6-star magic circle base, while the others were the mana separation circles. Harvest City was not a small city in the Duchy of Carmel, but it was an extremely ordinary city in the Holy Continent. The only teleportation circle they had was from the Blacksmith Union. Before the sun even fully rose, the Blacksmith Union had already started to tidy up their place. Advanced Blacksmith Jules, the manager of the Blacksmith Union, had got a message from the main headquarters yesterday, saying someone important will be visiting Harvest City and he should get everything ready. So early in the morning, he had organized the union members and servants to clean and tidy the union. They would not let go of any corner. Not a single speck of dust could remain. Also early in the morning, Viscount Dickens led 4 elite knights to the courtyard of the Blacksmith Union, waiting to greet their new city ruler, their new earl. Of course, it was Duke Ernest who made this decision, but Viscount Dickens did not know which earl it was. Still, he was sure this earl was not from the Duchy of Carmel. There were not many earls in the Duchy of Carmel, and most of them were royals. On top of that, the Duchy of Carmel were known for their stinginess. It was not their style to give out domains since every piece of land was flesh and blood of the king. This decision was passed down by Duke Ernest from the Kingdom of St. Ellis, so Viscount Dickens speculated it must be some extremely prestigious person being punished and sent here. Today was the day the new earl would accept the land, and Viscount Dickens decided to leave the city with his family as soon as he handed over the deed. If Viscount Dickens stayed in Harvest City, he and his family would need to work under this new earl. He did not want to work under an earl from the Kingdom of St. Ellis. In fact, no inherited nobles wanted to. Therefore, as soon as this news had been spread, most inherited nobles had requested a change in city domain from the Kingdom of St. Ellis. The Kingdom of St. Ellis had tried their best to minimize the inevitable damage caused by this, which pushed those inherited nobles even more. There was nothing special about this city other than agriculture anyway, and most of the grains would be forcefully purchased by the Duchy of Carmel with minimum profit. Therefore, most of them already wanted to leave this so-called prosperous but actually barren place. There were still some stubborn nobles who held on to their dear domain and wouldn't leave no matter what, but soon. The scary investigation department from the kingdom of St. Ellis began to work its magic. They had dug up all the dirty deeds of those inherited nobles' family and used it to threaten them. Up to this point, all of them had got the message. If they stayed, their family would be wiped out. The kingdom of St. Ellis was doing an unprofitable business. All the land in Harvest City would belong to Abel as soon as he accepted the deed, and during the next 10 days, while Abel was still in Linate City, all the inherited nobles had been kicked out of Harvest City. That's right. This was Abel's decision. He wanted a domain free of inherited nobles, a place he had full control over, and a place he could truly call home. Although the nobles could pay him taxes and fight for him, he couldn't care less. Their military was mostly made up of intermediate knights, and some elite knights at most. If Abel really wanted true power, he would just have to ask. Therefore, the kingdom of St. Ellis had hidden Abel's identity and only addressed him as Earl Majesty, which made most of the noble believe it was an earl given up by the kingdom of St. Ellis. Still, the nobles just couldn't understand why the earl would be sent off to the southernmost part of the Holy Continent. There was truly nothing special about this city. Maybe this earl had lost in some major noble conflict, so he was sent off to someplace he wouldn't be seen again. Although nobles who worked under an earl might live a decent life, their chances of standing out in the future were limited. Also, if the kingdom of St. Ellis pushed down even further, there was no way those nobles from a little duchy like the Duchy of Carmel could withstand it. Most nobles didn't want to get their family tied up with an earl who lost his power, since the kingdom of St. Ellis was so humane. The kingdom of St. Ellis agreed to help those nobles exchange their domain, and Viscount Dickens was the first one to accept it. He exchanged his domain to another quite profitable city. He just needed to leave his skilled knight brigade in Harvest City. The 4 elite knights he had brought alongside him were the deputy commander of his knight brigade. However, the moment he was about to welcome this new earl, his mind began to clear up. There was no way the kingdom of St. Ellis would sacrifice so much for a banished earl. Did he make a mistake? This question arose in Viscount Dickens' heart for the first time in his life, but immediately his attention had been dragged towards the blinding light of the teleportation circle of the Blacksmith Union. I'm home. Although Abel's body was still glowing in white light, it did not distract him from taking a deep breath at all. Master, is this your home? Bardali stood beside Abel. She was also trying to get a feel of the atmosphere. If everything had gone smoothly, this place would also be her home for the next tens of thousands of years. Yeah, this is my home. I will turn this place into the most powerful domain in the entire Holy Continent. I will not let another person get on top of me ever again, said Abel with certainty. There was the fresh smell of grains in the air, blowing across Abel's nostalgic face. Both Abel and Bardali excited the teleportation circle. Black Wind, Chocobo, White Cloud, and Flying Flame were inside his monster ring. Viscount Dickens' eyes were wide open. He didn't expect Abel to come out of the teleportation circle. Abel was raised in Harvest City, and his name was well known across every street. The 3 badges in front of Abel's chest were shimmering in the sunlight. Although Viscount Dickens had never seen a Grandmaster Blacksmith badge before, when he saw the fiery excitement on Advanced Blacksmith Jules's face, he knew this must be the legendary Grandmaster Blacksmith badge. Next to the Grandmaster Blacksmith badge, there was a single magic staff wizard badge. It was the badge of an official wizard. To normal nobles, especially those who lived on the outskirts, they might not even know a wizard badge existed. However, Viscount Dickens knew what it was, as a rare high-rank noble in the Duchy of Carmel. Official wizards were the most powerful force of the duchy and its main guardians. According to his understanding, there were only 3 official wizards in the duchy, and Abel had already become one of them. Next to the wizard badge was an Earl Noble badge. It had the engraving of a dragon, which was Abel's design. However, this Earl Noble badge was the most dull-looking one out of the 3. Viscount Dickens felt his head hurt. Abel was the Earl. The Earl he had been waiting for all morning, the new ruler of this city. Earl Abel, welcome back. said Viscount Dickens with a bow. By this point, his heart began to sing with emotion. Before Abel left, Viscount Dickens had visited Abel, which was already considered a huge show of respect for Abel at the time. But now Abel's status was already light years above him. Abel was an earl, and he was only a viscount. Abel was an official wizard as well as a grandmaster blacksmith, while he was a commander at most. A slight bitterness began to arise from his heart. Abel could basically easily suppress him in all areas. Viscount Dickens's mind was so chaotic that he didn't even remember to introduce the 4 elite knights next to him. At this moment, he also began to laugh at himself. How could Abel be banished? Who in their right mind would banish a grandmaster blacksmith? Viscount Dickens, we meet again, said Abel with a bow. Afterward, he drew a graceful circle with his hand and also did a welcoming bow to the 4 elite knights behind Viscount Dickens. Yeah, you've grown a lot, Viscount Dickens exclaimed. Although Abel was still very young, especially compared to those other royal earls, he was an actual kid when he left Harvest City. I always remember you helping me, Viscount Dickens. Oh, I've told the Kingdom of St. Ellis to let you choose if you still want to stay in Harvest City. They didn't pressure you to leave, right? By this point, Abel no longer had to take turns with his status. He could just be direct. Earl Abel, they didn't. I am the one who suggested to leave Harvest City. Their conditions are very good and I am very happy, said Viscount Dickens with a bow. Although Abel might not care about the Kingdom of St. Ellis, Viscount Dickens did, so he had to tell the truth. Of course, the Kingdom of St. Ellis had tricked all the inherited nobles in Harvest City. If they knew their new city ruler was Abel, none of them would want to leave. Viscount Dickens would not tell Abel about his regret since his departure was set in stone anyway. Even his mansion had been cleared out, but he just hoped he didn't clear it out so soon and have nothing left over. At first he thought the new city ruler was a banished noble, so he immediately cleared out everything other than a few chairs. By this point, he felt a little scared. If Abel knew what Viscount Dickens was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. He couldn't care less about everyday stuff. He had seemingly unlimited amounts of gold coins anyway. Anyone would willingly help him redecorate his mansion form into out. Are you Jules? Asked Abel with a friendly voice and a smile as he turned towards the elite blacksmith. Grandmaster Abel, I welcome you on behalf of the Blacksmith Union in Harvest City. Blacksmith Jules was so excited his voice sounded almost shaky. Abel looked around this blacksmith union and said with a smile, From now on, Harvest City is my domain, and I will invest some gold coins to expand this blacksmith union. I will also send a request to the Blacksmith Union headquarters to get a blacksmith master to come over here. My God, you are the new city ruler. Finally, the Blacksmith Union in Harvest City will have a blacksmith master. Blacksmith Jules was bouncing with excitement. The most powerful blacksmith in Harvest City is Master Bentham, but that name was how people address him from around Harvest City. He was not an actual master. On paper, Master Bentham was only an elite blacksmith, but a part of his forgery skills had reached a master's level. On top of that, his work was extremely famous around Harvest City, so he had received this glorious title. By this point, the Blacksmith Union in Harvest City had gained a new life, since this place had become Grandmaster Abel's domain. Abel had promised to invite a dwarf blacksmith master to come over. Therefore, even though Abel himself would not be a part of their union would still become one of the most powerful in the human world. Earl Abel, please come to the city palace. I have already gathered all the people in charge over there waiting for you, said Viscount Dickens with a welcoming gesture. Abel nodded with a smile. He then turned and bowed to the members at the Blacksmith Union and left. Outside of the Blacksmith Union, a beautiful carriage awaited in the middle of the road. There were 10 official knights in heavy armor guarding the carriage against both sides. When they saw Abel, they all immediately did a knight's bow with both hands in front of their chest. Although these 10 knights didn't know who Abel was, they were sure this man with an earl badge behind Viscount Dickens was the new city ruler. Viscount Dickens did not step onto this city palace carriage. The moment Abel stepped foot on Harvest City, he was no longer the city ruler. Abel placed both hands in front of his chest and gently did a knight bow as well, which showed that he was also a knight. Viscount Dickens was quite surprised. Although Abel was a knight when he left Harvest City, how could he continue his knight training after he became a wizard? He was confused, but he didn't have the right to ask. His status was way too low compared to Abel. Although this carriage looked luxurious, it was still nothing compared to his Super Bowl carriage. Back in the days, he had used so many runes to make a carriage. Now as a wizard, all needed was a warming and cooling circle to make an air conditioner. As the carriage began to take off, Abel saw many curious faces along the way. This huge change in the city did not affect ordinary citizens. There were not many inherited nobles anyway, and ordinary people still needed to get on with their lives. The only thing they knew was that an earl would take over Harvest City as their new city ruler, but that was too detached compared to their lives anyway. As Abel gazed outside, he felt a sense of responsibility within him. He would be in charge of the jobs, lifestyle, education, and safety of these people from now on. Along the way, Abel saw an Edmund boutique shop branch. It was the place he made his first bucket of gold, but of course, it wasn't even the original one. Nostalgia rose within him as more and more familiar scenery began to show. From now on, this place would be his home. Soon, the carriage arrived at the city palace. He used to think that this fountain was enormous, but now it just seemed extremely ordinary. It was not even as stunning as the one in his Linnate City mansion. Afterward, a servant stepped up and placed a wooden staircase in front of the carriage, and gently opened the door. However, Abel did not use the staircase. Instead, he jumped off the carriage directly, effortlessly. To the crowds by the side, his jump looked quite graceful. Viscount Dickens's gaze tensed up once again. Although he couldn't tell Abel's rank, it was clear that Abel's knight skills had already surpassed him. Although that jump looked simple, it required some powerful muscle control to make it look so easy. Bardali was tightly wrapped in her robe, but as she stepped off the carriage through the wooden staircase, an immense noble scent still managed to come through. Viscount Dickens began to question the identity of this quiet and mysterious woman behind Abel. He was 100% sure this was the scent of a noble, a powerful noble. After Abel stepped inside the hall, Viscount Dickens began to introduce the group of people waiting for him. Earl Abel, these are all the officers in Harvest City. This is Tax Officer Nick, Law Enforcement Officer Noyce, and Manager of the Food Inventory, Ezed. This is the Manager of the Military Inventory, Isman. This is... Every time Viscount Dickens introduced an official to Abel, that official would bow to him to show respect. By that point, Abel felt a weird atmosphere arising. It seemed like there was some kind of connection between these officials. Viscount Dickens, just leave the documents and the assets account to my steward Bardali. I won't question it, just give me the contract of Harvest City's military, said Abel, waving his hand. I'll take care of the accounts on behalf of my master, said Bardali, gently lifted up her hood, exposing a long white robe on her body. It was not luxurious, but it was made of pure silk. What? We will need to discuss this with a steward. Female steward. Manager Edes yelled like he had been deeply insulted as he looked towards Viscount Dickens. He was not planning to stay in Harvest City anyway. He wanted Viscount Dickens to take him along. Earl Abel had told a female steward to take over, which was a huge insult to his dignity. Viscount Dickens did not care about him. Instead, he stared at the double magic staff badge in shock. Although those officials were quite a high rank in Harvest City, they still hadn't seen much. To them, wizards only exist in legends, but not Viscount Dickens. He knew about wizard badges, and he knew there were only 3 wizards guarding the Duchy of Carmel. From his understanding, there was only one intermediate wizard among those 3 wizards. However, there was an intermediate wizard standing right in front of him, and she was Abel's steward. He felt regret bubbling within him. Maybe leaving Harvest City was the biggest mistake he had made in his life. Bardali, go see if this manager Edes has a clean background. If he does, forgive him. If not, I'll leave it up to you since he had insulted an intermediate wizard. Abel said plainly, his gaze brushing upon manager Edes. Abel did not have time to investigate all the dirty things the officials in Harvest City, so he used a direct and rough method to resolve this. Before he came, he had requested the investigation department in the Kingdom of St. Ellis to gather all the information of those Harvest City officials. If a normal person had requested this, the Kingdom of St. Ellis would not only say no, they would also get angry. But not Abel. Abel had the power to get the kingdom to use a powerful machine to dig up all the details of all the officials in Harvest City. Their lifestyle, work, family, income were all exposed. Not a single bit of privacy could hide in the face of the Kingdom's scary investigation department. Of course, Abel couldn't be bothered to look at this information. He just left it all up to Bardali. As a countess who had taken care of a wealthy domain in the past, Bardali was the best candidate to manage Harvest City. Bardali took out a piece of parchment from her portal bag and began to read it out loud. Manager Edez, 1 wife, 6 mistresses. He has 2 children and 12 children of shame. He had sold 15,312 tons of grains in private when he was the manager of the harvest grains inventory and received 56,000 gold coins. By this point, Manager Edez's face had gone pure white as his legs began to get weak. He didn't even tell his family that he had sold grains in private. How could this new female steward know about it? Viscount Dickens's, I am innocent, please help me. Manager Edez looked at Viscount Dickens like he was his savior, but Viscount Dickens remained silent. Unlike the frightened Manager Edez, all the other officials had just clearly witnessed something beyond their imagination. This enormous lambskin parchment had appeared on this female steward's hand with a flick. Steward Bardali had some kind of power they couldn't comprehend, so the most logical reaction was to get scared. Manager Edez, I'm sure about one thing, even King Algernon Gorge Majesty would not doubt a word from MS. Bardali, Viscount Dickens said with loathing in his eyes. Manager Edez had done so much behind his back, and he still had the guts to beg him. Manager Edez, all your assets will be confiscated, and you will be sent to the labor camp until the day you die, said Bardali in a cold voice. No, please. I beg you, I will give you all my wealth, said Manager Edez as he sat on the floor. His entire body had grown weak as tears poured down from his face, drenching his clothes. Drag him out, said Abel with a low voice. Afterward, 2 knights came from the door and dragged Manager Edez out like a chicken getting slaughtered. The hall was filled with silence all of a sudden. All the officials were stunned. All officials who have worked as long as they must have some kind of dirty deeds. Was their record on that lambskin parchment as well? Bardali, just take care of the handover for me. If anyone bothers you again, then just take care of it yourself. Abel commanded and turned towards Viscount Dickens again. Viscount Dickens, where is the elite knight brigade? Earl Abel, these are the 4 elite knights of the Knight Brigade. The original leader, elite knight of Saroyan, had left Harvest City, so the brigade is now in charge of these 4 elite knights. The brigade is now in the military base of the city, said Viscount Dickens, introducing the knights next to him. The elite knight of Saroyan has become a lord of a domain for 2 years. Too bad, if not, maybe we have met up for a bit. Abel sighed. Elite knight of Saroyan had been awarded the lord title, alongside the lord of Marshall. Both of them had outstanding military performance, so Abel remembered him quite well. I'll let you guys keep leading the brigade for now, said Abel, looking at the 4 knights. The 4 elite knights had always been looking at Abel with an admiring gaze. However, at first, they did not know this new earl was Abel. In fact, only a few people in the entire city know. When the 4 elite knights heard Abel's name, their heart began to fill up with excitement. Abel was the pride of this city. Before, Harvest City was only known as a small agriculture city. But now a lot more people would know it as the hometown of Grandmaster Abel. Afterward, they immediately bowed in unison and said, Earl Majesty, it's our honor to serve you. On the other hand, Bardali was having an easy time accepting the handover. The officials took out stacks of accounting records and began to explain as Bardali kept holding the parchment in her hand. As soon as the official said something fishy, she would coldly gaze at him, and he would immediately give out the actual number. The reporting of the officials was finished in no time. Bardali looked at the stacks of accounting records in front of her with a slightly depressed face, but she did not make a sound. Harvest City was not desirable at all. There was a big debt, and since the manager of the inventory had already been captured, maybe even his assets couldn't fill this debt up. There also were a lot of problems when it came to the well-being of the citizens. Viscount Dickens didn't seem like a skilled leader. All he had was military power to suppress others, but that doesn't mean he was a skilled leader. Everyone, I'm not going to drag about the past. All of you have seen my master's power. If you just do your jobs properly, we will naturally have rewards for you, but if you move the budgets, no one can help you, Bardali said in an arrogant tone when she lifted her head from the stack of records. All the officials in the hall let out a long breath of relief. That lambskin parchment had given them too much pressure. Now they felt reborn again. "That's about it for today. Make sure you all do your work properly from now on," said Bardali, waving her hand. The officials bowed and quickly walked out of the hall. This female steward was too scary. This new earl is too strict. He had lashed out on Edez from the start, so let's unite from now on. If not, we won't have any good time in Harvest City anymore, Officer Noyce said. He had the highest rank of the bunch. Manager Isman of the military inventory then began to look at Officer Noyce in a slightly mocking gaze and said, "Officer Noyce, you must not have heard the name of that new earl. Clearly, his name is Abel." Manager Isman, "Are you saying Earl Abel is Master Abel? I heard that Master Abel was only a baron, and some time ago his noble status was even scrapped." Officer Noyce laughed while shaking his head. "That's right, Earl Abel is Master Abel. I was there when he was awarded a noble title long ago. Some of you were also there," said Manager Isman in a certain tone. By this point, some officials standing by his side began to recall their memory. Afterward, they all quickly nodded. Although Abel had changed a lot, you could still recognize him if you thought hard enough. "Then Earl Abel is not the banished earl we've been thinking about?" Tax Officer Nick asked suddenly. It was only by this point Officer Noyce realized how humble Viscount Dickens was carrying in front of Earl Abel. He loathed his slow reaction speed. Viscount Dickens was rarely humbleness since he was such a powerful figure. He scrapped his idea of fighting against Abel and Steward Bardali. He would be a huge joke if he wanted to fight against a powerful force like this. Viscount Dickens left with a few servants. His wealth and belongings had already been moved to his new domain. Originally, he also wanted to bring a few knights along with him, but he decided against it after knowing Abel's identity. On top of that, none of the knights in his elite knight brigade wanted to leave anymore after they realized the man they would be serving was Earl Abel. Abel's story influenced many young men. Although many nobles cared more about profits, knights and warriors worshipped legends, and Abel was the legend of Harvest City. Of course, those stories were just constructed by a small part of Abel's history. However, they already spread like wildfire in Harvest City. Even Abel himself might not be aware of some of them. "Master Viscount Dickens's is too stingy." Bardali bowed after she looked around the palace. "Bardali, what happened?" Abel was getting ready to visit Harry Castle. He didn't want to stay too long since he said he wasn't going to care about how things were run, but since he had just become the ruler of this city, there was still something he needed to look through. "Viscount Dickens cleared out everything in City Palace," Bardali said in confusion. "Don't worry, he has already done his part. We won't interact much in the future anyway." Abel carelessly smiled. If Viscount Dickens knew Abel was the new city ruler, earlier he wouldn't have done this. He had destroyed his last bit of friendship with Abel with some little gold coins, which was beyond the worst decision he could possibly make in his life. "How can we even rest here today? There isn't even any basic day-to-day stuff." Bardali knew Abel was an earl, so he would lose face if he kept acting carelessly. He would become a joke within the noble circle. "Harry Castle has a courtyard in Harvest City. We'll go there today." Abel recalled the place he always used to live in when he visited Harvest City. Suddenly a knight came in and said with a bow, "Master, a woman from Edmund Boutique Shop named Miss Yvette wants to see you." Since all the servants had been taken away by Viscount Dickens, the city palace was basically like a hollow shell at this point. There were only 10 knights from the elite knight brigade guarding the door. "Yvette, let her in," said Abel with a slight bend. The name reminded him of the pretty girl with gold hair. Yvette did a female bow the moment she came in. She was not a noble, so she could only do an ordinary female bow. "Earl Abel. Yvette bows to you on behalf of the Harvest City Edmund Boutique Shop." "Yvette, your Edmund Boutique Shop always has the latest news. I was just thinking of asking you for your help," said Abel with a smile. "Earl Abel, we will give all we got to serve you." Although she had only just found out Abel was the new city ruler, she knew about the situation of the city palace long ago, and she wanted to use this chance to form a good relationship with this new city ruler, hoping it would help the future of Edmund Boutique Shop. "I will get going and I'll leave this city palace to you. My request is simple. Just turn this thing into a decent Earl Palace," said Abel blandly. He did not mention anything about gold coins. Vet knew how powerful Abel was. No bank would underestimate Abel since every single one of his weapons could shake up an entire auction house. Earl Abel Majesty, don't worry, we Edmund Boutique Shop will put in our full effort to make you satisfied. Yvette bowed as a guarantee. The second day, a brigade of 500 warriors and 10 official knights were guarding the city palace carriage towards Harry Castle from Harvest City. Although Abel didn't want to bring so many guards, along with him, he would still need to do it for his appearance as an earl, especially since this was the first time he was venturing out. As Abel exited Harvest City, he looked back. Overnight, the flag in front of the city gate had been swapped into one with a golden Chinese dragon. Harry Castle was not far from Harvest City. It was only after half a day of travel, and that stone-built castle was just in front of his eyes. Harry Castle, I'm back, Abel mumbled to himself. He saw the familiar stone walls and that familiar unicorn coat of arms. Actually, Abel had two coats of arms. One was his own Chinese dragon, and the other was the unicorn. He got his Chinese dragon one from battling with the orcs and becoming a blacksmith master. At first, the Duchy of Carmel didn't want to give it to him, but they had to, after all he had done. After a few recoveries, Abel's Chinese dragon had now become his Earl badge. However, he also had another identity. He was the inheritance of Harry Castle, so of course, he could use the unicorn as well. The front gate opened, and a brave-looking knight in golden armor was already standing right up front. The steward by his side also quickly saluted. Abel jumped down before the carriage even came to a halt. It was the Lord of Marshall. Abel could recognize him by that shiny golden bull armor he had made him. Uncle Marshall, Abel yelled with a stutter. He left home as a kid and now he had finally returned. He finally returned to his family's side. Abel, you're an earl now. Stop sobbing, you will become a joke to those knights you have brought. Although Lord of Marshall had said this, his eyes were watering up as well. I'm not sobbing, I'm just too excited, said Abel with a big laugh and a pair of sparkling eyes. He stretched out his arm and tightly hugged the Lord of Marshall. He could care less about his golden bull armor. Abel was already 2 meters tall, so he could hold the Lord of Marshall up easily. Abel, put me down, you are ruining my reputation, the Lord of Marshall yelled. Abel put him down with a face full of smiles. You said you were going to become some kind of wizard, but you are still this strong. It seems like I made the right choice by sending you to strike iron back in the days, the Lord of Marshall said as he took off his golden bull helmet. Of course, I wouldn't be where I am today without Uncle Marshall, said Abel. Yeah, right. Tell me honestly, did you keep up with your knight training? The Lord of Marshall asked gently. Although he had his own domain, separate from his family in Bakong City, after he gained an outstanding military performance, his family still had a knight inheritance. And he didn't want this inheritance to end because of him. By this point I am heir. Probably a head commander, Abel said in an arrogant tone, flexing his muscles. This news made the Lord of Marshall even happier than hearing Abel becoming an earl. My spirit, even my family in Bakong City has only ever had one commander before the inheritance had ended. You are already a head commander. It seems like our family will go down in history. Master, shouldn't we ask the young master to come inside first? They still have a lot of guards outside. Steward Lindsay reminded the Lord of Marshall. That's right, Abel will go in first. You have too many guards. I'm afraid our castle might not be big enough, said the Lord of Marshall, gazing towards the guards. Don't worry about them, they can camp outside. Abel smiled and entered the castle with the Lord of Marshall. As soon as they entered the castle, a troop of 20 warriors bowed and called in unison, "Welcome home, master." Stand up, said Abel, waving his hand. The 20 warriors were all equipped with the same gear, a little round shield and a longsword. Those were some of the first magic weapons Abel had made. Most of those 20 warriors were middle-aged, and Abel knew them quite well. They were the first batch of old fighters brought home by the Lord of Marshall. After countless battles, including the one with the novice wizards, some of those 20 warriors had died, and the Lord of Marshall had replaced them with some younger ones. Therefore, by this point, this troop was basically some of the most powerful around Harvest City due to their powerful weapons. Also, the younger warriors were all carefully picked out from the domain and equipped with Abel's weapons as well. They trained night and day and under the guidance of those old warriors, and they had also developed an endless loyalty for Abel. I'll give these 20 men back to you. I know you have so many guards outside, but it is still better to have your family's warriors fight for you, the Lord of Marshall said with a smile as he pointed at the troop. How about the other troop? Abel asked quietly. The Lord of Marshall knew Abel was asking about those 10 death warriors in black armor who had guarded Abel and Steward Ken back to Abel Castle. They're still in Abel Castle protecting Steward Ken just like you had commanded. If you didn't come back, they would probably guard it until the day they die. The Lord of Marshall didn't know how to describe those death warriors as a knight, but he still respected their spirit a lot. Uncle Marshall, in the next few days, there will be some dwarf constructors coming here. I want to build my magic tower on that little mountain at the back. I want to turn that part of my domain into a ground for my magic towers. Those magic towers will guard Harry Castle, and I will make sure this place exists forever. Abel pointed at the back. The Lord of Marshall also had many sentimental feelings for Harry Castle. He built this place from the ground up with his wife. In the end, his wife had gone into an endless sleep here, so he would not leave it no matter what. The Lord of Marshall then fell silent for a while before. He said softly, "Abel, thank you so much." When he saw the atmosphere taking a sad route, Abel quickly changed the topic. "Uncle Marshall, I've brought some goodies back. Let's head to the inventory." "Okay, let's go. Let's see what new stuff I can add to my inventory," the Lord of Marshall said with a big laugh. "What precious things do you even have here? Ain't they all just old broken stuff from Royals?" said Abel with a gentle laugh. "What do you know? Just look at that rubbish carriage you came in today. It just looks nice on the surface. That thing probably isn't worth many gold coins anyway." The Lord of Marshall bit back at Abel. Soon the two entered the inventory in the basement. The Lord of Marshall arrogantly pushed open the door, and a magical light illuminated the inventory. He focused on Abel's expression, hoping he would be shocked. He was right. Abel really was shocked to see this illumination circle ignited by mana gems. How did the Lord of Marshall get his hands on this? "This is a treasured light. I had exchanged it with one of your magic weapons. Wasn't it a good deal?" asked the Lord of Marshall arrogantly. "Heir." By this point, Abel was ready to head to the Wizard Union to find out which wizard had scammed the Lord of Marshall. Although an illumination circle was not cheap, it was nothing compared to Abel's weapon. "Uncle Marshall, I didn't think you would like this so much. In a moment, I'll tell the dwarfs to install one for you in every room." Abel wasn't deliberately trying to hurt the Lord of Marshall. They would need to use these illumination circles everywhere in the future anyway. "So you're saying this thing isn't worth much?" The Lord of Marshall depressingly looked at the treasure light. He had been so proud of it for so long. "They are not cheap, and it's very hard to get for most people." "Don't worry, you didn't lose much money," said Abel in a comforting tone. The Lord of Marshall hesitated for a little and continued, "Whatever, since you are here, make some more magic big swords for me when you have time. Those things are still the best to keep in my inventory." "Actually, what I've brought today is the most suitable thing to keep in your inventory here. Just make sure you won't let anyone else see it," said Abel as he took out a giant box. "This is," the Lord of Marshall stared at the box. Although it looked quite nice, he knew it was from the dwarfs at first sight. How could it be worth any money? Could the things inside be treasure? The moment he stepped up to open the box, he was stunned by the enormous space inside. He pointed at the thing in shock as he stared at Abel. "What is this thing? How come it is so big?" the Lord of Marshall said in a shaky voice. "The history of this box is a little suspicious, so just put it away as soon as possible. This is a special dimension box, but it is precious because even ordinary people can open it. I will leave one here for you, and one in my father's place." Abel didn't plan to hide anything, so he just explained directly. "Yeah, one is enough. It will probably take a long time until I can fill it up anyway." The Lord of Marshall was very happy with this box. He playfully opened and closed the box like it was some kind of toy. "Also, I have 2 knight inheritance here. This one is for our family members to learn, and this is for the knights we own," Abel said as he took out 2 stacks of lambskin parchments. The Lord of Marshall closed the box. These knight inheritance much more important to him, because there were no commanders in Harry Castle. He was only an intermediate knight, so he would need to go back to Bakong City if he wanted to progress any further. This was why the Harry family in Harvest City remained a branch to the one in Bakong City. just like most branched families in the Holy Continent. Unless they produced a powerful knight, they would forever live under the control of their main family. He did not expect Abel to take out 2 inheritance at once, so he carefully accepted it. However, the surprise didn't end there. The first thing he saw as he flicked the page open was the name Head Commander Hoover. The Lord of Marshall was stunned. He immediately turned and asked, "This is the inheritance of Head Commander Hoover?" "Yeah, he gave it to me," said Abel with a smile. "Wouldn't it be a problem if we use it in our family?" The Lord of Marshall knew how important an inheritance was, so he asked again. "Don't worry, as long as we keep it within our family, it's okay." Abel had sketched out this inheritance from Head Commander Hoover's main inheritance record. However, he did not explain why Head Commander Hoover had let him do that. "Great. I'll make sure this inheritance becomes the core study for our family members." The Lord of Marshall struck his hand on a table after hearing Abel's confirmation. Abel interrupted, "But Uncle Marshall, I want this inheritance to be learned by the knights who support us." "What, this thing is amazing and you want the others to learn it? Why?" The Lord of Marshall looked confused. "It's simple, I have a much better one. Head Commander Hoover's is the best in the Holy Continent, but there is still a lot of risks when transforming from a commander to a head commander. I'm not going to tell you where I got this other inheritance from, but it can transform anyone into a head commander free of risk." Abel explained. The Knight of Marshall was only an intermediate knight, but he had seen quite a lot compared to his peers since he was raised in the Bakong City Harry family. This other inheritance was named the Dark Knight Inheritance, which was strange. The Lord of Marshall frowned the moment he saw it. "Does this thing have to do with the deities? Does this inheritance use dark power?" "Uncle Marshall, I wouldn't let my family learn dark powers," Abel said, holding his hands up. "Then why is this thing called the Dark Knight Inheritance?" said the Lord of Marshall, pointing at the name. "Oh right, I just thought it sounded cool. If you don't like it, feel free to change it. It has nothing to do with the stuff inside anyway," said Abel with a smile. How can you be so careless when it comes to naming these? Whatever, you are the one who brought it here anyway. Just call it what you like." The Lord of Marshall didn't want to stress too much about it. If it wasn't related to dark power, that was all that mattered. He flipped open the Dark Knight Inheritance. To his surprise, the knight's breathing techniques were very different from the one he had learned. He then took out Head Commander Hoover's one to compare. Soon, he realized what was different about them. The Dark Knight Inheritance trained the knight to grasp a tiny bit of mana ever since the breathing technique. Therefore, they no longer have to risk their lives going into a mana-dense area to grasp that mana when transforming into a head commander. The Lord of Marshall had his gaze fixed at this inheritance. He understood why Abel only wanted to keep it within his family. "Abel, are we going to get in trouble for the origins of this inheritance if we use it?" "No, only I have this inheritance in the entire Holy Continent," said Abel certainly. Although there weren't many people in Harry Castle currently, more and more knights would join, seeking safety or opportunities in the future since Abel was now the ruler of Harvest City. A powerful inheritance could make a knight even more loyal, but of course, the family would not give out the entire inheritance. Most of them would only treat them according to their rank. For now, Abel and the Lord of Marshall were their only core family members. Even if Abel had children, they would still need to sign a contract to study this Dark Knight Inheritance. This contract was made by Bard Ali, and Abel could not do anything about this. This Dark Knight Inheritance was too precious. It was the only inheritance in the entire Holy Continent that could go straight to a head commander, so anyone who wanted to study it had to sign the contract on the last page. "Uncle Marshall, here are some potions. Just keep it in the dimension box. You can use it for rewards or in a crisis in the future," Abel continued. He then took out 20 bottles of ready-made high-level Kai condensing potion. He was not planning to take out those Masters one, but it had already made the Lord of Marshall's eyes sparkled. "You have this many high-level Kai condensing potions. We can produce so many elite knights in our family in no time," said the Lord of Marshall in excitement. Afterward, Abel took out some blood-fusing potions, some essence-condensing potions, and some replenishing potions. These were all common knight potions, and they were all in a gold rank. He was not worried if people would give him trouble for making gold potions since his other identity was Master Alchemist Bennett. He only made 200 bottles for each potion. It was not that Abel didn't want to give them more, but because it would still attract unwanted attention if Abel gave out too much. This was the first patch of the potion, and he gave it to his family anyway. He would send some more as soon as they used it up. Uncle Marshall, you can divide these potions yourself, but make sure you don't take out these next potions if it's not totally necessary, said Abel as he took out 10 bottles of blue healing potions and a bottle of gold healing potion. Don't worry, what is this for? The Lord of Marshall knew how important this thing must be, if even Abel was telling him. To be careful. These are healing potions. The blue ones can heal normal injuries in no time and can save your life in critical situations. This gold one can save the life of an almost dying person, Abel explained. Wow, these are all worth a life. The Lord of Marshall carefully put them in the dimension box. He fully understood how precious these potions were. He held up the dimension box and said to Abel, "Follow me." Abel followed the Lord of Marshall into the dead end of his treasure chamber. The Lord of Marshall then put down the box and pressed onto a stone on the wall. Soon a turning door appeared. The Lord of Marshall picked up the box again and entered the door as Abel followed. From the light outside, Abel could tell this was not a big room, and there was not much stuff inside either. The Lord of Marshall gazed at Abel weirdly and explained, "I've never used this secret room ever since I built it, because I never had anything so precious I couldn't keep it in the chamber outside." He then carefully placed the dimension box in a corner and looked at it in satisfaction. He then turned and continued, "Now I do. This secret room didn't go to waste. Uncle Marshall, make a constitution for the 2 Knight inheritances so the Bennett family can also learn it." At first, Abel wanted to make a copy of this inheritance and give it to the Bennett family as well, but now he decided to just keep it in one place. This way, the 2 families could get closer as well. "I'll discuss this with Bennett tomorrow. Let's go to Bennett Castle tomorrow," said the Lord of Marshall. "Uncle Marshall, does our family have anyone good at running businesses? I have some properties in Linate City and need someone to take care of it." His restaurants in Linate City were already his family's assets, and he couldn't leave it as it was for too long. "Is this important?" asked the Lord of Marshall in a confused tone. Abel had businesses in Bakong City, and he never asked him for help. What business could possibly make Abel take it so seriously? "Yes, it's very important. So everyone you send organize it must be extremely loyal. We will lose a lot if even a tiny thing goes wrong, so I need everyone who joins to sign a contract. They will lose their lives as soon as they want to take advantage of me," said Abel with a serious nod. The Lord of Marshall thought of the perfect candidate. When it comes to loyalty, no one can come close to Stuart Lindsay's son Lindsay Jr. He studied under Stuart Lindsay for very long, and he can be independent now. A contract is good since you can never really know a person's heart. Lindsay was raised by the Harry family in Bakong City. His ancestors had been the stewards for the Harry family for generations. He only followed the Lord of Marshall to Harvest City once the Lord of Marshall got his own domain. Since Abel's business in Linamp City had to do with the number of resources the wizards in his family would be able to access in the future, Abel took it very seriously. He needed someone within his family to help him out with this, which was common among big families. Although there were not many people within the Harry family. In Harvest City, their family in Bakong City still had quite a few outstanding businessmen. And that contract would just further secure their loyalty. Afterward, Stuart Lindsay took Abel to Harry Castle's side building, while Bardolly stayed in Harvest City to take care of business. It was the place where Abel used to live. Lindsay pushed open the door. It was like nothing had changed inside, and the floor was extremely clean. It was maintained very well by the servants. Stuart Lindsay could see that Abel might want some time to himself, so he said gently, "Young master, I'll go first," and walked out. Abel stepped onto the hard stone floor. The weapons in the rank was still intact. Since there were people maintaining them, their awe-inspiring presence still managed to come through. Abel took a deep breath. The place still smelled like a preserving oil. Soon, nostalgia arose within his eyes as he looked around the room. This place had become his home not long after he came to his world. Although it wasn't as luxurious as his mansion in Linate City and Bakong City, The smell of home trumped all the luxury in the world. That night, Abel did not enter the dark world. After he took a shower, he hopped onto his giant down-filled bed and fell into a great night of dreamless sleep under the smell of the sun of sunshine in his blanket. The next day, hazy sunlight sifted from the window and cast onto his face. He opened his eyes and saw familiar scenery. He was finally back home. He pulled away his blanket and took a shower. Afterward, he arrived in front of his wardrobe and pulled it open. Inside was filled with clouds. Although some of them were for his younger self, it still had a full range of sizes. There were even some 2-meter-tall ones. The Lord of Marshall kept making new clothes for him, even when he was not around. Although it seemed trivial, it still touched Abel's heart. It was so nice to have a home. He put on a common noble shirt and strode out of the building. At that moment, the Lord of Marshall was doing some sword training. A life of luxury did not make him forget about his identity as a knight. "Uncle Marshall, let's see who's better," Abel yelled as he picked up a knight's sword from the weapon rack. His enthusiasm also increased upon seeing the Lord of Marshall training. "Go ahead. Let's see if your sword skills have gotten any better," said the Lord of Marshall with an arrogant laugh. He had forgotten that Abel had now become a head commander. He lifted up his sword and sped towards Abel. Abel did a gentle flick upward with his knight's sword and blocked the Lord of Marshall's strike. Afterward, he horizontally swept with a sound-breaking speed towards the Lord of Marshall. The Lord of Marshall held his sword in front of his face and counteracted Abel's horizontal strike. Then, he immediately unleashed a side strike. The technique was perfect since they were both official knights. Not only that, but Abel's sword skills were also taught by the Lord of Marshall. So the risk of one of them getting injured was low despite how amazing the strikes looked. However, the Lord of Marshall was not immortal. Although he never stopped his knight training, his body still deteriorated against the test of time. "Okay, there's no need to compete anymore. You have mastered your sword skills like you have fought 1,000 battles. Even the knights in Miracle City might not be as skilled as you," the Lord of Marshall yelled as he stopped his waving sword. Abel could only smile upon hearing the Lord of Marshall. He might have looked calm, but he actually needed to undergo countless tight battles day by day. Although he mostly fought like a wizard these days, he still dwelled around life and death quite often. "Abel, get ready. We'll head to Bennett Castle soon. Where's Black Wind?" the Lord of Marshall asked, suddenly realizing that Abel didn't have his Mount Wolf with him. "Here, I'll let him out," said Abel as he gently patted his chest. Afterward, a black portal appeared in front of him and Black Wind dashed out. Black Wind began to howl and complain as soon as it was out. It had been locked up in the monster ring for 2 days, and it wasn't used to it. Okay, I'll give you something tasty later." "Look, it's Uncle Marshall," said Abel as the gently patted Black Wind's head. Black Wind lowered its head as a bow towards the Lord of Marshall and made a friendly look. The Lord of Marshall looked very surprised. Black Wind had gotten a lot bigger and smarter, he said jealously. Black Wind knew the Lord of Marshall was complimenting it, so it held its neck up high. "Uncle Marshall, I'll find you a good mount soon as well," said Abel with a smile. In the past, Abel was worried about giving the Lord of Marshall a good mount, since mounts were not a luxurious carriage. A good mount could attract a lot of unwanted attention. The Lord of Marshall was only an intermediate knight at the end of the day, so even a royal war horse would bring him a lot of trouble. The Lord of Marshall was not Abel. Abel had become a blacksmith master long ago, so he had the entire blacksmith union as support, and no one would dare to mess with him. But from now on, this entire patch of land belonged to Abel. He would also build his magic tower here, so the safety of Harvest City would no longer be a problem. "Abel, you said it. I want a flashy one. White is the best. You know I love white-colored things." The Lord of Marshall knew it wouldn't be hard for Abel to find a good mount with his current connections, so he just said what he wanted. When Black Wind heard the Lord of Marshall like white, it looked at itself and looked at the Lord of Marshall again. Then it rolled its eyes like a human and went back to Abel's side. Abel could tell that the Lord of Marshall no longer had much potential to level up with his own ability, and he was worried that he would try to save up on those potions. So he said, "Just use as much as those gold Kai condensing potion, blood fusing potion, and essence condensing potion as you like. I have a good supply of them. I send you more the moment you finish it." "Those are golden potions. Only elite alchemists could make them, and their ingredients are very rare. Do you really think I wouldn't know? The Lord of Marshall rolled his eyes on Abel, thinking Abel was only bragging. Abel then helplessly looked around and threw out a barrier circle. After it was ignited, he flicked with his portal brace, and a big pile of shiny gold potions appeared on the floor. There were at least 1,000 bottles. The Lord of Marshall was stunned. Didn't they say those golden potions were hard to make? Didn't they say those golden potions were extremely rare? How come Abel had so many? I'm just worried I will attract unwanted attention for the family if I give it all to you at once, so I'll just give it to you bit by bit. Even if you use all of these up, it's okay. I'll just buy more from my friend, Abel said, pointing at the pile on the floor. Of course, Abel was lying. He made all these potions. He wouldn't have shown them if the Lord of Marshall was not so stubborn. If the Lord of Marshall wanted to increase his longevity, the only thing he had to do was become a commander, then try to transform into a head commander. This was what Abel wanted as well. He couldn't care less about the side effects of those potions. One bottle of full recovery potion was more than enough to do the job. Go! The Lord of Marshall yelled as he set off on his warhorse. He wanted to drag out his distance with Black Wind. But Black Wind didn't give him a chance. It followed him closely behind. The war horse was running at full speed, but Black Wind was still only jogging. Soon the Lord of Marshall patted his war horse and slowed down. Then he yelled at Abel, "Abel, you better give me a better mount soon." After this race, the Lord of Marshall further realized how much slower his war horse was. Abel Castle was just in front of them, their first stop. Abel Castle was the original Marshall Castle. It was Abel's first domain. Back in the days, Abel and the Lord of Marshall killed some invading orcs here, but of course, it had become a part of Harvest City as well. Today Abel and the Lord of Marshall did not bring a single man along with them. The moment they reached Abel Castle, the front gate swung open. Steward Ken welcomed them in with excitement. "Master, you are back," Ken said with a bow. "Ken," Abel nodded and turned to the Lord of Marshall, "Uncle Marshall, go take a rest. I need to do something before we set off again." "Great, I was just getting thirsty," said the Lord of Marshall as he jumped off his warhorse and carelessly threw its leash to a servant. "Ken, my Earl Palace in Harvest City is getting renewed. And it needs a steward. You are one of my most trusted people, so I hope you can represent me and become the manager of Harvest City," Abel said with a smile as he jumped off from Black Wind. "Master, I will not disappoint you." Abel deeply touched Ken, so he quickly bowed. Ken had followed Abel for a long time, and he always remained extremely loyal. He had done a great job in both Bakong City and Harvest City, so this new promotion was a huge reward and a massive challenge to him. Abel didn't care about the Earl Palace in Harvest City too much, since he would be living in his magic tower most of the time anyway. But that place was the most respected place in the city. It represented his dominance in the city. It represented his status. Bardali couldn't stay there forever. Abel had already ordered a magic tower for her. She would soon become a part of Abel's defense. Therefore, the best candidate to become the manager of Harvest City would be Steward Ken. Also, it was common for a steward to take care of the domain among nobles. The Lord of Marshall would be even more suitable if he was willing to move to Harvest City. But Abel had heard him say too many times that he would guard Harry Castle until the day he died, hoping he could see his lover again. This loyalty was what made Abel respect the man so much. Abel stepped into Abel Castle and saw the 10 black armored knights of death, and he suddenly remembered his original promise. "Master," they yelled in unison. "From now on, you guys will no longer be knights of death. You will all be Earl Abel's knight servants. Ken will teach you what to do with your new identity," said Abel, waving his hand, and the knights stood up again. Every knight had to become a servant before they could officially become a knight. From then on, they would no longer be ordinary citizens, but professional fighters. "Thank you, Master." The knight's voice no longer sounded lifeless and robotic. It seemed like a bit of life had come back to them again. "Ken, find Bardali as soon as you arrive at Harvest City. She will tell you what to do. Also, I'll leave these 10 men to you for training. I don't want them just to learn knight skills, but also knight manners," Abel said. "Yes, Master," Ken replied. Ken was very happy for these scary killers. They had been treated as knights of death ever since they were young, and now they could finally see the light. Since Abel no longer wanted them as human shields, they could finally take on Knight's training, grasp combat kai, and Knight manners. In other words, there would be a bright future waiting for them. From now on, Abel had the power to award some of these men with a Knight domain of their own. But of course, they would need to attain enough war glory first. These Knights' fighting skills were incredibly profound. On top of the magic dagger and shield Abel had given them, they were already a bit more powerful than a standard Knight. Their only downside was that they were a bit old. Afterward, Ken turned and said to the Knights who were looking a little bit dumbstruck and said, "Quickly, say thank your master. You guys have the chance to become actual Knights." They suddenly got clear-headed again and quickly bowed in a row. "Thank you, master." Although their gratitude might seem simple, it came from the deepest parts of their hearts. "Off you go now," Abel said, waving his hand. Afterward, the Knights left. As Abel was walking out the hall, he stopped and said, "Ken, make them learn a powerful Knight inheritance in Harry Castle according to their ability. I will give you some potions later as well, so you can nourish them better." The Lord of Marshall didn't interrupt Abel's business. Although he was his stepdad, Abel was now an earl with a huge domain. He wouldn't question the way an earl did things, so he was just sipping a cup of coffee as he waited for Abel. "Uncle Marshall, I'm done. If you are good, we can keep going," said Abel as he exited the hall. The Lord of Marshall stood up and gave his body a stretch. "Let's go. I haven't ridden a horse in so long. It seems like my body is not holding up well," he sighed. As Abel and the Lord of Marshall were getting ready to go again, Abel turned to Ken, who was sending them off. "Just leave Harry Castle to someone else and head to Harvest City. Don't worry about it too much." "Yes, master," Ken said with a bow as he watched the Abel and the Lord of Marshall's shadows disappear into the distance. After they made some distance, they came to a deserted place. "Uncle Marshall, I have a few contracted monsters." "Let me show you," Abel said. "Contracted monsters. I've seen them before in Miracle City, but that not many. I heard they are very hard to sign," the Lord of Marshall said with a laugh. He was an experienced man after all. Abel rubbed his monster ring in front of his chest, and a giant black portal appeared in front of them. Soon, an enormous white body came out. "Uncle Marshall, this is White Cloud. White Cloud, this is Uncle Marshall." The reason Abel had come here was that he didn't want to scare other people. His contracted monsters were extremely powerful, and they played important roles in saving his life. "Abel, is this a sky sparrow? My God, you have a sky sparrow!" The Lord of Marshall yelled. He was stunned. As a human Knight, the Lord of Marshall knew about them. They were powerful, large-scaled transport devices for the Orc Empire. They could transfer the Orcs' military power into every corner of the Holy Continent. They were the core of the Orc Empire, so every human who injured a sky sparrow in a battle would have huge rewards. If a person could strike one down, they would be granted a domain automatically. That was a hard fact. Abel had somehow signed a contract with these enormous transportation devices from the Orcs. It was beyond what the Lord of Marshall's imagination. "Uncle Marshall, White Cloud is very calm. It can fly forever in the sky. It has saved my life many times," said Abel with a loving and teasing tone. "Hello, White Cloud. Thank you for saving Abel." Lord Marshall quickly stepped up after he heard it had saved Abel's life. White Cloud had a soul, so it began to make doom-goo-goo sound as a reply. The Lord of Marshall liked White Cloud quite a bit. Sky sparrows were normally cowards, despite how calm they were, but White Cloud was not a normal sky sparrow. It not only had a gigantic body, but it also had an invisible ability, which no other sky sparrows had. White Cloud was a spiritual beast. Abel began to smile when he saw the Lord of Marshall interacting with White Cloud. Joy filled his heart. They were just like one big family. "Uncle Marshall, the next contracted beast might scare your war horse, so you better put a blind on them." Abel pointed towards the war horse. "What's so scary? I trust my old war horse." The Lord of Marshall said so, but he still put a blind on his war horse. "Flying Flame, come out," said Abel as he opened the portal again. Flying Flame stumbled out with its two little legs. It rushed towards Abel the moment it was out and began swinging the portal bag in its chest. "How come you are still alive after eating so many hunger potions and you still didn't grow a single bit?" Abel laughed. He took out some more hunger potions from his portal bag and threw it on the floor. Flying Flame happily bent down and used the claws on its wings to pick up the potions, then put it in its own portal bag. It had been locked up in the monster ring for 2 days. The only thing it could do was eating those potions. Of course, Abel was surprised that a contracted beast could bring a portal bag along with it into the monster ring. But Abel was sure this thing was on the same level, if not higher, than the transformation necklace. The transformation necklace was made by the legendary elf goddess. It was a godly object. Abel believed inside this monster ring had a universe of its own. Both the gigantic white cloud or the 50 meters tall Johnson could live inside without a single problem. The only thing that came close to the monster ring was his 2 storage devices from the dark world, the Horadric cube and the personal storage box. Although Abel didn't know the actual name of the ring, it sure was godly. A dragon, the Lord of Martial yelled in shock. Although Flying Flame had acted very cute since it appeared in front of Abel, it still didn't change the fact that it was a dragon. Dragons were great beings in the Holy Continent. The word great was not tossed around easily. Normally, it was only used to describe gods or kings, so you could see just how high a dragon's status was. Flying Flame did not let out a single bit of scent. That's why that war horse was still standing. Uncle Marshall, this is Flying Flame. At first, it was only a 2-legged flying dragon, but now it has 4 legs. Abel introduced, looking at the frightened face of his uncle. Abel, this is a dragon, the Lord of Martial yelled again. Actually, it's a pseudo-dragon, Abel explained. Okay, got it. You signed a contract with a dragon. How powerful is this thing? The Lord of Martial asked, trying to pull himself together again. Very powerful, but it can only go head-to-head with a single elite wizard at most, Abel replied. The Lord of Martial did not know how powerful an elite wizard was, but he saw a novice wizard easily killing an elite knight before. It was very hard for Abel to explain Flying Flame's actual fighting power. When it came to attack force, Flying Flame could smash any elite wizards, but the move and a flash ability of elite wizards could almost make its attack useless. No matter how powerful their opponents were, an elite wizard could flash away directly or move, as they attacked as long as there was nothing. Interrupting the space, Flying Flame fought an elite wizard in a fixed space, they would die in no time. Flying Flame would have an advantage in all regards, power, stamina, and speed. After a speed enchantment, its speed had reached a scary rate. As soon as the elite wizard used up all his mana, the only thing he could do was to wait for his death. Are these all your hidden powers? The Lord of Martial asked. He knew Abel wanted to keep this secret since he was showing him these things in such a deserted place. Yeah, I still have a stone giant. I'll introduce you to it when we have a chance in the future, said Abel with a smile. Poor Josen was like a pregnant woman after swallowing an entire magic tower. It couldn't move a single bit, but it was not all bad. That magic tower inside it was continuously increasing its power, so it acted as a type of training. Abel would not summon Josen at the moment. No matter how deserted the place was, a 50 meters tall giant could still be spotted quite easily. Also, they were not in an isolated environment. Abel could not afford to let anyone know he had killed an elite wizard. Elite wizards were the most powerful thing in the Holy Continent. They were what made the Holy Continent feel secure, so none of them could die. If someone had found out that Abel had the power to kill an elite wizard, it might frighten other elite wizards, causing them to team up against him. Also, Abel still clearly remembered elite wizard Cliff's last words. There were still wizards behind him. I always worried that your powers wouldn't match your status, but I've changed my mind after seeing all these contracted beasts. It seems like no one can touch you anymore. The Lord of Martial took a deep breath and laughed. Today, Abel had shocked him too much. Although Abel still hadn't shown him White Cloud's ability, just seeing it was more than enough. White Cloud, Flying Flame, you guys can do whatever you want now, Abel said. White Cloud made a few goo-goo sounds, and Flying Flame ran towards its back with its 2 tiny legs. Afterward, White Cloud stretched its wings and gracefully took off to the sky. It swirled in mid-air and disappeared into the distance. By noon, Abel and the Lord of Martial arrived at Bennett Castle. He could see the giant thorn shield coat of arms from afar. Trumpet sounds emerged, and the front gate opened. The Knight of Bennett was wearing a full-body armor as he led his elder son Zack outside, both on a war horse. There were 20 blue armored knights standing nearly on each side as well. Zack was wearing magic armor he had made him, and the war horse under him looked very energetic. It seemed like Bennett Castle had taken a wealthier turn lately. This formation, I've come here so many times, but he's never greeted me with this many men, the Lord of Marshall said in a salty tone. Yes, the formation the Knight of Bennett had used was to welcome a high-rank leader. The armor on him was supposed to represent his respect for the leader, and the army behind him suggested he was ready to fight for his leader at any time. Earl Abel, the Knight of Bennett bows to you, the Knight of Bennett yelled as he pounded on his chest. Zack also did a knight bow under the voice of the Knight of Bennett, but Abel could see he was trying to hold a laugh as he gave him 2 winks. The guards by the side also kneeled. Abel jumped off Black Wind and went straight to the Knight of Bennett and said with a bow, "Father, don't do this. I'm your son, always will be." Earl Abel, we have a tradition. That tradition is not to be abandoned, the Knight of Bennett cried out stubbornly. Oh, don't be like now, Bennett, Lord Marshall said with a sigh. All right, everyone, you can go in now. Gee, so much for us coming here. And with a wink, Lord Marshall gestured to the 20 lancers to leave. They all did when Zack waved his hand at them. They were a very disciplined bunch. Not only did they respond immediately, but they also moved in a very orderly fashion. The Knight of Bennett didn't seem to want to see this, though. Hey, that's my job, Marshall. Earl Abel is your child. So shouldn't I be the one to welcome him back? Lord Marshall raised his brow. What nonsense are you spewing this time, Bennett? Abel is our child, don't you get it? If you're going to sort things out like this, it's going to be very awkward every time he comes back. You're right, sorry, the Knight of Bennett said apologetically. I just can't get over what I did, Marshall. I was the one who sent him to be your son. You're the one who raised him to be the man he is now. I have done so little for him. But he's been looking after the Bennett family this entire time. Lord Marshall helped the Knight of Bennett get down his horse. About that, let's get inside the castle first. There's something I want to talk to you about. Let's leave the family topics after we're done with that. Sounds good. At the same time, Zack was watching as his father entered the castle. Abel, Zack shouted, then jumped down his war horse to give Abel a hug. Zack, Abel responded with a hug just as passionate. Zack was his big brother after all. When he first came to this world, he had always been the one who looked after him. Even now, he still remembered the gifts he received from him. Zack said after he released his arms from Abel, "Look at how tall you've gotten. Wow, you're even taller than me now. Remember how you'd have to look upward when you talk to me?" Yeah, I do. Abel nodded and smiled. And look at you, Zack. You're a lot stronger now. You're starting to look just like father. You don't say, huh? Zack opened his arms proudly. I'm an official knight now, pretty sick, right? Is that a hint that I should give you a reward? Abel said jokingly. Even if Zack didn't bring it up, he was already prepared to look for a chance to give out his gift. Zack quickly shook his head. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Please just stop it with the gifts. If it wasn't for the wedding ceremony, father would still keep that armor set in the basement. There's no helping it with that old man, I guess. Abel sighed and proceeded to walk. Zack said as he called for a servant to take the horse away, anyways, let's go back home now, Abel. You want to see your old room, don't you? Father's been keeping it the same this whole time. As soon as the two walked into the castle hall, the first thing Abel saw was the sight of his mother waiting anxiously for him. Her eyes were full of tears, but she didn't bother to wipe them off. It was like she was afraid that Abel would disappear the moment she did. Mother, Abel left Zack behind and ran up to Nora. When he was close enough to her, he dropped on one of his knees and bowed to her. Nora reached out her hand to pat Abel on his head. She couldn't contain it anymore. Rather, she hadn't been able to since the moment she saw Abel. My son, Nora said as the tears continued to stream down her cheek. Then, when she made sure that this was all real, a genuine smile appeared on her face. It must have been hard, hasn't it, all these years out there fighting and training? Abel kept his head low. I'm so sorry, Mother. I couldn't find the right time to visit you this whole time. Nora was speechless for a moment. Just get up from the ground first. You're an earl now, you shouldn't be kneeling to an old woman like me. I'll always be a child in front of you, Mother. Abel smiled in response. You're such a sweet child, aren't you? Nora smiled too. She called someone to come close. It was Emily, the girl who married Zack a while back. Nora went and stood beside Emily. I almost forgot to introduce her to you. This is Emily. Since you didn't attend Zach's wedding, I don't think the two of you have ever met yet. Good to see you, Earl Abel. Emily greeted Abel with a standard noble lady's bow. Abel said as he returned the bow, "It's good to see you too, Emily. Please, we're in the same family now. You can just call me Abel if you want." Just before Emily and Nora were about to decline Abel's request, he quickly took out his gifts from his portal bracelet. They were 2 bottles of the blue quality beauty potion. "Here, it's a gift I have for you, Mother," Abel said as he placed one bottle in Nora's hand. "And one for you," Abel then said as he gave Emily the other bottle. "And what's this?" Nora lifted the bottle to have a closer look. At the same time, the bottle continued to glisten in a mysterious, swifting manner. She had never seen anything like this before. Abel explained, "This is a beauty potion, Mother. It's something I've brought back from the elves. If you drink this whole bottle, it will negate all the aging that might have happened to your face. You'll look the same as when you were in your prime." Contrary to what Abel thought, Nora was more concerned about his safety than the magic potion he gave her. "My spirit," she cried out, "the elves, what did you do over there? It's so far and dangerous over there. What were you thinking?" "Wow, wow, wow." Abel backed away a little as he saw how upset Nora was. "It's fine, Mother. I'm still standing here. I'm managing myself pretty well, okay." Nora couldn't help being the mother she was. Just be careful out there, okay? I know how good you've gotten, but just try to lay off the dangerous stuff." Abel stuttered for a moment. I. "Okay, Mother, just drink this potion now, all right." When Nora opened the lid of the beauty potion, she became a little nervous to see the blue liquid inside. She trusted her child, though, and when Abel looked at her with a smile on his face, she mustered the courage to swallow the liquid down her throat. Then, with tangible speed, moisture around Nora's face started to gather up. It was like she was reverting to a younger version of herself. Even the strands of white hair on her head would turn back to its original color. Obviously, there were a lot of other physical and biological changes that took place. What Abel gave her was a special recipe he's made. Unlike normal beauty potion, its effects were about several times stronger. When the blue light around Nora finally disappeared, she looked exactly the same as a young woman in her 20s. Nothing about her seemed superficial or fake, though. It was like she literally became her younger self. You are younger now, Mother," Zach screamed out dramatically. His voice was just loud enough to penetrate through the castle walls. Emily was watching, too. As she noticed how insane Abel's gift was, she started gripping the beauty potion in her hand a lot harder. "Zach," the voice of the Knight of Bennett came over. "What are you screaming like a madman for?" When the Knight of Bennett and Lord Marshal came in, they couldn't believe what they were looking at. "Zach, learn some discipline, young ma. Wait. When the Knight of Bennett saw his wife, he quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands. "What's wrong?" Nora asked, her gaze switching between Zach and the Knight of Bennett. When she spoke out, she quickly realized and covered her mouth. She recognized this voice. It was her voice when she was many decades younger. "Abel, my son." Nora finally called out the Abel, "This gift. What have you done? This gift is too precious. There's no way we can afford it. Why don't you take Mother to a mirror, Emily? I'm sure she would like to know what she looks like." That was pretty smart of Abel. He knew how eager Emily wanted to drink the beauty potion, so he found her an excuse to do it without anyone watching. "Thank you, Abel," the Knight of Bennett said. His tone sounded a lot nicer now. Abel smiled. "It's okay, Father. No need to say thanks. It's for Mother, remember." "I'm not thanking you for the potion," the Knight of Bennett said. "It's about, well, I just talked with Marshall. I've talked about this before, but a knight's skill set is very important to his family. If we can pass down the right system to the next generation, we might just have another Knights Commander in a few years. And, once there is a new Knights Commander in the Bennett family, maybe that's when I'll finally be able to honor my family name." Abel said with a serious look on his face, "Father, I need you to become an advanced knight for me. Once you have, you need to push harder to become a Knights Commander. Other than you, I can't think of a better candidate to lead my Harvest City's elite team." The Knight of Bennett shook his head. "I'm sure you'll find a lot of people more suitable than me. You understand, don't you? With my ranks and titles, I don't think a lot of people would like it when you let me, do something that important." The Knight of Bennett certainly had a point there. Harvest City was a city of elites, It was meant to be protected by elites, not an old man who barely counted as one. But Father, Abel persisted. With the lands I was given, I don't have enough people to look after them. You know how hard it is to find people that are trustworthy. I was going to let Uncle Marshall do it, but he's never going to leave Harry Castle. If you don't think you're qualified, don't worry. I have some potions with me. Once you drink them, they'll turn you into an advanced knight in no time. Does that sound good? To be honest, giving the Knight of Bennett this power wouldn't do much good. Once Wizard Eveline came over here, there would be 3 wizards that'd be in charge of this domain's defense. That was about the same amount of force that's used to guard an entire duchy. An elite team consisting of knights was pretty much useless. So why was Abel pushing his father to become the head of an entire team? It was very simple. Due to Knight of Bennett's stubbornness, he couldn't just give him stuff that would boost the Bennett's domain status. If he could frame his father into doing something, say, worthy of a reward, he could potentially give him a title that was just a bit more secondary than an earl. Sure, the Knight of Bennett finally nodded after thinking for a while. When I become an advanced knight, I'll lead your elite team for you. Marshall suddenly interrupted. By the way, Abel, you still have any more of that beauty potion with you? Oh wait, do you happen to fancy anyone, Uncle Marshall? Abel asked in surprise. As far as he knew, Lord Marshall had been single ever since he knew him. Lord Marshall's voice suddenly spiked. No, Abel, what are you talking about? Are you saying that only women can use the beauty potion? Of course it's for me. Lord Marshall paused, then suddenly stared at Abel's skin. I see your skin, you must have used it on yourself. Abel explained, it was for testing, Uncle Marshall. How else would I know if there's anything wrong with my potion? Testing? What testing? You're not the one who made it, are you? Whatever, just give me a bottle if you have any spares. The Knight of Bennett couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. He's not lying about using the potion for himself. Abel, our golden boy, always liked looking pretty. You get me, Bennett? Lord Marshall nodded, then said in a nostalgic tone, Emma always liked what I looked like at my prime. You know, I'd always think that when you die, you will keep whatever look that you pass away with. If I can keep my younger face when I die of old age, it'd be a lot easier for her to recognize me in the other world. Abel didn't know how to respond to that. Instead of saying anything, he took out a bottle of beauty potion and passed it over. For Lord Marshall to have such longing for his deceased wife, it was an absolute miracle. There were a lot of nobles and knights who drowned themselves in love, but only a few could be in a relationship that truly lasted for a lifetime. After all, this society condemned and mocked noblemen with no lovers. But Marshall was willing. He was willing to be alone to preserve the memories he had in his younger days. It's the same for his biological father, the Knight of Bennett. While the relationship between him and Nora was quite, frankly speaking, bland, it was the kind of love that truly could last for many, many years. Moving on. A few minutes later, Abel was sitting inside Bennett's castle's study room with Lord Marshall and the Knight of Bennett. While Zack had already become a knight, his father never allowed him to step in here. The Knight of Bennett said with a serious look on his face, Tell me the truth, Abel, Bennett, Harry, how many potions do you have for our 2 families? This was a talk about the family's economy. Right now, the Bennett family was being pulled out of its financial hardship. It was approaching the stage of rapid development, but at the same time, it was also facing the issue of increased expenditure on resources. More specifically, it was about the potions that Abel was providing. Abel knew that he had enough to give, but Lord Marshall and the Knight of Bennett couldn't tell for sure. Lord Marshall said as he shook his head, I don't like the way you're sorting this, Bennett. We're good friends, right? There's no need to put a clear line on everything. If Abel decides to give the both of us something, let's just split them in however way's fair. The Knight of Bennett responded, But that's us, Marshall. What about the next generation? What about the generations after us? Who's there to guarantee if they can get along with one another? Lord Marshall quickly became quiet. After all, no one knew what could happen in the future. If Abel spoke after he glanced at the 2, if it were up to me, I'd like to see the 2 families develop for at least 1,000 years. It has to be 1,000 years at a minimum. That's something I can manage. What? Lord of Marshall and the Knight of Bennett said at the same time. They couldn't believe what Abel was saying. As you 2 know, wizards have a very long lifespan. I myself am a rank 6 wizard. If nothing goes wrong, I am expected to live up to 300 years. I'm also guaranteed to rank up even more, and that's going to boost my lifespan further. With the amount of talent I have, it would make sense that I'll become an advanced wizard. With that, I can make sure that I take care of both families for at least 1,000 years. That's incredible, Abel. Lord Marshal called out. I didn't know wizards could live that long. All right, I've made my decision. If there's anyone in the Harry family that can become a wizard, I'll write a rule that gives them the opportunity to become one. Same here, the Knight of Bennett nodded as he had already given up on clinging onto his family's old customs. Remember, Abel, if there is anyone in the Bennett family that's fitting to become a wizard, do help them by providing them with the right opportunities. As a consensus had been reached, Abel proceeded to announce his plans. And to give you an answer, Father, Abel said as his voice became slower for a moment, about the number of potions I have. I didn't plan to tell anyone about it. But since you're all my family, just promise me to keep my secret for me. The Knight of Bennett said quickly, if it's not safe for you to say, just don't say it. It's fine, don't worry about it, Abel explained. So, apart from the identities you know me as, I have another identity, which I used when I lived with the elves. Yes, I did live with the elves under an elven disguise. My elven name was Bennett. I was granted the honorary title as the Bennett Alchemist. Now, an honorary master is by no means a true master. My skills are around the same as an advanced alchemist, and my only expertise is in brewing potions. Wait, what? Lord Marshal looked at Abel as though he was looking at a ghost. You mean, you made all these potions yourself? Yes, Abel replied. That's why I told you both to not worry about running out of potions. I'm on very good terms with the elves. If I need to make anything, I can always get the materials from the elves that live in the Double Moon Forest. They give a lot of them free, and even if they aren't free, I do have enough money to buy them. As exotic and bizarre as Abel's story was, both the Knight of Bennett and Lord Marshal were educated men. They fought against the orcs, so they knew about what the alchemists were like. Essentially, they were a higher being than even a knight's commander. Yeah, even if it was just a novice alchemist. And from what Abel was saying, he was an honorary master amongst the elves. That meant he was among one of the best. Much better than most ordinary alchemists. Abel continued to explain his plans. For each of your family's castle, I'll set up a wizard's defense circle. I'll also set up teleportation circles. This way, if the castles are attacked, family members will have a way to escape. If reinforcements are needed, we can also send them through the teleportation circles. The Knight of Bennett was concerned. Thank you for being so considerate, Abel, but isn't that very costly? And your training is very important. We can't allow you to be too distracted with us. Abel smiled. Don't worry about it, Father. Once I've built my own magic tower, I'll be shut off from the world for a very long time. Before I do that, I need to make sure that the families are protected as safely as I can. Like most wizards, Abel was too young to have any successors to look after his properties. He was also too resourceful. Usually, wizards had no use for gold and land. They'd only need points to get the training materials to push to the next rank. With so much to look after, Abel had to resort to a unique way to look after his belongings. Lord Marshal sighed. I understand, Abel. Wizards are like gods, aren't they? They have no desires of any sort, nor need for worldly things. If your father and I weren't here, you probably wouldn't have taken the title of Earl. Abel replied, Harry Castle and Bennett Castle are both my homes. Now that the nearby lands belong to me, I hope you too can look after them for me. Once the laws allow me to, I'll eventually hand them over to you. After Abel said that, Bard Ali suddenly called him through his soul chain. The dwarven workers he called for had just arrived at Harvest City. Abel stood up and bowed. Father, Uncle Marshall, I'll have to head back to Harvest City now. I've called the dwarves to do some architecture work for me, and they have just come. When Abel was about to leave the study room, he saw that Nora was preparing lunch with the other servants. Mother, he quickly walked up to her. I have to go now, I need to get a job done. Nora almost cried again when she heard that. But you just came back, Abel. Aren't you even going to have a meal with us? Abel tried to persuade Nora. I'll be back, Mother. I'll be staying at Harry Castle for a while. There are a lot of things that I need to do. But there'll be plenty of times that I can come to see you. Let him go now, the Knight of Bennett said as he came out of the study. Whatever he's doing must be important. Nora sighed as she held onto Abel's hands. "All right, son. You can go now, remember to come back." "Yes, mother, I'll go now." Abel bowed again. Black wind. When Abel walked to the front entrance, a black figure appeared in front of him. It was Black Wind, and after he jumped on its back, they both disappeared from the scene in an instant. At a mansion inside Harvest City, Abel saw the dwarves that had come to help him build his tower. He realized that their leader was a young dwarf wearing leather armor. He had a bushy beard on his chin, but that face of his still revealed just how young he was. "Greetings, Grandmaster," the young leader of the architecture team said. "My name is Isaiah Goff. You can just call me Isaiah. I've brought 10 members of the Goff family with me. If you have any concerns regarding the safety of our work, I guarantee you that there is nothing to be worried about." Abel returned a bow. "Thank you so much, Isaiah. It must have been a lot of work for you. I don't know if my payment will satisfy you, but if you're interested in my wine, I do have plenty of them ready." All the dwarves started laughing when they heard this. "Good, good," Isaiah laughed. "So the rumors were true then. You really are like us dwarves." Master Bartley came and bowed. "Your lunch is ready now." Abel said, "Oh right, let's have our lunch first, shall we? I'll take you to Harry Castle after that." "Okay, Grandmaster. After you," Isaiah said, then followed Abel to the restaurant. Before they even stepped into the restaurant, Isaiah realized the smell filling the air. He wasn't sure what it was, but the scent alone was enough to make him swallow his saliva. Isaiah said to Abel, "I've heard from our young master, Grandmaster, but this." So Master Bernie wasn't exaggerating when he talked about how good your food is. They then walked to the dining table. Naturally, since the seat in the middle belonged to the owner of the place, no one was going to compete with Abel for it. While that left the seat on Abel's right, the second most important spot, vacant, Isaiah decided to take it. When he was about to do so, though, a white light appeared on that same seat. A bearded dwarf with a robe suddenly sat on it. "Sorry for coming so late, Grandmaster." The dwarven wizard bowed as he stood beside his chair. "Luckily, this man is still ready for lunch." Isaiah was going to argue with the old dwarf, but he suddenly realized who he was. "Master Cyril, you've come. How else are you going to start working then?" Wizard Cyril threw a confused look at Isaiah. Isaiah quickly changed to a more serious voice. "Allow me to introduce our master to you, Grandmaster. This is Master Cyril, the advanced wizard of our family." "Thank you for your good work," Abel quickly thanked Wizard Cyril. After all, he must have been the one who was responsible for sending the fort base over. "No need to thank me, haha," Wizard Cyril said. "I've already had a talk with Bernie. He said if I do the job, you'll let me eat at your place for at least 10 days. "I've got that covered, sir. I'll let my butler serve you the best dishes we have," Abel smiled. This Wizard Cyril was certainly a straight talker. If he wanted to taste Abel's food, he could have gone to his mansion in Lion City. Right now, 2 of Abel's chefs were sent there to serve wizards who were from the Goff family. Wizard Cyril thought differently though. To him, if he wanted to get the best food he could, he had to get it straight from Abel. "All right now, please have a seat," Abel gestured with his hand. As excited as Isaiah and 10 dwarves were, they all started taking their seats in a very orderly fashion. Soon, 2 of Abel's servants carried a barrel of wine to them. After they installed a tap on the barrel's bottom, they started pouring wine inside the cups. Wizard Cyril quickly took a cup over and started smelling it. "Bring it all to me. This bunch still has work to do in the afternoon. They can't have so much liquor now." When the servants looked at Abel, Abel had no choice but to comply. Once the orders were given, the servants started pouring more wine in Wizard Cyril's cup. The more he drank, the wider his smirk became. "Why the bother?" Wizard Cyril said loudly. "Just bring the whole barrel to me. WH, why are you pouring them in cups? I don't need cups." The servants complied. Isaiah and the rest were not happy to see this, but Wizard Cyril was certainly very satisfied. Luckily for them all, the food was great too. Since Bartley had prepared enough portions for them, they all had a good fill in a very short time. Wizard Cyril only behaved when he was enjoying the dishes. Unlike Isaiah and the others, he seemed to be the only one savoring through them. He was also the one who was eating the least. He was saving most of his appetite for the wine, after all. After using the rabbit essence so much in his cooking, Abel reached the conclusion that it was not so addictive to wizards. If wizards ate the rabbit essence for 10 days, The addictive effects would eventually wear out and instead turn into a strong preference for well-cooked food. Not for non-wizards, however. While the rabbit essence would still not be as good after 10 days, they would still have sudden episodes where they can't help but want to eat it again. Still, it wouldn't be as bad as when they first had it. After some further analysis, Abel also discovered something with his Horadric cube. If he was synthesizing wine, rum, water, rabbit essence, or any other regular liquids with something else with the cube, they would usually have some special properties to them. For red wine, it was good for improving bodily functions. For rum, it could warm up the body within seconds. For water, whatever potions made with it would have longer-lasting effects. For rabbit essence, there was a great boost in the psychological well-being of a person. There was probably something else that Abel didn't know about. Still, for the time being, he wasn't ready to look into the effects of these liquids. Lunch was over pretty quickly. While Wizard Cyril was certainly a drinker, he was not good enough to take an entire barrel of the master's wine by himself. It was time to start building. Right now, there was already a teleportation circle that was installed in Harry Castle. Still, without a professional to properly set it up, it was still very dangerous to activate it. This was why Abel needed to bring the dwarves with him to Harvest City. Fortunately, all the dwarves had mounts that could take them there. They were all riding mountain rams, a beast that could move in hills, grounds, mountains, and forests. Since Wizard Cyril was too lazy to move with his instantaneous movement spells, he was just resting on Isaiah's mountain ram. The whole trip took about an hour. After they arrived at Harry Castle, they decided not to head in right away. Instead, according to Abel's instructions, they all headed to the hill behind the castle. That was the spot that he wanted his magic tower to be built. Before that, however, they needed to set up the core of their hexagonal circle. Wizard Cyril looked around him and frowned. "Forgive me for pointing this out, Grandmaster, but the mana here isn't very dispersed. I'm afraid you can't build a magic tower here." "I know," Abel said, then pointed at the hill slope in front of him. "That's why I've prepared myself a large mana gathering circle. If that still isn't enough, I'll change it to a super-sized mana gathering circle." That shut Wizard Cyril up for good. The dwarves were rich, but Abel's wealth was the same as that of a king. A super-sized mana gathering circle, that was like 10,000 points. The hill slope behind Harry Castle was very big. It was about 5 miles in length. It was filled with bushes and trees. Usually this area had no practical use. Since Abel had already done the calculations, he quickly brought everyone to the centermost position of this area. Here Abel said to them, "This is the location I've prepared for my hexagonal circle. Wizard Cyril, please place your base over here." Wizard Cyril nodded. "All right, move everyone, this thing is a bit huge." As a dark golden light appeared in Wizard Cyril's ring, a gigantic platform appeared on the ground. From sight alone, Abel could tell that it was between 1,500 to 1,600 acres in area. It was a circle, with countless rune patterns drawn at its bottom. The top surface was shiny like a mirror. The only part that stood up was a shelf, which was set at the edge of the platform. "Here, Grandmaster," Wizard Cyril said as he handed a card to Abel. "This is the replica we've made. You've probably known this already, but most of the magic tower's operation plates in this world are copied from the technologies of the ancient times." "And what's that?" Abel took the card over, then pointed at the shelf. "It's where the magic gemstones are. Please, come have a look." After Wizard Cyril grabbed Abel's arm, they both disappeared and reappeared in front of the shelf. "Guide your power of will here," Wizard Cyril instructed, pointing at a crystal body laced on the shelf. When Abel did so, white light flashed and created a bond between him and the platform. The platform recognized Abel as its master. Whatever this crystal body was, it was the same thing that wizards used to claim ownership for their magic towers. Now that Abel had owned this platform, he could use it to gain information. For example, he could use the platform sensor to tell that Isaiah was running towards him. He could tell which direction he was running, and he could even get a picture of the way he was running. Wizard Cyril explained, "As long as you are inside this platform, Grandmaster, you'll have access to all the information it collects. And with this portable plate, you can control the entire base even without being close to the crystal body." "Is this the same as a magic tower?" Abel asked. He couldn't tell for sure, but this technology was very similar to a wizard's magic tower. Wizard Cyril smiled. Of course. Magic towers. Magic platforms, they are made from the same technology. Magic towers are modern, but they are also created from ancient technology. Oh, okay then, Abel nodded his head. You might want to try opening this door with your power of will, Wizard Cyril instructed, then pointed towards the crystal body. Abel commanded with his power of will, open the door at the bottom. Then the door below the crystal body opened on its own. There were a bunch of slots lined up inside. To be precise, there were a total of 2,000 of them. Right now, the topmost 20 slots had 20 intermediate gemstones in them. As you can see, this is where the energy storage box is. Wizard Cyril introduced to Abel, then let out a long sigh. It's a shame. Even if you own the entire holy continent, I don't think you can get 2,000 advanced gemstones to power this thing up. How long will these 20 intermediate gemstones last then? Abel asked. Wizard Cyril explained, if you are only using the platform for seclusion, it can probably last a couple months. If you want to switch the barrier on, though, probably less than half of a day. Obviously, if the structure is attacked, the energy will run out in even less time. Isaiah had come over, so what do you think, Grandmaster Abel? Abel turned to Isaiah. It's a little plain, to be honest. It'd be really nice if I can build a garden here. Then we'll have to set up a layer of soil first. After that, we can talk about building a magic tower on top of it. Sure, I trust the dwarves. I'll leave it all up to you. Abel laughed, then proceeded to move out of the way. Okay, boys, time to get to work, Isaiah called the others. Then, after touching his portal bag, a 3-meter-tall puppet appeared in front of him. He then jumped on top of it to move it around. It was like he was driving a robot or something. The others did the same, and they all began to start on the construction work. It's the first time that Abel has seen an industrial use puppet. In fact, he never expected them to be this nimble. Wizard Cyril explained, these are iron puppets. Only the dwarves can produce them. Even then, we don't make a lot of these because of how complicated they are. The ones you are looking at now are for construction work. If you're talking about the ones we use in wars, they are a lot bigger and stronger. Incredible, Abel called out. He'd always thought that the technology of the Holy Continent was backward, but it did have certain aspects that he was aware of. Unlike planet Earth, these puppets were like robots that could move just as well as any living animals. Wizard Cyril said as his eyes suddenly spun for a bit. If you're interested, Grandmaster, I do know people who can sell a few to you. If you do, however, you might have to find their energy sources on your own. Sure, what do you power them with? Abel asked. Just like Wizard Cyril thought, he was very interested in making a purchase. For those ones over there, Wizard Cyril said as he pointed at one of the iron puppets, it takes about 10 intermediate gemstones to power them for an hour. Sure. That's not a lot, Abel said in a way that fitted the rich man that he was. Wizard Cyril continued, if you're talking about the war puppets we have, you'd have to use advanced gemstones to power them. You can be savvy with them, though. If you use one advanced stone and 100 intermediate gemstones together, and you switch the 100 intermediate gemstones every hour, you can effectively save enough energy to use the puppet for 100 hours without switching the advanced gemstone. So it really is a dwarf-only thing, Abel commented. It's not just that only the dwarves could produce these things. They were, essentially, the only race that was resourceful enough to be able to afford using them. If he didn't have the Horadric cube, he would have had no chance to use the iron puppets. So Abel turned to ask, how much for each one of them? The small ones for industrial work, I mean. Wizard Cyril said with a smirk on his face, to be honest with you, these things are off sale to non-dwarves. I can make an exception for you, though, because of your special bond with us. Wizard Cyril said with a giggle, how about this? I'll make the deal. If you trade 2 barrels of the master's wine with me for each one of them. Abel was speechless for a moment. He'd expected something more expensive, but to these alcoholic dwarves, the only things that were valuable to them were the liquors that he brewed. He supposed that it'd make sense. After all, the dwarves owned their own mines and everything. Since they could almost buy anything that was on the Holy Continent, they would naturally care only for things that they couldn't buy. Once I've bought the industrial puppets, can I connect them to my magic tower spirit? Abel asked the most important question he was wondering. Of course, Wizard Cyril said proudly, all our puppets can be connected to tower spirits. Come to my tower one day if you like. I even used the puppets to do my housework for me. Abel said with a satisfied smile, "Fine, I'll sign the receipt now. I want 100 industrial puppets and 100 giant ballistas. For the exact price, I'll let my butler do the negotiating." "Oh, you got it, Grandmaster. I'll bring the words to my colleagues shortly," Wizard Cyril replied. He suddenly had a sour look on his face. To be honest, he'd never expected Abel to make such a huge order. If he'd only wanted, say, 10 puppets, he could make the deal right now and take the wind barrels with him. There was something that Abel didn't know about. To the Goff family, Master Wine was a military resource reserved to only its most important figures. They were used to form diplomacies with other important people, and not only as a leisure drink for the family's leaders. If Wizard Cyril could get the wine now, it was most certainly a bargain to him. Wizard Cyril raised a question to Abel. "Why the huge demand, Grandmaster, and the ballistas? Are you planning to make the puppets maneuver 100 ballistas?" Abel smiled and explained, "Yeah, can't you tell? You know how strong the ballistas can be. If I can have 100 puppets to point them at an entire area, I'd be pretty invincible against other wizards. You know, even if they are in intermediate or advanced ranks. I'm not saying that I'm guaranteed to win every time, but you do need a lot of luck to dodge all the arrows." About that, Grandmaster, Wizard Cyril was quick to point out the fallacy in Abel's thinking. "You'd have to excuse me, but I don't think that it works so easily like that. With a normal tower spirit, it wouldn't have enough intelligence to control 100 puppets simultaneously." "I know that, of course, but you did mention the word normal there, didn't you?" Abel looked quite confident. Wizard Cyril became even more confused. As a fellow wizard, he knew how expensive tower spirits were. He also knew that there were no other places that sold them except for the Wizard Union. Where could Abel find himself a, hypothetically speaking, tower spirit that could control 100 industrial puppets simultaneously for him? While Abel was still doing business negotiation with Wizard Cyril, Isaiah was already moving all the soil to the giant platform. As simple as it looked, it was very costly work. The platform was about 1,500 acres, and since the soil had to be about 1 meter thick, if it weren't for the industrial puppets, it might just take a whole year to get all the areas covered. Right now, a total of 11 industrial puppets were moving the soil. They were quick, strong, and, most importantly, they were smart. Soon, the entire platform was layered with soil that was about 1 meter thick. Abel watched the entire time. The whole work took 2 hours. Unthinkable even in the world that he originally came from. "You dwarves sure are good at building stuff, aren't you?" Abel praised. Isaiah called out from inside his industrial puppet, "Where do you want your tower, Grandmaster? I can build it now." "Oh right," Abel responded, then coughed a bit as he turned to Wizard Cyril. "Apologies. There are some secrets that I'd like to keep regarding this tower, so I'll have to turn on the seclusion effect first." Wizard Cyril made a gesture to show that he would keep this a secret. "Rest assured, Grandmaster. Your secret will be safe with me." Abel replied to that statement with a smile. Obviously, he couldn't take his words at face value, but since Wizard Cyril was a prominent figure of the Goff family, he deduced that there was some credibility to his promise. Abel placed his hand at his chest. Soon, a giant black hole appeared out of his body. If the whole platform wasn't being secluded, the appearance of this endless pit would have caused a massive panic inside Harry Castle. Wizard Cyril asked half-jokingly, "Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Which elven prince did you rob?" Abel turned to ask, "Blessing of the Moon Goddess, is that a special phrase or something?" "No, Grandmaster." Wizard Cyril shook his head. "It's the name of the equipment you're using. There are 4 of the Blessings of the Moon Goddess, though. Do you mind if I check which one of it is for you?" Abel declined the request. Sorry, but no thanks. I just need to know its name. As for which one, I'd like to keep it to myself." Wizard Cyril laughed loudly. It's fine, Grandmaster. Your secrets are safe with me, remember. You know, I did have a lot of beef with the elves when I was younger. Now that you've shown me a legendary elven item, I just think that it just makes me wholesome to see that they've lost another one of their precious items, you know." Abel said with a reminding tone, "I would get in trouble if this leaked. Wizard Cyril, please make sure you don't spill out my secrets." "You can count on me, sir." Wizard Cyril patted himself on his chest, then turned to speak to Isaiah. "Hey, you and the rest of you, remember to sign your contract when you go back." We can't let anyone else know about this, you got that? What Wizard Cyril was talking about was about signing a magic contract, a safeguard to make sure nothing confidential was leaked. Still, if Abel didn't take out his blessing of the moon goddess just then, they would have never thought that the work today was serious enough to be kept as a top secret. While Isaiah was still trying to understand what he was looking at, a gigantic body appeared out of the black hole. It wasn't walking, but waddling its way out. It was Johnson, its multi-surfaced metal balls wrapped all over the 50-meter-tall magic tower. Isaiah and the rest didn't know that, so all they could see was a giant monster that was walking on a bunch of tiny metal balls that were rolling around. Not Abel. As far as he knew, having to carry the magic tower this entire time had been very inconvenient for Johnson. It was like it was pregnant or something, to put it in a strange way. The heavy load in its body stopped it from moving. If it wasn't with its friends inside the blessing of the moon goddess, it would have been in a lot of discomfort this whole time. Abel commanded through the soul chain, all right, just move already. I'll give you a power potion once this is all done." As soon as Johnson heard that, it started moving at a much faster pace. Like Abel's other summoned creatures, it became smart enough to beg its master for potions. "And this, can it be your summoned creature by any chance, Grandmaster?" Wizard Cyril asked as he gulped down his throat. "Yes, this is Johnson," Abel said. Then closed the bulk hole after Johnson had walked out. "Such work you've put in it." Wizard Cyril's eyes started to sparkle. "So, what did you use to make its base, Grandmaster? How did you make it control so many spell runes at the same time?" "Well, that's because it's a stone giant," Abel replied. This time he didn't bother to lie or make up stories. Wizard Cyril raised his voice dubiously. "Stone giant, you say? Since when can intelligent creatures form contracts with stone spirits? I thought Mother Earth had more pride than that." It wasn't Wizard Cyril's first to have encountered a stone giant. In fact, he's seen them twice before in his life. The dwarves referred to them as earth spirits. They were the direct descendants of Mother Earth herself. They were the spawns of nature. The longer they've existed, the stronger their abilities were. Usually, it was impossible to form a spiritual contract with Earth Spirit. They were too proud as a species to begin with. They thought that they were a higher being than humans, elves, and dwarves, so naturally, they didn't like the idea of subjugating to them. They were also a very stubborn bunch, stubborn to the bones if they had any. Even if they lost their lives, they would still refuse any contracts that they were forced to sign. With that in mind, Wizard Cyril could tell that Abel didn't use force to make the stone giant his summoned creature. How else, then, could a human make a stone giant his master? Wizard Cyril was starting to gain a whole new understanding of how mysterious Abel was. While the dwarves, still shocked at what they were witnessing, something more shocking just happened. Johnson walked to the center of the platform. It was doing this under Abel's command, and when it looked at Abel, it asked him for the next instruction. "Yeah, that's the spot," Abel nodded his head. Slowly and steadily, Johnson poured the 50-meter-tall magic tower out of its body. It had to be very careful when it was doing this. If the tower fell down, no one would be able to lift it back up. "Let's go help," Isaiah shouted to the other 10 dwarves, and they all got up to ride their iron puppets. As the magic tower began to show its face, the dwarves started to realize who it once belonged to. It was a 16-floor-tall tower. That meant the original owner was an advanced wizard. Of course, this wasn't the first time that someone did something like this. In the past, there have been cases. Magic towers being stolen before the Wizard Union could retrieve them. But there was something special about this particular tower. "Morning stones," Wizard Cyril called out as he was the first to notice it. The other dwarves saw it too, so this was why Bernie was so secretive when he told them to come here. There was no way that they could not recognize it. It was the Cliff Magic Tower, one of the most famous magic towers in the Holy Continent because of its defensive capabilities. As the news had it, the previous owner of the tower, Wizard Cliff, was killed some times ago. Shortly after that, his magic tower disappeared from its original location. Wizard Cyril could feel the creep crawling up his spine. He'd never expected to be standing next to someone that could kill an advanced wizard. The last time someone could do that was, well, it actually never happened since the last few centuries. In a very subtle way, Wizard Cyril took some very small steps away from Abel. In his mind, he already thought of Abel as an extremely dangerous man. He was an advanced wizard himself, after all, so he knew how hard it was to kill one, let alone do any damage to one. So Abel wasn't joking when he said he wanted 100 iron puppets and 100 giant ballistas. He wasn't joking when he said how hard it was for advanced wizards to dodge all the ballista arrows at once. None of that was a joke. He was seriously considering piling up enough weapons to fight against advanced wizards. After Johnson had completely taken out the magic tower, Isaiah began to scan the tower to check its durability status. Isaiah said to Abel after he was done, "Nothing wrong with the outside, Grandmaster. All the rune patterns are still intact." "Okay. Now we're going to fix the tower's base to the platform." "Make sure they're sturdy enough, Isaiah," Abel said with a bit of concern. Since he was the one who shot this tower down, he knew that its weakness was in its bottom. "Rest assured, sir," Isaiah said confidently. "To do that, I just need you to give me the permission to do construction work on the platform." Then, after Abel gave temporary permission to let Isaiah do his work, Isaiah started working on the operation board of the platform. "Johnson, lift me up." Abel turned to Johnson since he was too lazy to watch while standing. Johnson was just done with its work. As it walked towards Abel, it lifted him up and placed him on top of its shoulders. As the multi-surfaced metal spheres started moving about, a chair started forming at the spot behind Abel's back. Abel sat almost immediately. At the same time, Wizard Cyril used his instantaneous movement spell to sit at the seat next to him. The 10 dwarves surrounded the magic tower in their iron puppets. They held onto the pillars to try to keep the tower in place. Isaiah was digging through the nearby ground. Once he had dug deep enough, they tried to fit the tower into the hole. "Connect," Isaiah commanded the platform with his power of will. At the same time, Abel received a notification that asked him if he wanted to permit this order. If he didn't like having the tower in this spot, he could just say no to Isaiah's request. Soon, all the metal substances on the platform were wrapping around the magic tower's base. The magic tower was completely connected to the platform. Everything seemed joined together. Wizard Cyril looked in admiration at the tower. "You know, Grandmaster, even we, the dwarves, can't figure out what the materials for the floating fort platform are made from. They are just really, really tough as far we know. If we can produce those things to make an entire magic tower, we could essentially make a fort that can't be penetrated." The platform was an ancient item. Over the past tens and thousands of years, many humans and dwarves dedicated themselves to researching the ruins left by the ancient ones. While the parts that could be understood was studied in every way conceivable, the parts that could not be understood were pretty much given up on. Due to its difficulty to understand the engineering behind the floating fort platform, the dwarves decided to sell it to Abel at a very low price. If Abel hadn't taken it, it would have remained in the dwarven storehouse for another century or so. Isaiah called to Abel again. "Excuse me, Grandmaster, can you open the tower? We want to do an internal analysis of your tower." "Wait," Abel responded. Then, after he connected his power of the will to the tower spirit, he gave Isaiah permission to make an entrance. A voice came from the magic tower. "The intelligence agency's tower spirit welcomes you, my master. You've been granted access to enter." The sound wasn't very loud, but all the dwarves here could hear it very clearly, Wizard Cyril, especially. It was no wonder Abel was so confident that he could control 100 iron puppets at the same time. Since he was planning to use Wizard Cliff's tower spirit to command the iron puppets, there was no problem of whether the tower had enough capacity to do so. One of the dwarves whispered, "Is that the tower spirit that the St. Ellis Wizard Union lost?" "Shut up," Isaiah turned and frowned. "Watch that big mouth of yours. If you keep talking, I'll have you memorize the confidentiality manual another 100 times. Needless to say, Isaiah was also very curious about Abel's tower spirit. Still, Abel was a trusted friend of the Goff family and Bernie. Since Master Bernie was the one who sent them here, he couldn't allow such trust to be thrown away. "In," Isaiah said, then entered the front door in his iron puppet. The other dwarves did so as well. As for Abel and Wizard Cyril, they scanned inside the tower with their power of the will. A large-sized teleportation circle. Isaiah screamed in excitement. So this building really belonged to the Wizard Union. As far as he knew, the Wizard Union was the only place that had large-sized teleportation circles installed inside their buildings. "A piece of work, isn't it?" Wizard Cyril said with a clearly disdained tone, It's a good thing that you killed Cliff, Grandmaster. He actually has the audacity to stuff a whole teleportation circle inside his own tower. Same with the tower spirit. Did the human wizards take no notice of it? To explain what Wizard Cyril said, it must be known that the human wizards and the dwarven wizards shared the same system. As the two races have worked very closely together, they formed an agreement to not let certain items fall into the hands of any individuals. Of course, those items included the teleportation circles and the intelligence-use tower spirits. As a super-intelligent analyzing device, the intelligence-use tower spirit had a comprehensive calculating power to process all sorts of data. Out of concerns of its cost and safety issues, the Wizard Union would only provide them to large institutes, such as the Wizard Union branches of the Three Kingdoms. It was the same with large-sized teleportation circles. In fact, it was technically labeled as a unique wartime resource, which by law was meant to be secured in the strictest way possible. If it wasn't, humans, dwarves, elves, even the orcs, they would be able to intrude into each other's worlds. With the capacity of a large-sized circle, it was possible to transport an entire army to an area very far away. Imagine how devastating that would be. Can you fix this teleportation circle, Isaiah? Abel connected his voice to the Magic Tower's announcement system. Isaiah replied, "It's not very hard, Grandmaster. With a bit of work, I can fix all the parts that were broken. Luckily for us, the parts that fell off weren't lost. They just scattered across this room." Abel didn't feel safe, though. "When you finish fixing it, Isaiah, I want you to shut it down right away. Don't let it appear in any teleportation network." Isaiah laughed out loudly. "Oh, you got it, sir. How about I do some work on the teleportation circle's core? If you let me do that, I can give it a brand new name that will appear on the network." "Oh, please do then." Abel said, "Hey, I know Wizard Cyril doesn't let you drink during work, but you will get your portions during dinner. And don't worry about the food. We'll have plenty for your boys to dig into pretty soon." Then the dwarves all started laughing together. Soon, after Isaiah put all the parts back, he started sticking them all together with a stabilizing gel. Because of how delicate he could work with his power of will, everything looked just as good as if they were brand new. "Such a waste," Wizard Cyril muttered as he watched. Abel didn't know what exactly this stabilizing gel was made of, but it was something the dwarves would lose an arm and a leg for. Tear of Earth, so it was called. It was meant to be a liquid that formed out of gold. They were mostly used to fix teleportation circles. Unlike other materials that were used to do the same thing, the Tear of Earth could fix the broken parts perfectly back together. There was a problem with it, though. That drop that was just used was already more expensive than a bunch of industrial puppets put together. Abel didn't know about that, obviously. But as far as he knew, he didn't like it when Wizard Cyril was so stingy to him, especially when he was eating free meals at his place for 10 days. "I'm so sorry, Wizard Cyril. I don't have a lot of the master's wine left at my place. Why don't you just have our food for the next few days?" "Okay, stop, I get it. Just give me enough to drink. Isaiah, give the Grandmaster all your best stuff, don't save any of it." "You hear that?" They all had dinner at Harry Castle. While everything was cooked by Bardali, she already started to train her own chefs in the family. Pretty soon, she would be able to draw herself out of the kitchen work. The dwarves almost fainted ate all the good food and wine. Actually, Wizard Cyril was the only one who remained conscious. Still, because of how tipsy he got, he went back to rest pretty quickly. The next morning, Butler Lindsay knocked on Abel's door. "Young master," Butler Lindsay called for Abel very anxiously. It wasn't very common for him to do this. "What's wrong, Lindsay?" Abel quickly opened the door. It was surprising to see such shocked expressions on Lindsay's face. Normally, it was very hard to get any sort of expression from him. "There are 15 elves outside the castle right now, young master. They want an audience with you. Here, it's something that they want to give you." Lindsay stated the business and handed a green leaf to Abel. When Abel took the leaf over, he connected his power of will to it. Then, he heard a voice that was moving towards his mind. "Greetings, Grandmaster Abel. This is Lady Carrie of the Elven City of Angstrom. I have come here on behalf of Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert." Strange. Carrie had been very respectful to Abel ever since they went on that quest together. She had never been this polite to him, though. Abel ordered Lindsay, "I want you to welcome these elves in the most respectful way you can. Remember to call Uncle Marshall to attend the welcoming ceremony. Whatever these elves came for, there was a countess among them. As the representative of the humans, Abel had to make sure that he was doing everything he could to show his respect. Yes, master, Lindsay bowed, then quickly made his exit. Abel put on a nobleman's robe. He quickly cleaned himself up in front of a mirror. After he checked everything in place, he hastily made his way out of his house. When he went out, everyone in the castle was on their move. 20 of the elite warriors stood in the hall in their full sets of armor. Lord Marshall had been waiting for him in his golden bull armor and war horse. Abel was the last one to be on time. As it turned out, even without him sending the order out, the entire Harry castle already prepared itself when the elves revealed themselves. A horn blew out, and the castle gate was completely opened. Abel rode Black Wind next to Lord Marshall. They were at the front, with 20 of the elite warriors following behind them. The air was getting tense outside the castle. 10 official knights and 500 riders were in their battle position. Apart from Lady Carrie, who was sitting on top of her trusted dire wolf, the other 14 elven females she was with were all riding on top of white war horses. It was 15 against 500. Still, Lady Carrie was calm the entire way. She didn't even look at the squad of humans that were guarding her. She just stayed at her spot as she waited for the castle's owner to come out. Back to your camp. Abel called the 500 riders back. It was wrong to treat a welcomed guest with such a high level of guard, but to be honest, he was very satisfied with the amount of vigilance these soldiers were displaying. With respect, Lady Carrie, the human Abel welcomes your arrival, Abel said, then performed a nobleman's bow to Carrie. Greetings, honorable Grandmaster. Lady Carrie returned the bow. I, Carrie, have brought 14 of our Angstrom City's magic circle engineers to serve you. Thank you so much for that, Lady Carrie. Please, this is Lord Marshall, my foster father. Abel said, then introduced Lord Marshall to her. Greetings, Lord Marshall, Lady Carrie said with a polite smile. Lord Marshall wasn't quite sure how to respond, so he just promptly bowed back. He did know about how well Abel was doing amongst the elves, but he'd never expected him to do so well to have elven royalties to come help him. Please, Lady Carrie, Abel said, then made a gesture with his hand to welcome Lady Carrie inside his castle. Soon, 20 of the elite warriors stood on either side to make a path for them to pass through. You have some good warriors with you, Grandmaster Abel. Lady Carrie said as she scanned across the warriors. What resourcefulness you are demonstrating. They are all equipped with magic weapons, aren't they? Abel said humbly, I am but crafty with my hands, Lady Carrie. Lady Carrie didn't like hearing that. If she already knew that Abel was, what? A Grandmaster blacksmith, she would have told him to make a few magic staves for her before he left the elves. So why are they here? Lady Carrie pointed at the dwarves as soon as she saw them. Abel said with a smile, they are from the Goff family, Lady Carrie. That there is Isaiah. He's responsible for all the architecture work. Oh, Lady Carrie said with a sneer, I think you've made a mistake there, Grandmaster Abel. Why did you get the dwarves to help you? Honestly, I don't even think they know how to build things. Isaiah wanted to argue, but he knew better than to speak against a member of the elven royalties. Abel, however, didn't appreciate having his friends being insulted like this. Abel said as he looked at Lady Carrie in the eyes, Lady Carrie, those are my fellow dwarven brethren. If you are going to keep that attitude, I'll have to send my sincerest apologies to Grand Duke Edwina. You know, because I'll have to decline their offer to help me as a good friend of me and my family. Grandmaster, you. Lady Carrie wanted to speak back, but she didn't dare to offend Abel anymore. Instead, she just turned her head and went on her way into the castle. Let's go in now. We'll start work once we have breakfast. If this was the first time that Abel had encountered the elves, Lady Carrie would have lost her temper already. Still, Abel was a different man now. He was the one who made the beauty potion for her, not to mention the number of times he's helped Angstrom City out. Most importantly, he was the only Grandmaster blacksmith in the Holy Continent. When Lady Carrie left Angstrom City, Grand Duke Edwina repeatedly told her the importance of forming a good relationship with Abel. He might be Lorraine's future husband, but it was very important for Angstrom City to tie its interests with him. The most practical interests, political, financial, and otherwise, to put it more specifically. Isaiah quickly came to Abel after Carrie went on her way. I appreciate you speaking for us there, Grandmaster, but you really don't have to risk offending the elves for us back there. The elves might be proud, but the circles and ornaments they make are the best in the Holy Continent. We are the best in handling rough work. They are the best in handling delicate work. If you really want to be at the top of this land, you must learn to work with both of us. Abel smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, don't worry about it. My ties with the elves are deeper than you think. Since there were 15 extra elves that came, Bardolly and the other chefs became very busy again. The elves had a vegetarian-based diet. To meet that requirement, they started to make new dishes such as disanzayan, stir-fried potatoes, eggplants, and capsicum, fish spice eggplant, and assorted vegetable stir-fry. These were all the recipes that Bardolly learned in her spare time. Once she finished training the chefs, she was going to send them to Lion City to take over the restaurant business there. Out of an unwillingness to eat in the same area as the elves, the dwarves decided to eat at a different spot. It was a smaller spot than the public eating room. Wizard Cyril appeared next to Abel as he was bringing the dwarves to their food. I've seen what you did there, Grandmaster Abel. It is no wonder Master Bernie likes you so much. Thank you so much for speaking for us. You truly are a good friend of the Goff family. Abel smiled as he explained himself. I'm not really doing this to defend the dwarves, Wizard Cyril. I only spoke out because Lady Carrie didn't have the right attitude. It was just Abel and Wizard Cyril, but if Bernie was here, he could probably explain how Abel could be so brash with Lady Carrie just then. After he sent two dwarves to their own eating place, Abel returned to the restaurant to attend to the elves. When he did, he saw Bardolly ordering the servants to serve breakfast. They were passing plates of disanzayan to the guests. The portions were small, but the elves weren't known for having big appetites. Despite the small tension they've had, Abel proceeded to take his seat. Lady Carrie didn't feel displeased to be sharing the same table as him. Actually, she didn't seem to mind at all, which was very strange to the other elves that were with her. From what they could tell, Abel must be very important to be forgiven like this. What's this food you're serving us, Grandmaster Abel? Lady Carrie asked. As a former adventuring partner of Abel, she knew that he wasn't a man who would hold grudges against her. Abel lifted his finger and pointed at Bardolly. This is called disanzayan, Lady Carrie. It's a specialty dish cooked by my butlers. When Lady Carrie looked towards Bardolly, she finally noticed the wizard badge that Bardolly was wearing on her chest. She couldn't believe it at first, but after she squinted her eyes for a bit, she stood up and bowed to Bardolly. Thank you for service, Lady Carrie said gracefully. Bardolly did the same. While she wasn't wearing anything fancy, her gestures were just as elegant as the guests that came to thank her. Lady Carrie turned to Abel. I have to say though, Grandmaster Abel, you must have a lot of courage to have an intermediate wizard as your butler. Does the Wizard Union, well, do they have anything to say about it? It's not like Lady Carrie was dissatisfied with the treatment she was receiving. If anything, it's a rare honor to have an intermediate wizard cook for you. And no, Abel didn't do this to welcome Lady Carrie as some sort of VIP member of the Harry Castle. Once the other chefs were doing with their training, Bardolly was going to stop cooking for a very, very long while. Lady Carrie seemed to enjoy the food very much. This is some great food, Grandmaster Abel. If you don't mind, can you tell me the recipes to make these? My mother hasn't had a good appetite lately, and as her daughter, I have to try looking after her. Abel nodded as he had no reason to decline. Sure. Once the teleportation circle is opened, I'll send the recipes right over to the Double Moon Forest. You mean a large-sized teleportation circle? Lady Carrie couldn't help but point that out. Instead of saying anything, Abel just turned to look at the other elves sitting at the same table. Lady Carrie understood right away. He didn't want to let too many people know about this. Lady Carrie said with a smile, Don't worry about it, Grandmaster. The girls I've brought here are all very trustworthy. Ever since they were little, they've had to follow a very tight discipline routine to become the trusted helpers of our family. They know how important it is to not leak out any information about you. Besides, they've all signed their confidentiality contract before coming here. So, please. Yes, I do have a large-sized teleportation circle. Abel nodded his head. Great, more of these dishes for me then. Lady Carrie quickly spoke, then promptly rephrased herself, and more for Mother, obviously. Whichever it was, Abel didn't really mind too much about it. As far as he would have it, he'd be a happy man once his chefs could send their cooked dishes over to the Double Moon Forest. It'd be a lot of work, of course, but he'd do anything to improve his relationship with his future father and mother-in-law. And what's this? I think I smell blue howling rabbits, Lady Carrie said as she recognized the smell from one of the dishes. Abel didn't reply to that. After all, it was only a matter of time before someone knew about his secret ingredient. Did you do something with your alchemy again? Lady Carrie guessed. She didn't know where the blue howling rabbit came from. But unlike the others, she knew about Abel's secret identity as a master alchemist. Seeing that Abel wasn't saying anything, Lady Carrie spoke in a quieter voice. Would you, perhaps, be willing to provide these ingredients to me, Grandmaster Abel? Abel smiled and shook his head. Sorry, but that's a no deal, Lady Carrie. I'm not supplying this secret ingredient to anyone. I can give you a hint, though. If you can use your network to do some research on Lion City, I'm sure that you'll start to understand why I have to turn you down. Then breakfast was over. The elves weren't in a good mood before this. But after they knew that they would stay here for a while, and that their food would be like this every time. They ate here, they seemed to be in a lot better mood. Soon, Abel brought the elves and the dwarves to the hanging fort platform. The Cliff Magic Tower, Lady Carrie screamed as soon as she realized it. It was the legendary Cliff Magic Tower, after all. Abel might not know about it, but it was exactly the thing that the elves used to refer to how despicable, evil, and corrupt the humans were. Of course, it was also known as the Magic Tower, with the strongest defensive capability throughout the Holy Continent. So you did Wizard Cliff in, didn't you? Grandmaster Abel, Lady Carrie asked brashly. Abel immediately shook his head. While what? No, how can you say such a thing? No, I didn't kill him. I just happened to be the one to loot this tower. Obviously, there wasn't a point in defending himself here. The tower was here. Who else could have been the one to have murdered Wizard Cliff? Bold enough to commit the crime, but not bold enough to admit it, I see. Lady Carrie sneered at Abel before she left to start the work. As unlikable as Lady Carrie's demeanors were, it often helped her to get away with a lot of things. First up, it made her fit enough to lead the elves and the dwarves that were doing the construction work. Then, as the teleportation circle was already repaired, she took the advantage to connect it straight to the Angstrom City Council. And there, soon, a lot of rare timber was moved over to the Harry Castle. They were all species that couldn't be found in the human world. They were all meant for building the Magic Tower's internal structures, which made the dwarves very shocked at how lavish the elves were at using their materials. Cut this piece in the right size, Isaiah. Lady Carrie instructed Isaiah as she handed a blueprint to him. Isaiah quickly complied. He did the job as extremely carefully as he could. If he made even just a small part wrong, this wood, which was worth the same as gold of the same volume, would be all spoiled right away. Not just that. There were timbers that were far rarer than the ones that Isaiah handled. As far as the dwarves could tell, the elves had no limits when it came to them doing everything that they could to help Abel out. Wizard Cyril scanned Abel from top to bottom as he teleported next to him. How are they so good to you, Grandmaster Abel? Did you marry an elven princess or something? Abel had no idea what Wizard Cyril was so skeptical about. What do you mean? Are you saying that this wood is very expensive? Wizard Cyril covered his face with his hand. Yes, of course they are expensive. You see that golden timber there? It's called fine gold wood. It's a little less durable, but it's also very precious because of how much more malleable it is. Normally, if you were lucky enough to get your hands on it, you would obviously use it to form connections between Magic Tower. And would you just look at that? Wizard Cyril started clapping his hands sarcastically. Just look at that. These elves are making lightning circles out of it for you. Normally speaking, and I mean normally speaking, only the most important defensive circles are made from fine gold wood. And by the way, why do I even bother? Whatever, good on you, Grandmaster, good on you. It was kind of hard for Abel to understand how frustrated Wizard Cyril was. To give a picture, the dividing earth basin was not the natural breeding ground for the fine gold tree. It was only found in the double moon forest, and without several millennium for maturation, it'd be impossible to be using it on a whole magic tower. And honestly, just who could afford using it on a whole magic tower? Wizard Cyril did use some fine gold wood on his own magic tower. He did. It was about the same size as the piece that Lady Carrie told Isaiah to cut out. Really? Wizard Cyril was very disappointed to see how generous the elves were to Abel. "This can't do, even the elves are so good to Grandmaster Abel. I thought we, the dwarves, were much better with him than them. How can we call ourselves brothers if we don't give something better to him?" These were things that Wizard Cyril was thinking to himself. Soon, he connected his power of will to the large-sized teleportation circle. Right now, Abel had permitted all to access his magic towers. Since he trusted Wizard Cyril, he wasn't bothered if he did anything to use any of the magic tower's functions. "Sorry, Grandmaster Abel. I'll be back to my clans for a while. I'll come back shortly." After bowing to Abel, Wizard Cyril disappeared on the teleportation circle. In a few seconds, he teleported himself back to the Goff family. At the same time, the Goff family elder still had a hangover. The next thing he knew, a white light suddenly flashed in front of him. Before any person showed up, two of the Dwarven Knights' commanders already thrust their blades. As soon as they realized that it was Wizard Cyril, they quickly turned their blades away from him. "Cyril?" Old Goff shook his head as he placed his wine bottle on the table. "You really need to stop scaring me like this, and don't give me that excuse again. Are you sure that you aren't the only wizard that doesn't use a door?" "Well, I guess I am in a rush," Wizard Cyril smiled. He then started sitting in front of Old Goff. Without anyone offering to, he started pouring himself a cup of the master's wine. He wasn't wrong about him being in a rush. That was 1 second for him to swallow the whole cup down his throat. A threatening glare emerged on Old Goff's face. "You didn't come here to steal wine from an alcoholic, did you?" "No, no," Wizard Cyril said as he was already done with his second cup. "You know, Old Goff, it's been 2 days since I've stayed at Grandmaster Abel's place. The food's great. I can drink an endless supply of wine. If I didn't have to, I would have just stayed there the whole time before coming back." When Wizard Cyril reached for the wine bottle, he realized that Old Goff was holding it in his hands. Old Goff said impatiently, "Hurry up and state your business, you lousy wizard." "I'm busy. I don't have time to have a long conversation with you." Wizard Cyril finally behaved himself. "Right. I'm sure you didn't know about this, but I ran into some elves when I was at Grandmaster Abel's place. They are probably there to help him build his magic tower. So he invited us and the elves." Old Goff raised his chin dubiously. In his mind, Abel would prefer it if there were a lot of people who knew about his construction work. Yet, if that was the case, why did he call for so many people to help with him? "What, is he better with the elves than he is with us?" Old Goff asked. Wizard Cyril explained, "I don't think so, master." When the elves came in the morning, Abel and the rest of his castle was very surprised. They must have not expected such a visit. "Go on, why did you come back?" Old Goff asked. "Yes, about that." Wizard Cyril suddenly stood up and stretched his arms out. This is the size of the fine gold wood the elves gave Grandmaster Abel. They brought down an entire tree just for him. And it hurts for you to see that, I guess." Old Goff sat back in his chair. Obviously, he knew how precious fine gold wood was. If Wizard Cyril wasn't exaggerating, the amount the elves gave to Abel was the same as the entire family's stock supplies. "Yes, but that's not the point." Wizard Cyril was stomping on the ground like a child. "It's not just the fine gold wood. The elves also gave him more precious wood. They are insane. All the stuff they sent out is the best there is." Old Goff finally understood what Wizard Cyril was trying to say. "So the elves think very lightly of us." At this stage, there wasn't a single person that didn't know the connection between Abel and the Goff family. In fact, the Goff family was the only family that could receive the master's wine directly from Abel. The other races might not understand, but to the dwarves, the master's wine was already a very crucial resource. Most dwarves only cared about 2 things, wine and forging. That's pretty much all they cared about. If Abel made the decision to only let the Goff family handle his master's wine, it would mean that the Goff family had his utmost trust from the start. They were very tight, basically. Whenever someone mentioned the Goff family, they would almost always remember the Grandmaster Blacksmith that they had such a good relationship with. Wizard Cyril looked down in shame. "You weren't there." "Old Goff, but I was there to see everything. All these exquisite materials. The elves were trying to slap us in the face, I tell you. Do you know how I felt back then? I felt like digging a hole and bury myself in it." All right, just relax now," Old Goff said, despite the displeased look on his face. "I'll still need you to watch for me, all right. Right now, Grandmaster Abel's tower is still not complete. This is why we've sent you to help him out for 10 days. We need you to be our good diplomat with him." Wizard Cyril couldn't contain himself. "I'm not done talking yet, old Goff. Do you know how good Grandmaster Abel's food was? As the rumors have it, it's even better than the dishes that are sold in Lion City. Can you believe that? The dishes in Lion City cost 500 points each. That's the food that he's serving me and the 10 workers, and it's the same quality food every day, and wine. Every meal we'd have a giant barrel placed right next to the dining table. It's all you can drink, and what have we given him back? The materials we've sent. Even a piece of fine gold wood is more expensive than all of these combined." Okay. I get it, so just hear me out, okay? Old Goff rolled his eyes. "Come on, Wizard Cyril, that's why you'd have to go back as quickly as you can. Before you leave, though, pay a visit to our family storehouse. Bring everything of value to Grandmaster Abel. I don't care how expensive they might be. If we can't give more than the elves can, the entire Holy Continent will laugh at us." "That's what I want to hear," Wizard Cyril said, then quickly disappeared from the scene. So much for being an advanced wizard. Old Goff lay on his sofa exhaustedly, that temper of his. "Geez, I should have tried to become a wizard when I was younger. I'll probably do better than he'll ever be." Actually, Wizard Cyril could have had this talk with Bernie. In his mind, however, while Bernie just started handling some of the family's important businesses, it was still old Goff who had the real power. Basically, it was just a lot faster if he was asking from the family's head. Anyways, the most important thing for him was to get back as early as he could. The faster he could bring the gifts to Abel, the earlier he could make it before the construction work finishes. Most importantly, he wanted to have something to argue with the elves with. When Wizard Cyril went to the big storehouse, he took out his portal ring and stuff and everything that he found useful. Of course, he had a scribe beside him to write down everything in record, but the speed he was moving everything away, even the scribe had a shocked look on his face. Finally, when Wizard Cyril made his way to the finished product section, he started preparing the 100 iron puppets and giant ballistas that Abel ordered from him. Contrary to what Abel had asked, he didn't take the ones that were made for industrial purposes. He was picking the small-sized war puppets which were not only harder to make, but the prices between them and the industrial puppets were also very, very different. After 3 days, the elves and the dwarves had completely renovated the 16 floors of the Cliff Magic Tower. They were very passionate the whole time. It must have been because of the good food they were having. While the 16th floor had been the one that was the most well-preserved, Abel decided to have it completely rebuilt from scratch. He wanted to build it all with better materials. He didn't need the dwarves to do it for him, though. From this point on, it was all the work of the elven portal masters. For every floor of the tower, he wanted there to be light, sound barricading devices, seclusion circles, mana gathering circles, and many other things. Such things could only be achieved with Magic Circle. And according to Lady Carrie, even if these devices were installed, the elves still needed to decorate them to actually finish them. Thus, Abel decided to leave all the rune drawing and decoration to the elves. After all, he didn't know much about decorating. He didn't even understand human art, let alone the top-end work that the elves were doing for him. Also, Lady Carrie was someone that he could trust. As much of a perfectionist she wanted to do the most that she could with the number of people she had. That being said, she wasn't letting the dwarves take their own breaks. "What do you have planned for that empty area, Grandmaster Abel?" Carrie asked, pointing towards an empty area on the hanging fort platform. Abel replied, "I guess a garden like the one I see in Angstrom City." Lady Carrie immediately gave a very detailed plan to that request. "I've seen the base of this platform, Grandmaster Abel. If we set up a defensive cover, this whole place will become a location that's separated from the outside world. We can effectively make a greenhouse out of this place. If you'd like, we can use our magic circles to stabilize the temperatures in a way that the plants can grow. Very well. To provide an unlimited source of water, we just need both the freezing circles and the heating circles. And with some pipes along the way, we'll create an irrigation system that can do all the work to maintain whatever plants you plan on growing." Because of how perfect Lady Carrie's idea was, Abel couldn't help but keep nodding. Having a garden might not be very wizard-like, but he sure loved the idea of having a good view while doing his training. "And don't put these toys here. Just look at them. They're ruining the aesthetic we've worked so hard on." Lady Carrie pointed towards the war puppets and ballistas. It's almost as if she was disturbed by their presence. Isaiah's eyes started glaring after Lady Carrie's comment. These toys were the pride of the dwarves. Obviously, he didn't like the idea of having an elf badmouthing their masterpieces. Wizard Cyril was the one telling him to calm down, but even he was starting to get very annoyed. But hold on just a moment. Lady Carrie, too, was very pissed off. After seeing how generous the dwarves were to Abel, she felt that they were trying to disgrace her. She was the one who said that these war puppets and ballistas were toys, but she actually had a very good idea of how ridiculously expensive they were. So what now? Was Abel the son-in-law of the dwarves then? Why were the dwarves so good to him? The more she thought about, the more she could only think of one explanation, and that was that they were trying to make a fool out of her. Abel started to realize how bad the mood had gotten. As the host of this magic tower, and to prevent a potential war from happening, he decided to contact his tower spirit immediately. "Your name is Viola," Abel said as he gave the tower a name. Needless to say, the name came from the brave rogue who sacrificed her life to defend her homeland. "Yes, master, my name is Viola," a mechanical voice replied from inside the magic tower. "Viola," Abel sent a command with his power of will. "I want you to connect to all of the small-sized war puppets." "Your command has been received," the tower spirit replied. Abel started feeling a slight tingle in the air. Then, the 100 war puppets started raising their heads at once. "An unverified spirit has been detected. Do you wish to connect to it?" Abel turned to ask Wizard Cyril, "Does the platform have its own spirit, Wizard Cyril?" As though having made a new discovery, Wizard Cyril opened his eyes excitedly. "I don't think so, no. Wait, no, maybe it does. We haven't done enough research on it. Maybe you found something that we haven't." Abel nodded his head and said, "I'll give it a try then, see if I can connect to it." "Connect?" "The tower is now trying to make a connection," the tower spirit replied. "An unverified connection has been discovered. Do you want to give it permission to connect?" It was another mechanical voice that said this. It came from the crystal body on the hanging fort platform. Maybe the dwarves got it wrong. The crystal body wasn't an operation plate. Perhaps it was a spirit after all. "I'll allow it," Abel sent the command. "A super spirit has been discovered. Do you want to merge with it?" Basically, the crystal body spirit was requesting to merge with the magic tower spirit. When two artificial bits of intelligence were combined, one could produce an even faster and more intelligent version of a spirit. Of course, no one in the Holy Continent had ever used this method before. Abel made an inquiry before he moved on. "Will this merging thing do any damage to the spirit?" "No, we will become stronger because of it," the two spirits replied. They were supposed to be emotionless, but strangely enough, they sounded like they really wanted to be combined together. "Combine then," Abel sent the command. "Yes," the two spirits said together again. That's when Abel felt a disturbance in his power of will. For an instant, he couldn't sense the presence of the two spirits or the 100 war puppets. After they lost their connection to the tower spirit, they started switching off and lowered their heads. Wizard Cyril wanted to ask, but he didn't want to intrude Abel's privacy. As for Lady Carrie, since she just became an intermediate druid, she had no idea about what just happened. As far as she could tell, the war puppets just suddenly lost their connection. This didn't last too long, though. Soon, the disturbance in the power of will started stabilizing again. The war puppets, too, raised their heads one more time. Something strange happened, though. Instead of moving at the same time, they started moving, doing their own thing. Some were fast, some were slow. It was almost like they all had a mind of their own. For sale or not, Wizard Cyril got permission from old Goth. Besides, Abel was an important friend of the family. He was not to be treated like the others. And the ballistas were just too normal of a gift. As strong as they weren't the best kind of bows that the dwarves could offer. The best ones were the ones with rune patterns on them. Not only was a portal device installed right onto it, which could hold about 500 arrows in total, it could also shoot arrows out consecutively. It worked with metal gears. When turned, 3 bowstrings would pull at once. 3 giant armor-breaking arrows were shot at once. After the arrows were shot, the portal device would automatically attach the arrows in stock onto the bow. It was a giant machine gun designed to defend a fort. That was the gift Wizard Cyril had for Abel. Since Abel wasn't going to be an enemy of the dwarves, he decided that it was fine to give him this with the industrial puppets. In other words, he was ready to help him build a military that was just as strong as the one that the dwarves had. When Wizard Cyril left, the butler took the receipt and showed it to Old Goff. A loud scream then came from the yard. Old Goff was furious, but Wizard Cyril was already back into the teleportation circle. A few seconds later, Wizard Cyril was back at Abel's magic tower. "Isaiah," Wizard Cyril called out pridefully to Isaiah, "get rid of that stone in your hand. We can't use that junk for Grandmaster Abel's tower now, can we?" Isaiah almost fell off his puppet when he heard this. The junk Wizard Cyril referred to was a shine stone. Since when did shine stone become junk? It was a must-have item for every magic tower. Still, an order was an order, so he listened to Wizard Cyril and replaced it with a light stone, which was much more valuable than the piece he had before. Now then, who was the richest race of the Holy Continent? Some said that it was the dwarves, who were the largest suppliers of weapons on the land. Some argued that it was the elves because the double moon forest they lived in and owned was the biggest reserve of natural resources in the world. To really figure out who was richer, look at Abel's magic tower. Even the most insignificant part of the building was replaced with materials that were more expensive than they needed to be. When it came to the wood, the elves chose the best ones that they could fit. When it came to the stones, the dwarves would use ones that were more like gemstones than actual stones. To be honest, Abel hadn't seen this many treasures in his whole life. He had no idea how valuable these materials were, so he decided to take out the Morton's observation record from his portal bracelet. Yet, when he compared the content of the book to the ones that he was looking at, he realized that most of them weren't even recorded in the book. When the book did mention these things, it was often described with words such as extremely rare or unbelievable rare. That was when he realized the competition. This was a battle of the rich. The dwarves and the elves were trying to top each other in a battle of their own resourcefulness. In Abel's magic tower, even the tiniest nail was made of meteorite iron. For the walls inside the building, they were all made of blue gemstones. If the royalties of the Duchy of Car were to see all this, they would probably forget who the real kings were, thankfully enough, all the expensive stuff was used for the interiors. After the dwarves had done their construction works, the elves would add their final touch by adding in the decorations. They were competing against each other, but they all had their own expertise that they focused themselves on. As for Abel, he actually couldn't help with anything. Everyone was too professional in what they were doing, so he just sat and watched the entire time. Grandmaster, Wizard Cyril smiled as he revealed the portal ring in his hand. "I have the iron puppets that you've requested. Of course, they were better than the industrial puppets that you've requested. I've also brought you the giant ballistas. They can all be reloaded automatically. With enough arrows in stock, they can be fired continuously nonstop. And, well," Wizard Cyril touched his nose for a bit, "forgive me, but you might have to give me more of that master's wine. I need to have something that I can bring back to my master with." Abel said without hesitation, "I have plenty of the wine, Wizard Cyril. Give me a number and I'll have my butler prepare for you right away." "Oh, splendid." Wizard Cyril laughed out loudly. He then took everything out of his portal ring, the war puppets, the automatic giant ballistas. After lining out 100 of each of them, Abel had just got himself a new army. Abel decided to take a closer look to see the difference between a war puppet and an industrial one. Unlike the industrial puppets, he realized that the ones he got were completely powered with the power of will. While their movements might be more flexible, it'd be very hard for anyone to have the mental capacity to control them all at once. And that was what the intelligence agency's tower spirit was for. At best, Abel could only control 10 of the war puppets on his own. That was him, including his druid spirit and dual personality. For regular wizards, their limit would be at 2. However, with the super spirit that he stole from Wizard Cliff, controlling 100 would be no hard task at all. Why didn't the dwarves do the same thing as Abel was? Why didn't they use their own spirits to control these iron puppets? Simply due to the cost and availability of the spirits. The dwarves simply couldn't manufacture their own tower spirits, and even if they could get one from the Wizard Union, they just couldn't find any ways to do the needed maintenance. After checking the iron puppets, Abel decided to examine the automatic ballistas. He wanted to learn their mechanisms. Whether it was reloading, shooting, or supplying ammunition, these deadly weapons could do all of them on their own. If it wasn't for how hard it was to aim with them, they would almost be perfect war machines. Still, they didn't need to be precise, since the point was to shoot out a bunch of powerful arrows rapidly. A general area as a target was fine. A feminine voice connected to Abel's mind. "Flora awaits your order, master. My name is Flora, the tower spirit, and I'm also the control center of the military fort." "When did you get a female voice?" Abel asked. "According to the analysis in my database, I've discerned that Flora is a name that belongs to a female. Thus, I've selected my voice to be that of a female. If you don't like it, I can change to the voice of a male." "Well, sure, I mean just keep it like this," Abel promptly said. Actually, he liked this new voice that Flora got. If she, or it, started speaking to him like a man, that would just sound weird to him. "Yes, master," Flora replied. Now Abel commanded, "I want you to control every war puppeteer on this platform. For each one of them, I want you to equip them with one rapid-fire ballista." Soon, the 100 war puppets all started grabbing their own ballista. When they were done, they waited for Abel to give his next order. Flora reminded Abel, "Please charge the puppets in time, master. Their current power storage can only last for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Abel had something he wanted to ask first. "However, can we hide the puppets and ballistas now, Flora?" "Yes, master." When Flora stopped talking, a large area of the platform was lifted from the ground. Land about 1 meter thick was lifted by metal plates that were built underneath. 100 pits were revealed, and all the war puppets and ballistas were carried into them. Finally, the plates went back to their original spots. It was like nothing had happened. Wizard Cyril screamed in bewilderment, What? I didn't know it could do that." There was a reason that Wizard Cyril was this surprised. For a huge portion of their history, the dwarves had been doing countless research on the hanging fort platform. If they didn't think that they've known all there was to know, they would have never left it in a storage room without ever using it. In fact, Wizard Cyril's seen the research papers himself. As far as he knew, none of the research wizards knew about this storage function that the hanging fort platform possessed. Actually, he wasn't even sure if how it fit all the war puppets and ballistas in. Did the platform contain some sort of portal device? The war puppets were built to be smaller than they should be, but they were still about 3 meters tall. How, then, did they all fit inside the platform? It just didn't make any physical sense. Thankfully enough, there were still 5 more of the same bases left inside the Goff family storage. Once Wizard Cyril headed back, he could always tell his subordinates to do more research. "What did you just do, Flora?" Abel asked curiously. Flora replied immediately, "I've put the puppets and ballistas inside my army storage room. At maximum, I can fit about 10,000 of them." "If I want to deploy the puppets right away, how long would it take?" Abel asked. "Do you want me to enter into battle mode, master?" Abel nodded in response, "Sure, do it now." At the base of the hanging fort platform, 100 pillars, as thick as a human arm, were raised from the ground. They were all evenly placed across the platform. And most importantly, it didn't even take 1 second for all of them to appear. Soon, metal balls started forming at the top of these pillars. The balls then started cracking, and the small-sized war puppets and loaded ballistas came out. "So this is a military fort," Abel muttered. Flora was really built for this kind of thing. Wizard Cyril, on the other hand, couldn't hold it anymore. Right now, he had to go back to the dwarves to report about this. They had to start completely new research into these hanging fort platforms. Still, there was something that Wizard Cyril missed. Without the same level of spiritual intensity as Abel, the tower would never be activated. As for Lady Carrie, she did know a little about ancient times. That being said, what she was looking at had far surpassed the stories she heard about. That didn't matter, though. As far as she knew, it was good enough that the fort could be used without a need to ruin the garden. Lady Carrie said to Abel, "For the plants, Grandmaster Abel, we can simply move them all to the garden now. But, for the fountain and the statues on it, we need a lot of time for the masters to make them. I can't give you an exact amount. If the estimates are right, it should take about 1 or 2 years." Abel couldn't help but frown at that. 1 or 2 years? He planned on shutting this place down as soon as all the building work was finished. After that, he was going to send the tower to a secret location with the large-sized teleportation circle, obviously, that no one knew about. This place was going to be his secret headquarters. He couldn't just wait for someone to carry some statues over to him. Abel thought of something, so the statues and fountains. If I happen to dig some over to you, Lady Carrie, can you install them now? Dig, Lady Carrie said with a weirded look. You mean steal? Abel shook his head. No, 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 no. I know a place that has the things you mentioned. There's no one that owns them, so it'd be perfectly fine for me to take them over to you. Sure, as long as you keep them whole, Lady Carrie said, doubting how honest Abel was to her. We have all the people we need. Abel smiled. I'll be getting them now then, won't be long. As he said that, Abel walked into his magic tower. When he walked in, he saw that the elven circle masters painting the runes. Since their work needed to be delicate, he decided not to interrupt them. Instead, he walked straight towards the large-sized teleportation circle. After flicking through the right setting, he teleported himself to Harvest City's Blacksmith Union building. When Abel came out of the Blacksmith Union building, he summoned Black Wind and went to his yard in Harvest City. He started setting up his seclusion circle to enter into the rogues' encampment. So statues and fountains, he knew exactly where to look for them. He remembered the areas he explored in the Dark World. Out of all the treasures he saw on his quest, he just couldn't bring himself to forget the fountain that had 3 female archers carved on it. Abel wasn't lying when he said he wasn't planning on stealing. If all the hell creatures in an area were gone, no one would occupy it. If there was no one was there, then it was fine for Abel to claim it. It made sense. He used the waypoint to head to the fountain with the 3 archers. It was 6 meters tall, and even after all the years, it still continued to shoot streams of water towards the sky. Who were these archers a depiction of? If Abel had to guess, he would say that it belonged to 3 Amazons. They must have been very good with arrows. Upon a closer look at these statues, he could tell that it was an image of them trying to prepare for their next wave of attack. The lines, the details, they were all so elegant. He learned to make statues before, so he knew how great the creator of this piece must have been. To dig up a fountain this big and to not damage it, he had to remove it from its base. This was something that only Johnson could do. Luckily, since it was outdoors, Johnson could be summoned out to move freely. Once summoned, before it started doing any work, it just looked at Abel and pointed towards its mouth. Since when did you get so smart? Abel commented. He took out a bottle of power potion from his portal bracelet. It was the same bottle that he got from killing a dark golden level dark wizard. From his understanding, one of 2 abilities could be gained from drinking the bottle. One was mana burning, and the other was extra speed. Abel didn't forget to give Johnson its potion. He was late because he wanted to feed it in a safe area. There was a strange energy that was being emitted from this power potion. If he had to guess, it was most likely the power of the rule, the same energy he harnessed that could cause a permanent split in space and time. Imagine unleashing the power of the rule on the holy continent. If he actually did that, all the Knight's head commanders and advanced wizards would realize the true power of the power potion. He wasn't a man who liked trouble, so he tried to avoid as much of it as possible. Come to think of it, he didn't even have enough to feed Johnson. Johnson, however, seemed like it couldn't wait any longer for it. It wasn't even aware of the struggle that Abel was having to give the bottle away. As mentioned before, the power potion gave one of the 2 abilities at random. Since Johnson got the mana burning ability already, if the potion gave it the same ability again, there would be no point in drinking the potion in the first place. Still, Abel was thinking a different way. He wanted to do some testing. If Johnson already possessed one of the 2 given abilities, maybe the potion would just give it the other one that it didn't have. Obviously, to make sure if that was the case, only 1 power potion wasn't enough. He planned to do this with a multiple. After Johnson took the power potion, the golden liquid inside the bottle started spreading out from inside its body. Abel watched nervously. He wasn't sure if the potion could actually make it more powerful. Last time when Johnson was fighting Wizard Cliff, it didn't do as well as it should be. Because of its speed, it wasn't really much of a threat against advanced wizards' instantaneous movement technique. When all his other summoned creatures chased after Wizard Cliff, Johnson was also the last one in line. Slow. Johnson was just too slow. After Abel went through all that effort to make it a gigantic bow and sword, it wasn't fast enough to use them towards his enemies. Once the potion took effect, Abel started sensing a sense of happiness from his soul chain. Johnson was happy that it received the potion. Before he got to ask what ability it received, it started running at an extremely fast speed. It was a 10-meter tall monster running around Abel. Abel felt like he was in the middle of a tornado. The wind that Johnson caused was blowing everything up. When it ran towards the fountain, Abel realized that he had to tell it to stop. "Stop moving," Abel commanded through his soul chain. Thankfully, he was fast enough. Otherwise, Johnson would have stepped right into the fountain that he came all the way here for. If it didn't hurt to kick Johnson's metal body, he would have done so already. After realizing what it almost did, Johnson backed away in a very timid manner. Then, after Abel gave it a more specific instruction, it became a large shadow that spun towards the fountain. It dug out the bricks that were beside the fountain. Once removed, it lifted the fountain up from its base. The whole process took a minute. A minute after Abel gave his order, the three-archer fountain was lifted very carefully from the ground. When Abel went to have a closer look, he realized that the fountain was still working even once it was in the air. As it turned out, the fountain wasn't run by some sort of underground sewage system. At the bottom of the fountain, there were strange patterns that were drawn on the surface. After telling Johnson to lift it a bit higher, he could see that there were 10 slots at the bottom of this piece. In each of these slots, there was one perfect gemstone that was helping to keep the fountain working. So this fountain was a magic item, a really big one as it turned out. Long ago, when the Dark World was at its most prosperous, its economy and magic must have been very impressive. It was powerful enough to use all these resources on a simple art piece. This fountain was the perfect example of that. After putting the fountain in his Kong spiritual beast bag, Abel also called Johnson back. Then, after getting on Black Wind's back, he started removing every statue that he liked in this area. Like the statue of a warrior that he liked. That statue of a goddess was also pretty neat. He took that as well. And that painting as well. To take it away, he even had the entire wall removed. And just like that, after doing this for an entire day, the whole area had all its good-looking art pieces taken away. Yes, from the walkway to the cathedral, all of it. After coming out of the Dark World, Abel used the teleportation portal of the Harvest City Blacksmith Union Guild to head back to his own magic tower. Carrie went to ask when she saw Abel back, "It's only been 3 hours, you got the statues already?" "Yeah," Abel nodded, "they're all here. I don't know a lot about decorating, so I just took everything that I thought was useful." Then, as Abel laid out the artworks from his Kong spiritual beast bag, Carrie started examining them one by one. Abel didn't know how much they were worth, but these were all the best works that were used to worship the gods. In terms of quality, they should be at the top of the land that they originated from. Abel's hunch was right. As soon as Lady Carrie laid her eyes upon these ancient statues and paintings, only shock could be seen from her face. Even for a rich elf like her, she still recognized these pieces as extremely rare treasures. Even the richest nobles would have a lot of trouble searching for them. Finally, Abel took out the three-archer fountain and placed it on the ground. "Is that a magic fountain, Grandmaster?" Lady Carrie asked as soon as she saw it, but before Abel said anything, she was already captivated by its appearance and design. It's priceless. This is a legendary art piece. It can't be compared with anything else." After the art pieces, the dwarves were told to resume their work under Lady Carrie's orders. Soon, 1,500 square meters of the area was turned into a fully functional elven-style garden. 3 days later, the entire fort was turned into an elven garden. From its outside appearance, no one could tell that it was the hideout of one of the most dangerous military forces on the Holy Continent. Actually, no one could really find this place at all. Apart from a few wizards, this place was somewhere that only Abel could find. While the dwarves' works was still here, Abel left the rest of the building to them. They did like the food here, and it wasn't like they planned on leaving soon, either. So he decided to let them do a bit of extra work. Abel said to Wizard Cyril during breakfast, "If you'd allow me to pay the Goff family some extra fees, Wizard Cyril, I would like to invite Isaiah to help me build a few magic towers for me." Before Wizard Cyril said anything, Isaiah was already rushing to say, "Yes, that's perfectly fine, Grandmaster Abel. A few magic towers aren't that hard for us. We are very experienced at building them actually, so you can leave it all to us." Oh, that's how much Isaiah liked the food at this place. Actually, That was the case for every worker Abel invited. Ever since the work had come to an end, they started working much slower than they should be. "I'll stay with them then. They do need someone to supervise them," Wizard Cyril said as he threw a stare at Isaiah. Lady Carrie asked curiously, "Who are you building the magic towers for, Grandmaster Abel?" Abel explained, "There are 6 magic towers left that I want to build. Right now, Wizard Eveline has already reached rank 7, so as I've promised him one. I'm going to invite him over to my domain and have him leave in a 7-floor tower I've built for him. There's also my teacher, Wizard Morton. As his disciple, it's only right for me to prepare a 12-floor magic tower for him in my domain. Then there's Wizard Murphy. He's good friends with Wizard Morton and Wizard Eveline, so there's no way he would leave them and be by himself. I want a 7-floor magic tower for him." Lady Carrie started shaking her head in disbelief. "You do realize you're creating a power vacuum in the Duchy of Carmel?" Abel tried to feign ignorance. "What? No, what are you talking about? I'm not trying to do anything against the Duchy of Carmel. The wizards aren't even going to leave the Duchy of Carmel. I'm just providing a better training ground for them." "Whatever. What about the other 3 towers?" Lady Carrie asked, already giving up on trying to debate with Abel about his true intentions. Abel continued to explain, "My butler Bardali is an intermediate wizard herself. I'm planning on building an 11-floor magic tower for her. As for my tower, I can't possibly reveal my real base to the outside world, so I'm going to have a 6-floor tower as my cover. You know, to get rid of a lot of unnecessary troubles. For the 6th tower, it's for my teacher's eldest disciple, Wizard Will, when he comes back. I want you people to build a 6-floor tower for him." Being the straight talker that she was, Lady Carrie pointed something crucial out. "You know, Grandmaster Abel, I know you did take a hexagonal circle plate from us. As we all know here, hexagons have 6 edges, 6 sides, 6 corners. 6 towers, you're trying to set up a circle, aren't you?" Ha ha ha. Abel didn't seem to mind getting exposed. "It's all the same, my lady. Like, if I can make a few towers for the people I care about, why wouldn't I? It doesn't have to be about that circle. It could be just me trying to be with the people I like." After breakfast, Lion City sent out 10 intermediate wizards to move all the necessary ingredients to build Abel's 6 magic towers. Of course, if Abel didn't pay a fortune for this, there was no way that the ingredients would be carried over this quickly. In fact, if it wasn't him making this order, the Wizard Union would have never accepted selling this many magic towers to one client. Magic towers were a wartime resource. There was a limit to how much it could be supplied and sold to specific individuals. They were hard to buy. To save money and points, Abel decided not to have the Lion City's construction workers build the towers. Instead, he just had them send a bunch of the necessary materials over to Harry Castle. On the one hand, it was a great way for him to save a lot of the cost. On the other hand, the Wizard Union didn't want to risk offending the other wizards by helping Abel too much. All the magic towers in stock were already pre-ordered, after all. If Abel did cut the line, that would definitely anger a lot of people from all sides. Anyways, all the construction work was for the dwarves. To them, it was actually a lot easier than renovating the 16-floor magic tower that Abel had. For that, though, Lady Carrie first took out her mana-separating circle. She wanted to contain the whole 5-mile radius area behind Harry Castle. Once done, she could implement an irremovable seclusion circle that would stop the mana from hurting any nearby humans and other creatures. Abel decided to leave this to her, since they were dealing with top-secret techniques of the elves. After an hour, Lady Carrie and the 15 elven masters had set up a mana seclusion circle, invisible to the eyes. Strangely, the barrier that only targeted mana. If any living being passed through it, they could do so with no problem. Now that this barrier was in place, the real construction work of the magic tower could begin. Lady Carrie first set up the hexagonal circle plate. After injecting her druid energy into it, the plate started emitting light that enveloped the entire 5-mile area. And where was the center of the area? Why, the secret 16-floor magic tower, of course. As Lady Carrie pointed out before, the 6 points of the hexagonal circle would be where the 6 magic towers would be located. With the amount of energy Lady Carrie injected, the hexagonal circle would last for a total of 2 days. That was the amount of time they had to finish building the magic tower. As impossible as that seemed to humans, The dwarves could get that done with their industrial puppets and skills in doing architecture. In just 2 hours, one of the magic towers was already finished. Then, after one day, all 6 towers were erected from their designated locations, not to discredit the dwarves for their efficiency, but the magic towers were meant to be assembled very easily from their parts, since more floors might be added when the tower owner ranked up. The towers were designed in a way that more floors could always be added at its top. Of course, some people had special taste. When advanced wizards were stuck from moving to the next level, they would just make purchases for towers that couldn't be built taller. These towers were mostly tall, and they were meant to be the most expensive and rare type available for purchase. This was the case for the Cliff Magic Tower, which was something that Abel retrieved a while ago. If he wanted the whole tower to retain its strong defensive capabilities, he had to find more morning stones to expand the defense barrier on its outside. Otherwise, making the tower taller would make it more vulnerable against outside attacks. After the magic towers were built according to the hexagonal circle's design, Abel had Lady Carrie come to his other 3 castles. He wanted her to set up large-sized defense circles and teleportation circles for each one of them. For Lady Carrie, it was hard for her to understand the reason behind such a request. She thought that having one large-sized circle was enough already. To her, and pretty much anyone else, having 2 more installed in one place was simply too much of a waste. For every large-sized defensive, 1 top-quality gemstone was needed to power them. That was 3 top-quality gemstones Abel planned on spending. Still, Lady Carrie didn't want to argue. After all, Abel planned to build a giant military for himself. It's not like a huge amount of resources had not been spent already, and Abel always used his own gemstones, and she trusted that Abel was a sensible man. He wasn't planning on making any enemies, so it was safe to say that he's doing all this for self-protection. Also, about the gemstones, it was not even considered as a problem to Abel. After the 6 magic towers were built, they all became parts of the hexagonal circle automatically. Now, it was time to let the hexagonal circle do its job. Since the Cliff Magic Tower was already at its center, pretty much everything was in place. The energy source had been secured. The magic runes were permanently implemented. Everything was set in stone. The hexagonal was a legendary defensive item. If someone was to launch an attack on any of the 7 towers, it would negate the damage by spreading it all across the other towers. Basically, hitting one tower would be the same as doing little damage to all the towers at once. If the 7 towers were not destroyed simultaneously, the hexagonal structure would always remain to protect whatever was inside of it. Most important part of this structure was definitely the center. If the 6 magic towers were destroyed by some sort of miracle, the 16-floor Cliff Magic Tower would still be there to protect anyone inside. Technically, since the Cliff Magic Tower was the energy source of the other 6 towers, if it wasn't destroyed first, the other towers would still be in place. A kind of reciprocal defense, basically. Also, if Abel was to build more magic towers in the future, not only would the hexagonal circle be stronger, but the number of circle bases would also increase to improve the complexity of the fort's defensive structure. To add a final touch, Abel had Lady Carrie set up a large-sized mana gathering circle. Of course, he was going to use another one of his top-quality magic gemstones. As for where he got all these stones for it, Lady Carrie had already given up on asking. At night, while watching the hexagonal circle's beautiful light from Harry Castle, Abel used his contact circle to call Wizard Morton. "What is it, Abel?" Wizard Morton asked with an exhausted voice. He was probably just done with his training. Abel said, "Mentor, can you come to Harry Castle tomorrow? My magic towers have been built, and it'd be great if you can be an audience to my opening ceremony. If you're interested, just connect your teleportation circle to Harry Castle." By the way, only Harry Castle's teleportation circle was open to the outside world. The existence of the other ones was never exposed to anyone openly, and even then, Harry Castle's teleportation circle could only be connected with Abel's permission. After giving his request to Isaiah, Abel installed a passageway that connected the Cliff Magic Tower's large-sized teleportation circle to his Harry Castle teleportation circle. Obviously, only a handful of wizards knew about this. If they wanted to use this secret pathway, they had to receive an invitation from the Tower Spirit. As for the other 2 teleportation circles, they could only be used to make an exit. To make an entrance, the only option was to enter through the large-sized defensive circle first. This was to ensure that the security system could do its job efficiently. Wizard Morton said pleasantly, "What? You think I'm not going? Of course I will. Hell, I'll bring Camille and Carlos with me." Abel continued, "That's excellent. If you can also invite Wizard Eveline and Wizard Murphy over, that'll save me the time to do the invitations one by one." Wizard Morton nodded his head over the phone. "No problem, we'll all be there tomorrow." Abel didn't say this explicitly, but he wanted to invite the wizards over to receive their permission. Since the magic towers were bought as the properties of the wizards of the Duchy of Carmel, it was very important to have the consensus of the other wizards. Right now, while Wizard Eveline had already agreed to live in the new magic tower, neither Wizard Morton and Wizard Murphy had given their thought on this matter. The next morning, the tower spirit Flora sent a notification to Abel, "Master, someone has requested teleportation to Harry Castle from the Morton Magic Tower. Do you accept?" "Yes," Abel responded. When Abel went to the teleportation circle, he saw that Wizard Morton, Camille, and Carlos had all been waiting for him. Soon, when the teleportation circle flashed again, Wizard Eveline and Sam also appeared. Finally, after a few minutes, Wizard Murphy had come by himself. "You've grown, Abel," Camille said as she went up to Abel. Carlos went to give a hug. Usually he liked to talk a lot, but now that the other wizards were here, he decided to just give him a simple, friendly greeting. A distance, Abel pushed Carlos back. He didn't feel comfortable being hugged by a man. "But why? Don't make me sad, will you?" Carlos pretended to be crying but was quickly pushed away by Camille. "I'm talking to Abel." Camille threw a glare at Carlos, then turned to speak to Abel. "Just ignore him, all right. Ever since you've become an official wizard, he's become the worst disciple of our teacher again. He's a little. As Camille made a gesture by pointing towards the side of her head, Wizard Morton suddenly spoke. "All right, that's enough," Wizard Morton said. Abel bowed to each one of the wizards. Of course, he didn't forget to give a bow to Sam as well. "You're always welcome here, Uncle Sam." "Just call me Sam, Abel," Sam said with a bow. Being a wizard is very different from what you should be like in the real world. To Sam, it was very hard to believe that Abel had got to where he was now. It had only been a few years since he went from an amateur to an official wizard. And himself, he was still stuck at rank 5 novice wizard. Not only was he very humbled by that realization also made him feel like this was all just a dream, not necessarily nightmare, but just something that he still couldn't quite comprehend. Camille covered her mouth in fascination when she saw the giant magic circle behind Harry Castle. This is beautiful, absolutely beautiful." "So that's where your magic tower is?" Wizard Morton asked Abel. "Yes, right over there," Abel nodded. Wizard Morton said with a frown, "It's a bit close to the castle. Are you sure it's safe for non-wizards?" "It's fine, Mentor," Abel said with certainty. "I've set up a mana seclusion circle. The people in the castle won't feel an ounce of mana affecting their health." "Mana seclusion circle." Wizard Morton squinted with his eyes. "That's the elves' treasure." What did you do?" Abel said with a smile. "You know, I do have a lot of friends, Mentor." "Very well," Wizard Morton nodded in approval. "Let's go have a look inside then." Abel made a gesture with his hand to the rest of the group. "Please, everyone, follow us inside." Instead of using the teleportation circle, Abel told the group to follow him on foot. Obviously, this was because he didn't want too many people to know about the teleportation circle. When they've walked down the path, everyone began to feel an invisible wall in their way. Strangely enough, they could still pass through it, despite feeling its existence. "So this is the mana seclusion circle," Wizard Morton said as he felt the barrier with his hands. "Yes," Abel replied, then walked straight through the invisible barrier. The other wizards did so as well, and they began to feel very thick mana floating through the air. After the mana gathering circle had been activated for an entire night, this place had become the perfect training ground for wizards to absorb a sufficient amount of mana. "Has the mana density here always been so high?" Wizard Morton asked. He was very surprised by how ideal this place was. Abel replied, "It's not very strong before. To create the right concentration of mana here, I've set up a large-sized mana gathering circle. Wizard Eveline, Wizard Murphy, and Wizard Morton all looked at each other for a bit. They've always known how rich Abel was, but they've never thought that he would be this rich. Meanwhile, Camille and Carlos were fully enjoying the thick mana that was in the air. When they sniffed the air as hard as they couldn't help but think of something. If they weren't even in the magic tower yet, just how ridiculously thick would the mana be indoor? Sam was the most surprised. Wizard Eveline did ask him to live here with him, and it wasn't like he was going to refuse, but to be honest, he never expected to have the chance to be at a place this well built. Where are these elves and dwarves from? Wizard Morton said, pointing over the distance. Abel said with a smile, I've asked them to come here. Do you see the magic circles and buildings? They're the ones who did all of them. When they walked inside the hexagonal circle, Wizard Morton was shocked. Wait, why are there 6 towers here? Wizard Morton widened his eyes. There were 6 towers in his sight. While they were all different in terms of their height, their orientations were perfect for the hexagonal circle's geometry. Wizard Eveline, that 7th-floor tower belongs to you. Abel pointed towards the 7th-floor magic tower. As grateful as Wizard Eveline was, it was only natural for Abel to give his offering to a state-sponsored wizard such as himself. As the dutiful guardian of the Duchy of Carmel for the past few decades, Wizard Eveline did, in every possible way, have the right to receive this tower from Abel. What about the rest, Abel? Wizard Morton asked. Right now, he still couldn't believe what he was looking at. He couldn't believe that Abel built several magic towers without him knowing about it. Like, it'd make sense if he was building houses, but magic towers. Upon this point, he never thought that it was something that anyone could build on their own. This is yours, mentor, Abel said as he pointed towards the 12th-floor magic tower. Good grace, Wizard Morton dropped his jaw. Before, he had to be in a lot of debt to be able to afford his own tower. Now, by the miracle that was his disciple, he actually received one for free. Does that mean we get to live here, sir? Camille asked in amazement. Carlos was the same too. Oh, this is going to be excellent. I can just smell the thickness of the mana around here. Maybe we'll become rank 5 novice wizards because of it. As he looked at how happy his disciples were, Wizard Morton couldn't really find the courage to refuse Abel's gift to him. Also, it might sound too good to him, but since the teleportation circles here were connected to Bakong City, moving here wouldn't stop him from doing his job as the city guardian. He actually had no reason to turn Abel down. Wizard Murphy, that's the tower I've built for you. Abel pointed towards the other 7 towers. I'll be taking it then. It's a lot better than where I live. Besides, it's still inside the Duchy of Carmel, so it's not illegal or anything if I move here. Abel then pointed towards the 6th-floor magic tower, and that's the one for Wizard Willie. He should be back soon, I think. Wizard Morton scratched his chin for a bit. That's very considerate of you, Abel, but you know how stubborn Willie can be. He might be poor, but it's not like he was just going to take the tower. If he does come back, try to persuade him that you're asking him to protect your domain. Let's have a look at your tower now, mentor. Abel nodded and said. Sure, let's take a look now, Wizard Morton smiled. When the group went to the base floor of the 12-level magic tower, Wizard Morton began to touch the wall with his hands. This isn't from the Lion City branch, is it? Wizard Morton asked. Abel asked with concern, do you not like towers made in Lion City, mentor? If that's the case, I'm sorry. I only got points from Lion City. Wizard Morton quickly shook his head. No. Don't be apologizing to me. I'm saying this is too good. It's so much better than the ones we've got from the St. Ellis Wizard Union branch. Wizard Eveline nodded. Yeah, just take a look at the materials they've used to build the outer walls. This is so much better than what we used to have. When he heard the 2 senior wizards say this, the first thing that Abel thought of was Lion City. Unlike the St. Ellis Wizard Union branch, it was full of wizards in the mid-top tier. It was an extremely wealthy place, where only the best materials were assembled into a very concentrated area. Compared to other places, it was no wonder these wizards were so shocked to see how nicely built the magic towers were. Abel said as he noticed the excitement in Wizard Morton's eyes. Let's go in now, shall we? Before they went in, Abel made way to let Wizard Morton open the door. Since it was going to be the new Morton Magic Tower, it was only right that the owner of the building was the first to enter. When Wizard Morton opened the entrance, He had a tiny magic circle in the hall room. Most of the spaces were empty, however. A close-range teleportation circle, huh? Wizard Morton said, then turned to Abel. Is this one connected to the one in Harry Castle? Abel smiled and explained, that one is better than the one that's connected to Harry Castle. Wizard Morton didn't ask Abel to explain himself. Just how much better could this magic circle be? If his disciple decided to keep it a secret, then he wasn't going to spoil the fun. Right now, Wizard Morton hadn't moved all his stuff yet. There were a lot of empty spaces in his tower, but he could still see all the magic circles that were painted on the walls. There were a lot of magic circles. Even the light came from the lighting circle that the elves drew. Eveline Wizard was already concerned. Is it like this for every magic tower here? Abel lied, they're all the same, Wizard Eveline. Only the number of floors is different. The mana here, it's so thick, Camille called up. From what she could sense, the mana inside this tower was many times thicker than that inside the Morton Magic Tower. We'll go up to have a look now, Wizard Morton said with satisfaction. When they all came to the stairs, they saw a magic circle built in the first step. It was a close-range waypoint. To activate it, a small amount of mana would have to be inserted. Then, it would take them to whatever floor they wished. Carlos almost crouched when he examined the magic runes on the ground. Wow, I've always wanted this. I've hated stairs all my life. Of course, he had to face Wizard Morton's scornful glare after saying that. Abel suggested, why don't we head to the top floor now, Mentor? Let's have you form the contract with the Tower Spirit. Wizard Morton nodded, sure, let's do that. Everyone, you can all come with us. The waypoint took everyone to the 12th floor, and it was mostly empty, just a few chairs and a table. Instead of inviting everyone to follow him, Wizard Morton went inside the office by himself. Soon a loud, mechanical voice announced, "Welcome, Master." Soon, Wizard Morton made an official declaration that the Morton Magic Tower was his property. Congrats, Wizard Eveline and Wizard Murphy bowed when Wizard Morton walked out. Thank you, Wizard Morton said with a smile. I suggest you two go and claim your tower as well. What Abel gave us is at least 2 times better than what we used to have. It needs a lot of maintenance and customizing. You won't want to miss it. Obviously, the two were excited to hear this. Well, okay, we'll head off now then. Thank you so much, Abel. Then off they went. Now it was just Wizard Morton, Abel, Camille, and Carlos. Abel felt like he was back at the old Morton Magic Tower. Wizard Morton said proudly, "You've done too much for us, Abel. I'm sure everyone can see that. So please don't send more things to us in the future." Abel smiled and said, "It's fine, Mentor. I've been getting quite a lot in my job at Lion City. I've invested as well. Not only will I have a stable source of points pretty soon, but I'll start assigning my own missions so the others can get more resources for all of us." Abel was a smart man. He understood how the point system in Lion City worked. Soon, he would be hiring people to help him do all kinds of works. They could be killing high-level criminals for him. They could be defending against the invading orcs for him. They could help him gather some materials that he didn't have the time to get. To pay them, he could just let Bardali handle all of it by sending his points to her magic tower. It's good to hear that, Wizard Morton said with comfort. Meanwhile, Camille couldn't hold herself anymore. I want a taller building, Mentor. Wizard Morton sighed. Why can't you and Carlos be more mature? Just stay on the 9th and 10th floor for now. Oh right, Abel said as he suddenly remembered something. Camille, I have a gift for you. What is it? Camille said. Abel handed Camille a bottle of the beauty potion. Here. It's an elixir that can make you look younger than you are. Wow, thank you so much, Camille said with a wide smile on her face. For a rank 4 wizard like her, it'd be a while before she could stop her aging by becoming an official wizard. Actually, she was just starting to get worried about how she was going to be in her 50s before she could extend her lifespan. As soon as Camille took the bottle, she quickly ran to the floor that Wizard Morton assigned her. She must have been very eager to try out the beauty potion. That girl, Wizard Morton laughed despite trying to scold Camille. Then he turned his head towards Abel. I've always suspected this, Abel, but you must have been hiding something from us, didn't you? Is there something you haven't showed us in this tower yet? Yes, I have, Mentor. Please follow me, Abel said, then proceeded to guide Wizard Morton to the 1st floor. Before they went to the waypoint, Abel turned to ask Wizard Morton, Can I have permission to use this tower, mentor? Oh right, Wizard Morton said, then quickly gave Abel the same level of access as him. That's a lot of trust you're putting on me, sir, Abel smiled. Well, who else would I trust? Wizard Morton said. Abel connected his power of will to the waypoint. We'll be teleporting now, sir. Soon as Abel and Wizard Morton disappeared from the magic tower, they teleported towards the large-sized teleportation circle inside the 16th-floor magic tower. Wizard Morton couldn't believe what he was looking at. A large-sized magic tower. How did you get one of these? Wait, where is this? As far as Wizard Morton could tell, they were inside a hall room built inside a magic tower. There was a defensive circle wrapped around the large-sized teleportation circle beneath them. They were definitely inside a magic tower. But he didn't know much else. And the floor, it was all made with colorful crystals of all sorts of colors. Usually, this material was used to make small jewelry. It was also used for alchemy as a sort of additive. Needless to say, something this rare and previous should have never been used to make floors. Just as Wizard Morton felt the urge to lecture Abel about not wasting his money, his attention was swayed by the blue walls in front of him. The hue, the brightness. He couldn't believe it, but the walls were all made of blue crystal stones. There was something else. The walls were painted with elven-style patterns. They were probably for enhancing the effects of the magic runes, but it would make sense if they were just decorations. Again, that was just one of the many examples of how much wealth stored in the area. Abel didn't talk the entire time. He knew that talking wasn't going to do much good. Some things were best if Wizard Morton saw it for himself. That was why he brought him here. As his future partner, neighbor, good friend, and many other things, he wanted to be as honest to him as possible. Wizard Morton started to understand what's going on. Still, the question in his mind hadn't disappeared. He wanted to know where this place was. Where could Abel fit a tower this big? It wasn't easy to hide a magic tower. While trying to walk over the colored crystal floor tiles, he didn't feel comfortable to. Wizard Morton walked outside the magic tower. He saw that there was a garden in front of him. It was clearly made in elven styles. The statues on the fountain clearly said so. After all, no other race would put in this much effort to make beautiful art pieces of archers trying to release their arrows. On the small pathway built in the middle of the yard, there were all sorts of patterns carved onto the stones. There were a lot of plants in the garden. Whoever planted them did a good job. When Wizard Morton raised his head, he finally figured out where he was. The tip of the hexagonal was right on top of him, and when he looked over the distance, he could see his 12th-floor magic tower. There were 5 other towers in the other directions. He was literally standing at the center. And the tower itself, even without doing the counting, he could tell that the tower was 16 floors in height. Wizard Morton raised his brow. Be honest with me. Abel, did this tower once belong to an advanced wizard? He's the one who started it. Abel started crossing his arms. I'm not going to say names, but he's been provoking me for too many times. That's why I did it. Wizard Morton shrugged his shoulder. Okay, fine, whatever. What's done is done. Besides, once Master Dunn is out of his training, there would have been plenty of people after Cliff. Abel said with certainty, Mentor, no one else knows about this. Wizard Morton shook his head. You're too naive to think that. Some of those people are very cruel. Even rumors are enough to make them kill. Abel didn't know what to say about that, but right now, he liked to think that he was in a safe position. He had a lot of connections. He was strong. Most importantly, he thought that he was in a position where he could reason with other people. Wizard Morton said as he looked over the distance, Now that you've demonstrated your talent, Abel, I suppose it's time to tell you about something. Mentor, Abel was already kneeling on the ground. Whatever Wizard Morton was going to tell him, it'd be very crucial from this point onward. First, Wizard Morton looked towards Abel. Tell me something, why did you train to where you are now? Abel was quite surprised by that question. It had been a while since he's thought about it. He wanted to come back to his original world, and he thought that becoming a wizard was the way to do that. However, the closer he was to that goal, the more he realized that his dream was impossible to achieve. He became mad for power. He was lonely. He killed and killed, only to protect the families and friends he had in this world. And now he was at the top of the Holy Continent. No one was a threat to him. No one could challenge the well-being of those that he cared about. Still, if he achieved what he worked so hard for, What was there left for him to pursue? I want to live freely, mentor, Abel said. I want to live freely in this world. Ha 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 ha, Wizard Morton laughed. Any other wish would have been easier than what you've said. Why, mentor? Abel asked. Because the wizard looked at the light that was in the sky, you only see the holy continent. It is a small, small place compared to the massive world out there. 16, 17. These are the limits of the so-called elites here. There are even fewer of us that are in the 18th rank. But the sky is so high that the climb is near endless. So where are the stronger wizards? Abel couldn't help but ask. Wizard Morton said in a quieter voice, They all left, I tell you. The talented ones have all left. I can't tell you more than that. If you want to know more, you'll have to wait before you've become an advanced wizard yourself. It's something I've learned only when I was with Master Dunn. Abel couldn't suppress his curiosity. Why did they leave, mentor? I thought that humans had a war with the orcs. I thought that had been the priority for our entire history. Yes, exactly. Wizard Morton stopped Abel right there. They left because they have their obligations as humans. If a wizard is found to be talented enough, they'll be sent on the front lines to fight against the orcs. Once they've fought for 3 years, once they've started to gain the power to become advanced wizards, only then will they be granted permission to leave the Holy Continent. And, Wizard Morton continued with a sigh, you mentioned our war with the orcs. I think you might have suspected this, but you won't find any advanced wizards and priests on the battlefield. Whether it's us or the orcs, no one wants to escalate the war. No one wants to reach the point that we can only use high-tier magic to wipe the other side out. If that ever happens, it would end civilization as we know it. Abel's mind seemed to be elsewhere, though. So why are there so many advanced wizards still in the Holy Continent? Wizard Morton replied. There are 2 answers to that question. One, in Master Dunn's case, if you've reached the end of your life with no chance of promotion, you'll be sent back to the Holy Continent to educate the future generation. Other than that, the Wizard Union will also hire them to work as guardians of the Holy Continent. Despite how concerned he seemed when mentioning Wizard Dunn, Wizard Morton switched to a sarcastic tone. Oh, by the way, some come back because they are losers. It can go 2 ways. 1, they refuse to defend humans by participating in the war. 2, they just didn't do enough on the battlefield to be granted permission to leave the Holy Continent. Abel wasn't sure if he heard everything right. So, despite what everyone else thought, the advanced wizards in the Holy Continent were actually losers who were shamed during their war services. Wizard Morton continued to explain, if they are in rank 16 and they are still in the Holy Continent, they are pretty much losers. But, if they are in rank 17 or 18, they are most likely guardians who are still doing their services. Abel was starting to understand what Wizard Morton was trying to imply. So, when is the Wizard Union sending me to the battlefield? Wizard Morton shook his head. Don't rush things, my boy. Willie is still out there. Within the next few months, that he'll be fighting against the orcs. You won't have to think about doing your services. We're all part of the same lineage, and there only has to be one of us that's doing the fighting. Before he continued, Wizard Morton paused and looked at Abel for a bit. Besides, you're not just a wizard. With your current title as a Grandmaster Blacksmith, no one in the St. Ellis Wizard Union will ask you to be on the front line. Okay, even if somebody does, it'll have to be after Master Dunn has finished his training. But I registered my wizard qualification at Lion City, mentor, Abel reminded. Wizard Morton smiled. But your tower is within the domain of the St. Ellis Wizard Union branch. It'd be up to us to decide where you're going. To be fair, Abel didn't mind going to the battlefield. He was actually interested in learning about orc magic. The other wizards might think that it'd contaminate their mana, but he did have the Golden Combat Kai to help him with that. As for leaving the Holy Continent, he was never quite interested in doing that. Maybe there was somewhere better for his wizard training, but where else could be better than his intermediate mana gathering circle inside the rogue's encampment? He had got an infinite supply of crystal cores there. With enough time, he'd be stronger than anyone who was training anywhere other than where he could go. Wizard Morton suddenly changed the subject. I guess it'd be a while before anyone finds out about this magic tower. About that, Abel said, then pointed at the ground beneath him. Everything here is built on the ancient hanging fort. I got it from the dwarves, and after some camouflage work, it'd be very hard for anyone to find us in the middle of the sky. I was talking about this tower, but okay, Wizard Morton smiled. So, the so-called the perfect magic tower. That's what everyone else used to say when they referred to the cliff magic tower. As much of a compliment that was also an indication of how despicable the owner was. The things he did to be able to build this for himself, they are filthy, cruel and, well, I guess it's for the better if it's in your hands. Do you want me to take you around my magic tower, mentor? Abel asked. Wizard Morton shook his head. No, I'll skip that, thank you. Well, before that, where did you get all this stuff? I know you're rich, but you shouldn't be wasting points like this. Abel scratched his head for a bit. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say this, but I'm not the one to blame for the luxurious furniture. I was only asking the dwarves to help me with the construction work, but my elven friends started visiting and they started competing against each other to see who had better materials. Then it became like this. I'm so sorry, mentor. Wizard Morton didn't know how to respond to that, so he just smiled and complimented Abel. You have some really good friends then, Abel. Wow, you must have been really lucky that they didn't fight at your place. Wizard Morton turned his back to Abel. I'll be heading back now. I'm sorry, but all this, it's too lavish for an old man like me. I prefer not looking at all these precious items at once. Yes, mentor, Abel quickly bowed in an apologetic way. I've connected your waypoint to the large-sized teleportation circle. As long as they are open for access, you can use it to connect to anywhere in the Holy Continent. That'll be a lot of teleportation fees I can save up on then, Wizard Morton said jokingly. Before I leave, Wizard Morton was about to activate the teleportation circle. The hexagonal circle is strong, but it's not going to stop wizards from using their instantaneous techniques on you. Abel smiled. I know that, mentor. I just need the circle to minimize damage from any invasion. If you're talking about offensive tools, I have plenty of them. Wizard Morton decided to stop when he saw Abel's confidence. He went back to his new tower, and the moment he went back, the first thing he did was to practice using his new tower spirit. He might have given up on becoming an advanced wizard a while ago, but he was very serious about becoming the security guard of his disciples' family. With that, Abel was alone in the 16th-floor magic tower. After using a waypoint, he moved himself to the training room at the top floor of his own tower, a room that was entirely made of glowing stone. Flora, I want you to check on the outside. Abel commanded his tower spirit. Yes, master, Flora replied. Soon, the walls, floor, and ceiling around Abel all became transparent. Abel could see the ground that was 50 meters below him. He was getting footage of multiple angles of the land that he lived on. With the help of his very powerful tower spirit, Abel had Lady Carrie build this special training room for him. Not only was it meant to relax the wizards when they were inside, but the surveillance tools also helped him to check on the towers at any given time. During an invasion, it would be the ideal location to set up a counterattack strategy. Still, as of now, Abel was just using it to enjoy the view around him. When he looked at the Harry Castle from afar, something about it made him feel at peace. It was something that he never quite felt before. Abel could feel something, even without looking at it. He could sense the crystal body inside his body emitting a strange light. Then, mysteriously, Kai started spreading out of his body. For wizards, being promoted to the next level was a very mysterious thing. Some got to the next level by drinking water. Some gained a new form of Kai by doing regular meditations. Many had to force themselves into shutdown training for many years, and most of them didn't even know what triggered them to have a power boost. It was the same for Abel. He had been piling up energy for a very long time. It was only a matter of time before he was ready to reach the next level. He was just too busy doing other things. Once he had time to relax, it didn't take much effort for him to form a new promotion Kai. Who's having a promotion right now? Wizard Morton asked. He was sitting at the top floor of his new tower, but he could clearly sense the Kai with his mana detection circle. As he looked towards the source of energy, Wizard Morton realized that it came from the center of the fort. It was dumbfounding, to say the least. Abel had only left for a few months, but he was already moving towards being a rank 7 wizard. At the same time, Wizard Eveline felt the promotion coming from a distance. He thought that Wizard Murphy was being promoted, but that didn't turn out to be right. Same for Wizard Murphy. With the new tower's mana detection device, he was able to realize Abel's breakthrough as soon as it happened. Right now, Abel was carving his rank 7 wizard rune onto his crystal body. It was a very smooth process. Actually, it was much easier than when he was trying to transform into an official wizard. It was like the universe had already accepted him for what he was. When done, Abel knew that he had become a rank 7 wizard. His dragon crystal energy started splashing into his wizard's crystal core. All his stats received a buff that went over his total limit. It was like his body was a wine jar, and that jar suddenly got a little bigger. Not only did it expand, but it also more wine was filling the jar than before. Right now, Abel's total power of will points were 160. It was a massive leap forward from where he was before. Still, he was very calm about it. He expected this to happen, so it wasn't that much of a surprise to him. However, he did not foresee his dragon crystal energy to work like this. He didn't think that it was going to fill up his empty Kai vessels automatically. It was very volatile energy, so it seemed. If he didn't have the dragon's blood in him, that energy would have overexhausted his body a long time ago. As Abel scanned the 160-meter radius around him with his power of will, he nodded to himself in satisfaction. Then, after realizing that it was time for lunch, he used the waypoint to teleport himself to the large-sized teleportation circle. From there, he then teleported himself to Harry Castle. When he arrived, Bardolly was finally done with her cooking tutoring. She finished teaching the castle chefs the new dishes. Since the wizards weren't used to eating at a castle, the only ones at the restaurant were Abel and the 15 elves Lady Carrie brought. Like before, the dwarfs were sitting in the smaller dining room. Once lunch was over, Isaiah took the time to talk to Abel. Grandmaster Abel, Isaiah said to Abel, "It's been a very pleasant few days, but I've come to say goodbye. The food was great. The wine was awesome. We'd like to thank you for your generosity, and we hope to come back soon." "Thank you so much for your work, Isaiah." Abel smiled. "Oh, wait. I have a gift for you all. Since you all love wine so much, I'll let each of you go to the cellar to pick a barrel that you like." "Wow, thanks. Wow, ha ha ha." Before Isaiah said anything, all the other dwarfs were already starting to cheer for Abel. When the dwarfs took their barrels, they went back and said goodbye to Abel another time. Obviously, they were all taking the master's wine for themselves. Wizard Cyril didn't take anything, though. He wasn't planning to leave in the first place. Abel didn't mind that. He actually preferred him staying here. All he needed to keep a powerful dwarfen wizard at his place was to give some of his food and wine. It was a pretty good trade-off. When the dwarfs were gone, Lady Carrie also came to say her farewell. Lady Carrie went on to send a reminder. "Remember to send your recipes to Angstrom City, Grandmaster. Mother and father will love the recipes your castle provides." Abel smiled. "Rest assured, Lady Carrie. I'll appoint someone special to do that for you." By special, Abel meant his tower spirit Flora. He's already done the setup work. Every day, once the chefs were doing their cooking, would use the teleportation circle to move the dishes to Angstrom City. There wasn't anything that he needed to do manually. "Very well then," Lady Carrie said, then bowed. "We'll all be off now." Abel said to her, "I'll spare the formality, Lady Carrie. Once you head back, please send out the gifts I've prepared for the Elven Circle masters and alchemists that have done their work here. For each of them, it's 10 sets of skin lotions and conditioners." "I'll thank you on their behalf," Lady Carrie bowed. Right now, the skin lotions and conditioners were already much more expensive than when Abel first introduced them. That being said, what Abel just handed out was actually very pricey. Abel smiled when Wizard Cyril teleported next to him. "I've had a mini promotion this morning, Wizard Cyril." "Same here, Grandmaster." Wizard Cyril nodded and said, "So, it's fine for me to stay here for a few more days, right?" "Yeah, no problem. You can stay here as long as you like, Wizard Cyril. If you are here for your training, just use my 6th-floor magic tower for now." At night, Abel went back to his own magic tower. He didn't go there to train, though. Instead, he went to the outside of the tower to enjoy the view. Since the hanging fort platform was completely separated from the outside world, it had become one of the most secure locations on this earth. That being said, Abel wasn't quite satisfied yet. He wanted to switch the fort to its max state. To do that, he had to wait for both the elves and the dwarfs to leave. When they were all gone, he went to the fake mountain that Lady Carrie built for him. It was built so that the control panel could be hidden. "Open the energy shelf, Flora." Abel commanded his tower spirit. Yes, master, the tower spirit replied. Soon the energy shelf opened. There were many intermediate magic gemstones inside. With a smirk on his face, Abel started replacing them with the perfect gemstones that he had with him. With a bit of time, Abel had stuffed in all the slots with his perfect gemstones, 2,000 stones in total. It was unthinkable to any organization or person. If he didn't have the Horadric cube, filling the energy shelf would have been impossible. Energy has been replaced. Please wait, master, the tower spirit Flora said. Got it, Abel said. Then suddenly realized how fast the gemstones were drained by the energy shelf. Wait. Why is it using so much energy so quickly? Flora replied, due to many years of unuse, the war fort needs a lot of energy to re-enter into battle mode. Please wait until it is completely recharged. Abel wasn't quite sure what battle mode meant. Actually, he didn't even think that recharged was the appropriate word here. Who could just recharge an entire platform with 2,000 perfect gemstones? Still, what's done is done. The only thing Abel could do was to wait for everything to finish. The war fort has been recharged fully, master. Flora eventually said. Abel quickly asked, so what now? What can this war fort do that it couldn't before? Because some of the parts are missing, only 4 of the original functions were retained. I'll now tell you which functions were retained. First, the ability to float. As long as it's below an altitude of 1,000 meters, the war fort can fly anywhere in the sky. Second, the war fort's defensive functions. With the barrier on, the war fort can negate a total of 50,000 points of damage if the barrier is destroyed. It would take 10 minutes to regenerate it. Third, the invisibility function. Once the war fort is in mid-air, it can hide itself to avoid detection. If the war fort is hit, only the barrier will be revealed. As long as the barrier is on, it will remain invisible. Fourth, the dimensional shot. By releasing an energy ripple that contains the power of the dimension, the flow of time for all nearby areas will be fixed for a total of 10 seconds. Once a dimensional shot has been released, it will take a whole day to recharge the next shot. Abel asked again, how's the maneuverability of this war fort? Can it go forward and backward? The necessary parts are missing, master, Flora replied. As disappointing as that sounded, Abel could just let White Cloud carry this giant fort. It could lift a lot of weight, so carrying a fort on its back wouldn't be that difficult. Also, there was the dimensional shot that the tower spirit mentioned. It was definitely for targeting wizards, Abel thought. After all, to stop wizards from using their insanely fast, instantaneous movement technique, what better way was there than to freeze time so they couldn't move anywhere? And this time freeze could last 10 seconds. That was more than enough times for the giant ballistas to shoot out at least 3,000 giant arrows. Anything would be destroyed by that. Or if Abel didn't want to use his iron puppets, he could just go in and finish his enemy off with his own power of the dimension. It would be Wizard Cliff all over again. He could just walk up to his enemies and ignore any defense they had. Abel commanded to the tower spirit, elevate the hanging fort now, Flora, reach 1,000 meters of altitude. Under Abel's command, the hanging fort started to float in the air. It was very quiet when it was doing this. Without actually seeing this, no one would know that a giant castle was flying its way towards the sky. Soon as it lifted off the ground, Abel realized that there was a problem with what he was doing. He was flying out from the hexagonal circle's protection, meaning that the hanging fort was exposed to any outside attacks. To deal with this, he decided that the hanging fort would only fly if he was doing scouting work. If someone decided to hit him in mid-air, he would just descend back to the hexagonal circle. Once he reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, Abel realized how good the barrier of the hanging fort was. Normally, it should be cold and windy here, but everything in the barrier looked calm and steady. Abel connected his soul chain to White Cloud and Flying Flame. When they were summoned, they were both summoned outside the hanging fort's barrier. Abel commanded his tower spirit, give access to entry to White Cloud and Flying Flame. Just like that, after the tower spirit gave access to White Cloud and Flying Flame, they both flew inside the hanging fort's barrier. Right now, Abel was standing on a piece of lawn that he told Lady Carrie to make for him. It was a spot he prepared for his summoned creatures. Abel gave White Cloud a hug when it landed in front of him. He might be a 2-meter tall man, but he was still a baby to a giant bird like White Cloud. Abel said to White Cloud through his soul chain, I made my promise to you. I told you that I would build a magic tower so we could all live together. White Cloud responded by making some bird noises. Since Abel had given it everything that it wanted, it changed from a war machine to a living being that knew what love and affection were. It was very grateful for everything that Abel had done. Flying Flame was a bit jealous, so it also came over to give Abel a hug. With its wings, of course. Its frontal legs were too short to cuddle. Do you like it here, Flying Flame? Abel asked with a smile. Rho Alpha Pidi Alpha in letter 1D0 FNU. SOM. Even when Abel came, none of the knight's servants were distracted from their training. It was part of the rules here. No training would be paused. Otherwise, all their effort would be wasted, and they would have to start all over again. You've come, Abel. Lord Marshal greeted Abel with a knight's big sword in his hand. Right now, Lord Marshal was supervising the handful of elites he recruited from Harvest City. They were mostly second sons of noble families. They were well educated, and they served under Lord Marshal because they knew it was the best choice for them. Second sons didn't get a lot of chances. It's not that they wanted to become wandering knights, so they would often go to Harry Castle to receive proper education in combat. How do you feel lately, Uncle Marshal? Abel said, meanwhile observing Lord Marshal's face. He looked a lot younger than before now. It must have been the training potion he had been drinking. Lord Marshal smiled. It's been great. I feel like I'll be promoted anytime soon. Actually, I'd love to learn the same techniques as you, but I also feel like Hoover's way is the only go-to that I've got. Right now, Zack was the only one that learned the ways of the Dark Knights. Marshal wanted to do the same, but he didn't have the same talent and resources that Zack had. Zack was younger, so it was easier for him to pick up a completely new training system. Also, he had more golden quality Kai concentration potions to learn the same system as Abel. Anyways, as Abel grabbed onto his knight's big sword, and he readied himself for his morning practice routine. Ever since his last battle with Wizard Cliff, he started to gain a new perspective on his own fighting advantages. One crucial aspect was his insanely strong melee attacks. With his two ultimate techniques, he could bring down almost anyone if he was close enough. Still, with his advantages, he also got his own disadvantages. The power of the dimension was strong, but it would take too much time for him to activate. Also, it was a unique form of energy, and because of that, it would take him much more time to learn how to master it. Until then, it'd be a long time before he became a knight's head commander. Right now, he was just stuck at his current level as a knight. He had no way of controlling the power of the dimension inside him, let alone shooting it out as a form of attack. In fact, if it wasn't for his combat Kai, the same energy would have destroyed him the moment he unleashed it. Without a short-term goal that he could achieve immediately, he decided to do things the long and steady ways. He did have Hoover's guidelines with him, so he followed its content and focused on his basics. Hopefully, if he was patient and diligent enough, he would make enough progress to overcome his limits. By the way, since it was a rather peaceful, Bardali had more time to do things other than her regular training. She read Abel's cooking recipes. After she learned how to make Chinese food such as fish soup noodles, dumplings, soy milk, and fried sticks, Abel's breakfast just became a lot more wholesome than before. Apart from magic and meditation, Bardali spent most of her time cooking. Because of how much she liked it, she decided to make the second floor of her magic tower into a big kitchen. It was something that no one on the Holy Continent had done before. If it wasn't for the huge amount of freedom Abel gave her, she would have never had the luxury to do something like this for herself. In the morning, Abel went to the Harry Castle blacksmith shop to pay Master Bentham a visit. When he arrived, he realized the shop was much bigger than when he left. Not only were there more blacksmiths working here now, but there were also people of all fields coming in here. They were all very eager to watch a Grandmaster blacksmith do his forging practice. Greetings, Master Bentham. Abel bowed as Master Bentham was focusing on a piece that he was working on. Master Bentham smiled at him. Greetings to you too, Abel. Are you here for your own turn? Abel said jokingly, well, yeah. Uncle Marshall's been complaining about how little gear I've been making for him, so, I guess the only option is to hurry up. Ever since Lord Marshall learned his second knight's training system, he started investing more in his regular training. That being said, he also became more invested in buying the right gear for himself. especially now, so it seemed. Since Abel was getting closer to becoming an official wizard, he had to make sure that enough equipment was made before Abel would have to shut down training. And it was all for Lord Marshall either. Abel had to make new gear for descendants of both Harry and the Bennett family. It was part of his obligations now. He wasn't very stressed about it, though. If anything, forging was very relaxing for him, so it became a habit for him to do forging every morning. Master Bentham nodded in agreement with Lord Marshall's decisions. Lord Marshall was right to have you come here. Right now, the demands have been going up. Once our elite soldiers reach the next rank, it is still up to you to give them the finest weapons. It's best if you start early, I would say. I'll be off now then. Abel nodded and proceeded to walk to his own workshop. Strangely enough, Master Bentham was following him inside. He didn't say it out loud, but he must have really wanted to watch a grandmaster work. When Abel lifted his hammer, he realized that there were a lot of blacksmiths peeping through the windows. These people were all advanced blacksmiths. While none of them could understand all of the techniques that Abel was using, they would still go to lengths just to have a peek of him doing his work. In the afternoon, Abel would stay inside his magic tower and practice drawing runes. It wasn't like he didn't know how to, but without drinking any soul potions before getting into it. It would simply take too long for him, actually, to finish making one. Due to the use of his dragon crystal, the strength of Abel's power of will had already reached its max limit. Drinking soul potions would no longer give him any boost. Since he didn't want to waste his potions, he thought that only training was going to help him draw runes faster. To be more specific, while his power of will was at its max, he could still improve his speed. This was evident in his daily training. The more he practiced on drawing runes, the more that he actually drew them. And that pretty much ended Abel's day at the Harry Castle. At night, he would go to the Dark World to continue exploring there. Due to the time difference between the two worlds, he would spend 10 days and 10 nights fighting non-stop. Overall, Abel's day was very productive. It could even be described as packed, despite what many on the Holy Continent would think. As free, easy, and rich as life he might appear to be, it was full of challenges and difficulties that he rarely told others about. Inside one of the 36 magic towers inside Lion City, McCarthy was doing his regular cleaning. He wasn't a cleaner and he wasn't a servant. He was a rank 4 wizard. Since a regular person couldn't survive inside a magic tower, the owner of this tower had to hire him to help do the chores. Cleaning the tower up was basically McCarthy's job. He was responsible for cleaning up the dust, wiping the floors, and anything hygiene-related. It might not sound significant, but he did enjoy doing this job for the points he earned. After working at this magic tower for a year, he had become very familiar with the interiors of this place. The inside of this magic tower was a big hall room. Inside a square living room, there was a giant, complex circle rune lying in the center. He didn't know what it was for, but he knew how important it was. Yes, he knew how important it was. Last time, when he saw someone accidentally walking over here, that person was imprisoned by the authorities with an enforcement circle. After that, he was immediately executed by the law enforcement wizards. No trials, no time to defend himself, not even a single question being asked. That person was just killed on the spot. Ever since he witnessed this horrible incident, he became more cautious. One day when McCarthy was cleaning the floor, he saw the magic rune beneath him, starting to shine in gold. He started panicking, and he suddenly remembered something that his friend told him. It was something like this: listen, if you see something strange inside this place, just run outside immediately. Don't think, don't hesitate, just run if you value your own life. That's when McCarthy started running. He tried to run as fast as he could, but his legs weren't as athletic as they should have been. He had been in magic towers for too long. It was good for his wizard training, but it wasn't good for his physical health. After McCarthy tripped and fell on the floor, the golden light of the magic rune started to shine even more. A deafening noise rose from all directions. It was like some massive energy was concentrated towards this tower. He tried to get up, but a mysterious force was sucking his body towards the magic rune. Meanwhile, Wizard Lorenzo was sitting in the Wizard Union office building to watch this from a distance. Well, who's coming over this time? Not a lot of people were aware of this. But the tower that McCarthy was in was actually the sole reason that Lion City existed. Basically, Everything in this area was meant to protect the magic tower in the center. If the teleportation circle inside was to be activated, every nearby building would have to supply energy towards it. Now this didn't happen a lot. The teleportation circle inside that tower was seldom used. Every time it was, a huge amount of energy would have to be expended by all sides. Because of how expensive it was to travel towards that specific point, not a lot of people would choose to do so. Back to McCarthy. Right now, a giant black pit appeared in the hall room that he was in. It was filled with energy, and it was sucking McCarthy right into it. "No, Nuo," McCarthy cried. He could feel it. Whatever was inside this pit, it would destroy his entire existence within an instant. He screamed as hard as he could, hoping that someone was in time to save him. Soon, Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jello appeared right on the magic rune. Because of how far the journey was, even rank 17 wizards like them were starting to feel dizzy. Right now, McCarthy was already killed by the black pit. His body disintegrated as soon as he was swallowed by it. He tried to use a defense rune, which he saved a lot of points for, but it didn't do anything to save his life. "Hey, what the hell is this?" Wizard Bunker said, looking at the blood splattered on his clothes. He and Wizard Jello were both wearing passive defensive magic items, but that didn't stop their clothes from being stained by the blood that was poured over them. "Yeah, what the hell is this?" Wizard Jello shouted angrily. "What the hell is this? I just got my new robe. I'm not injured, so why the hell is with this blood?" Wizard Bunker said after thinking for a while, "I guess someone was unlucky when we opened the super teleportation circle." Wizard Jello tried to shake the blood off his hair. "Well, we are pretty unlucky as well. Why does this have to happen every time we do this?" Due to their experience on the battlefield, the two weren't very disturbed by the blood on them. Still, the idea of having to go through this was quite annoying to them. At the same time, Wizard Lorenzo was sitting right inside his office. He was doing some paperwork about the people that were coming into Lion City. If their identities were unchecked, he might have to use the city's reinforcement system to make an arrest immediately. Wizard Bunker, rank 17, battle-type wizard. Wizard Jalel, rank 17, battle-type wizard. Wizard Lorenzo blinked when he saw the names. He knew who these two were. They had the same mentor as Wizard Cliff. They must have come to investigate the person who killed him. As the manager of the intelligence force, Wizard Lorenzo had to think a lot to think about this. He had two choices, to be precise. He could help these two and win their favor, or he could pretend that he didn't care about this. He preferred the latter option since he didn't see much that he could gain by helping the two. Honestly, he had no idea who killed Wizard Cliff. But he knew about one thing. Wizard Cliff was notorious for being on bad terms with Grandmaster Abel, so those two would have definitely tried to bring troubles to him. If that time did come, Wizard Lorenzo didn't think that he would want to pick a side. More importantly, Wizard Lorenzo knew about Abel's connections with the dwarfs and elves. He knew about the works they've done to help him build his magic towers. Whatever friendship that was between them, it was definitely much deeper than it appeared to be. With that in mind, Wizard Lorenzo decided to notify the two wizards' arrival to two of his trusted co-workers. He was leaving all the work to them. The excuse? He said that he was in the mood for a breakthrough training lately, so he wanted to go to shut down for a few days. Now then, it was Wizard Allenby and Wizard Eddington that received Wizard Lorenzo's notifications. When they read the content of his messages, they, too, decided that they didn't want any part in this. Not Wizard Nigel, though. When he knew that the two rank 17 wizards were coming over, he was the first to rush over to them. He thought that he couldn't leave this chance to anyone else. Even with the bloodstains on their faces, Wizard Nigel still recognized the two wizards when he saw them. Yes, both Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jalel were from the Blizzard line. They were known to be extremely obnoxious and abusive to anyone. Right now, Wizard Nigel received a text from his identity card. It was from Wizard Lorenzo and the two wizards that have come here through the super teleportation circle. "Oh rats," Wizard Nigel thought to himself. "I should have waited longer for the notification. If I saw this earlier, I would have never come here so early." Despite having no intention to have anything to do with the two wizards in front of him, Wizard Nigel still tried his best to give them a warm welcome. "Wizard Bunker, Wizard Jalel, welcome back to Holy Continent. My name is Nigel, and I am the guardian wizard of this city." "All right, whatever. Just skip the crap." Wizard Jalel was already very impatient. Shut up and take me to the shower. Gee, thanks for the terrible management you do in this place. Don't you just love it when someone pours blood all over you after you've teleported somewhere? Wizard Nigel didn't take that nicely. If anything, he wanted to fight Wizard Jalel right now. He was just too scared to do it. He was only a rank below the two wizards in front of him, but the difference in strength was too much for him to try anything. Even with Wizard Cliff gone, these two wizards were still a force to be reckoned with. Not anyone could be referred to as battle wizards. Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jalel both earned the name by doing their fair bit on the battlefield. It was why Wizard Nigel chose to lower himself. Many apologies for the unpleasant experience. Please follow me. I'll arrange a shower for you two very quickly. Wizard Bunker stopped Wizard Jalel before he went on his rant. All right, Sixth. We don't have a lot of time, let's just go now. Sure, Fifth, I'll listen to you, Wizard Jalel nodded. If they weren't on the job, Wizard Bunker wouldn't mind if Wizard Jalel was giving Wizard Nigel more trouble. Still, not only did they have something that they needed to do, they could only stay in Lion City for 3 days. If they went over that limit, they would have to spend many more points than they've already had. Honestly, Wizard Nigel wanted to leave as well. He did have his obligations as a guardian wizard. However, now that he was with two outsiders, he must be with them at all times before they left the city. He could leave them to someone else, but no one was going to take over his role. Wizard Bunker demanded while wiping the blood off. Wizard Nigel, we're here to do some investigations on Cliff. Can you give us the right to access his info? Sure, Wizard Nigel agreed to the request. I'll do it right now. As Cliff's associates, you have the legal right to look up any information on him. Then, after a few clicks of the button, both Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jalel gained access to research Wizard Cliff. Before Bunker started searching, he went on to send a reminder to Wizard Nigel. Cliff's death has been the top news for a while now. You should know this, Wizard Nigel. The blizzard has lost its biggest benefactor on the Holy Continent, so we must elect a new one from the Holy Continent. Wizard Bunker continued, I'll say it straightforward for you. If you help us figure out who killed Cliff, I can ask my superiors to make you our new representative. Wizard Nigel wasn't sure what to say. Right now, his original lineage was already gone. Even with his current status, he didn't have an association or group that he could rely on. That being said, he was an excellent candidate to help the Blizzard line to do their biddings. Wizard Nigel spoke after thinking for a while. I must thank you for making this offer, Wizard Bunker, but I don't think that I can help you with this investigation. On this holy continent, I can't think of anyone that could have actually killed. Wizard Jalel interrupted. Hey, Fifth, can we go get something to eat first? All that travel we did is making me hungry. As annoying as it was to have someone talk over you, Wizard Nigel tried to keep his temper down. He did quite like Wizard Bunker's offer, so he decided to play the servant part just a bit longer. Wizard Nigel changed his tone for a bit. Oh, you're hungry. I'll take you to somewhere to eat then. Don't worry, and it'll be all on me. Wizard Bunker nodded. Good to have you work with us, Wizard Nigel. Please lead the way for us. Then they all went to the Forgotten Land to have their meal. While the place wasn't open yet, a lot of the low-tier wizards were already lining up there. Eating here was practically a part of their daily lives now. Master Nigel, the wizards that lined up bowed as soon as they noticed Wizard Nigel. Wizard Nigel nodded and said, Good to see you all here. Don't stay here too much if you haven't got much to do. Oh, sure, we'll go now, sir. Soon, all the wizards that were here were gone. They were afraid that the 3 advanced wizards would try to cut the line to be in front of them. What would you like to order, Master Nigel? Mahler, the manager of the restaurant, quickly came and asked. Wizard Nigel quickly shooed him away. I want 3 of everything that's on the menu. Be quick about it. I'm here to treat some significant guests. Yes, Master Nigel, Mahler bowed and left. When Mahler went to the kitchen, he quickly came to tell Galen what happened. Be careful today. Master Nigel is bringing 2 very important guests. Don't make any mistakes. Garen nodded in confidence. Don't worry about it, sir. It's not our first day on the job. And Fink, Mahler called to the Fink siblings, be extra quick about the order. Make sure that they are all done properly. Then, within a few minutes, Garen and Mitch went to serve the dishes to the table. This smell, Wizard Bunker said in praise as soon as the dishes were placed. I didn't expect to have something this good on the holy continent. Wizard Nigel smiled and explained, "This is the best restaurant in Lion City, Wizard Bunker. It might be a little small, but it's a VIP establishment that's built for wizards only." Instead of paying any attention to Wizard Nigel, Wizard Jalel cut a piece of steak with his knife and fork. Then, as he put a piece into his mouth, everyone realized what was happening. So that was why there were so many customers here. The food wasn't just great, it also helped the customers gain their promotion kai. Wizard Bunker wasn't sure how that worked, but he didn't hesitate to put a spoonful of the steamed egg into his mouth. "This," Wizard Bunker sighed as he savored the taste, "this is actually the first time I've eaten something like this." Wizard Bunker clapped his hands, "Good, good. That's right, Wizard Bunker. This is definitely one of the greatest restaurants, the greatest restaurant in all of the Holy Continent." Wizard Bunker asked in a casual tone, "So, who owns this place?" "The shop owner is an intermediate wizard, but the real boss is a grandmaster blacksmith." Wizard Bunker scratched his chin for a bit. "That's a bit troublesome then. I was hoping that we could ask for the recipes from the manager of this place." Wizard Jalel was blunt. "What are you talking about, Fifth? It's just a grandmaster blacksmith. Why don't we just buy the whole establishment from him? It's not like he can make more points than we do." Well. "Hold yourself there." Wizard Nigel called out to stop Wizard Jalel from talking. "Grandmaster Abel isn't someone you can just mess with. You're talking about the only human grandmaster blacksmith that's on the Holy Continent." Grandmaster Abel. Wizard Bunker suddenly stared at Wizard Nigel. Then, as he took out his identity card, he started searching for anything that could relate to the name that was just mentioned. "Oh ha, so that's what it is. Just look at what the database tells me. So apparently Grandmaster Abel has had beef with Cliff. Cliff's the one who put a bounty on him. Abel became a Grandmaster blacksmith when he was still a wanted man. And this," Wizard Bunker said in a louder voice, "when Cliff died, Abel immediately returned to his homeland. That's where he was immediately appointed to be an earl and given his lands." Wizard Jalel had his arms wide open. "Well, we have our man, we can just skip all the search now, it's very simple. Get to Abel, arrest him, take all his belongings." "And you, Wizard Nigel," Wizard Bunker threw a cold stare at Wizard Nigel, "if you can get this done for us, you'll become our new representative right away. If you are not willing to work with us, I'm afraid to say this, but you know the drill." Cold sweat started dripping from Wizard Nigel's cheek. Yes, the drill, of course. Well, Wizard Bunker, it's not like I don't want to do it, but Wizard Abel is still at the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Since I'm the guardian of Lion City, I don't think I'll have, the time, So you don't want to help the blizzard then?" Wizard Bunker said coldly. Wizard Nigel said helplessly, "What I can do for you too, sir, is that I can provide any information on Abel when he is still at the Kingdom of St. Ellis. There aren't enough devices in Lion City that I can use for this. But I do have some connections that I have. That's everything I can do for you too, so Despite nodding in agreement, Wizard Bunker was still talking in the same tense manner. "I understand that you have your duties, Nigel. You are a guardian and you must be in the city for the majority of your time. I'm just saying, I don't think it'd be bad for you if you leave the city for just a day. It is a Grandmaster blacksmith that we're dealing with, so it would be better if there were the three of us going together." "All right, Fifth. I've heard enough." Wizard Jalel started shaking his head. "Why are you always going through all these extra steps? Just look at me. Here, I'll show you. If I tell the store manager to give me the recipes, he'll just do it." Wizard Bunker stopped Wizard Jalel before he went to the kitchen. "What are you doing? Stop, you idiot. We'll be recorded if you mess around too much." Wizard Jalel didn't bother to listen. "What's the manager going to do, Tell me. What's he going to do? I'm just going to ask the chef some questions." "Gee, it'd be fine. Would you just relax?" As soon as Wizard Jalel stepped inside the kitchen, he was faced with the blockage of a small-sized defensive circle. It was like a toy to him. With a simple flick of his finger, he produced an ice bolt that destroyed it right away. Sir, the kitchen is not open to outsiders." Mahler quickly came to confront him. At the same, Garen and Mitch used their knight's techniques to serve as bodyguards. Without even trying to defend himself, verbally, Wizard Jalel released a blue light from his body. He was casting the newborn star of frost, and since he knew that he was under surveillance, He deliberately made sure that its effect wasn't too strong to be detected. Still, it was more than what ordinary people could take. In an instant, Mahler, Mitcher, and Garen were hit away from Wizard Jalel. Ice Kai started to cover their entire bodies. They were still alive, but without immediate treatment, they would be dead soon enough. Strong light started flashing out of Wizard Nigel's identity card. Warning: mana has been detected in the Forgotten Land restaurant building. The strength of the wave is intermediate. If you are a law enforcement wizard, please head over there to investigate. Deal with this, Wizard Nigel. Wizard Bunker threw a cold stare at Wizard Nigel. Wizard Nigel stuttered. Wizard Bunker was asking him to pretend that none of this ever happened. Obviously, he was not willing to do this. For starters, his name would be on the record if he was to cancel the alarm siren. Once that happened, there would be nothing that he could do to erase that. Wizard Nigel took out his identity card. This is Nigel, the Guardian Wizard. I'll now cancel the alarm siren. Wizard Nigel, are you certain that you want to cancel this siren? Yes, just shut up and cancel it, Wizard Nigel said frustratingly. From this point on, there was no turning back for him. The identity card continued to speak to him. Understood. The alarm siren at the Forgotten Land restaurant building has been turned off. All legal responsibilities for this decision will be for Nigel, the law enforcement wizard, to bear on his own. Meanwhile, Fink was just walking out of the kitchen. He just saw Mitch, Mahler, and Garen being knocked away by one of the customers. Wizard Jalel started screaming at him, "You boy. Give me the recipes and I'll spare your life." Because of how frightening Wizard Jalel appeared, Fink and Barney were kneeling on the floor immediately. They were just ordinary people, and they had never been bullied like this before. Still, they had their own obligations. They remembered what the manager told them. If they earned enough money, they would be able to afford for their future generations' education. Fink and Barney didn't know anything about the recipe. Actually, they didn't even have the recipe for the rabbit essence. They knew very little. As true as that was, they still didn't want to give what little information they knew to the man threatening them. Fink said with a shaky voice, "You can't run. The law enforcement wizards will be on their way." Wizard Jalel smiled. "You seem to have forgotten something, boy. Nigel is right beside me, so who's coming to save you?" That just reminded Fink. If Wizard Nigel was already here, he must be in the same group as these two. He also remembered something else. Just this morning, a huge bucket of the rabbit essence was transported to this shop. Whatever he did, he wasn't going to let that go to the hands of these burglars. After calming himself a little, Fink stood up and said resolutely, "I don't have the recipes you want, sir, but I can demonstrate making it for you." "Fink," Barney shouted to his brother. "Shut up, you," Wizard Jalel called out, then knocked Barney down with his power of the will. Show me how it's done." As he took a brief look to check that Barney was all right, Fink walked towards the kitchen bench and took out a pile of meat. Then, when he put it inside the water basin, he started pouring the rabbit essence solution onto it. Everything made sense so far, yet something strange started happening. The kitchen was filled with the smell of the rabbit essence, but the rabbit essence solution started flowing down the drain. "What are you doing?" Wizard Jalel screamed as he realized what was happening. He took the water bottle away from Fink's hand with his telekinesis spell, but everything inside was already gone. "Very slippery, aren't you?" Wizard Jalel said. With a flick of his hands, he launched a fireball and turned Fink into ash. Wizard Jalel walked towards Barney. Barney was still on the ground, so he came to grab him by his hair. He used his power of the will to infiltrate Barney's brain. Since Barney was just an ordinary human, it would destroy his cognitive system. It was all for just some recipe. When Wizard Jalel looked into Barney's head, he could see everything that Barney had experienced in his life. He didn't care about any of it. All he wanted was the recipe for the good food that he had. His birthday skipped. His first day at the job skipped. The time he had fun with his friends didn't matter. When Wizard Jalel skipped to the part that Barney was cleaning up the kitchen utensils, that's when he knew that he got what he was after. What he saw next absolutely shocked him. A strange pentagonal circle started appearing. Its bright light covered everything up. "Og!" Wizard Jalel screamed. At the same time, he unleashed mana from his hand that made Barney's entire head explode. "What's wrong, Six?" Wizard Bunker came over and asked. To him, it wouldn't be weird if the two interrogation victims were screaming at the top of their lungs, but to hear his comrade scream, That was something that he had not expected. It's fine, fifth. Wizard Jalal shook his head. Someone set up a security measure inside their brains. Whoever it is, he doesn't want to let anyone know about the recipes. Wizard Bunker said dreadfully, well, it looks like things are starting to get really interesting. When Fink and Barney died, Abel was still at Harry Castle. He was busy forging a knight's big sword at his workshop. Abel suddenly threw his sword away. I've got to go, Master Bentham. Master Bentham nodded. Sure, just leave the sword to me. I can finish it for you. Abel quickly walked away and called through his soul chain, Bardali. It's me, what just happened? He didn't know what happened, but Bardali's voice sounded sad. Master. My contract with Fink and Barney just disappeared. You mean someone killed them? Abel asked in shock. He didn't know Fink and Barney that well, but they were both his employees. Who would do something like this to him? Actually, what happened to Lion City? Abel said after thinking for a while, Bardali, I need you to come here right away. I've got something that I want you to do for me. Yes, master, Bardali replied. Soon she used her instantaneous movement spell and appeared right in front of Abel. Abel instructed, Bardali, investigate. Remember, you can only die once now. Go look for Wizard Lorenzo. Don't do anything risky. If something happens, just run away. Yes, master, Bardali bowed and replied. Here, Abel said, then handed Bardali 2 bottles of his full recovery potions. Obviously, Bardali knew what these were. She knew how valuable these potions were, and she was grateful that her master would go as far as to give her 2 extra lives. As of now, Abel didn't want to head to Lion City himself. There was a chance that someone was targeting him, so he didn't want to do anything that would attract unwanted attention. He was not an intermediate wizard yet. The safest option for him was to stay inside his own magic tower. He trusted that Bardali knew what she was doing. She was a sensible person. If her thinking was in the right place, she would never run into danger without making enough preparations. Besides, unlike him, she had the instantaneous movement to help running away from anything. Right now, there was something that Abel couldn't get his head around. Lion City was supposed to be a pacifist city. All traces of mana would be recorded by the local authorities. Last time, when Bardali was trying to use her mana to clean the blood that was inside the restaurant, she was fined a lot of points by the law enforcement wizards. When Bardali passed through the teleportation circle at Harry Castle, she immediately moved herself to the Lion City Blacksmith Union branch building. This was just when the 3 wizards left Lion City. Wizard Lorenzo screamed in despair, Is Nigel mad? Does he even know what he's doing? Maybe we've been bullying him too much, you know. Maybe he feels like he has to find someone to back him up, Wizard Allenby said sarcastically. Wizard Eddington rolled his eyes. We've been bullying him. What if it wasn't for us, he would have been sent to God knows where a long time ago. Wizard Eddington was right. Nigel didn't have any schools or wizards subgroups. If the 3 of them hadn't been backing him up in Lion City, he would have been chased out a long time ago. Still, what happened still happened. Nigel tried to cover up a murder case with the authority he's been granted. Worse yet, it was a murder case that's directly related to Abel, a Grandmaster blacksmith. Since everything was already on record, there was no way to pretend that none of this has ever happened. Wizard Lorenzo turned to ask, How about this? Try to contact Grandmaster Abel first. Tell him that Nigel is coming to him with 2 advanced wizards from the Blizzard line. I reckon that's where they are headed. The Blizzards have always been a bunch of burglars and thieves. They're probably trying to have their way with Grandmaster Abel. Don't even think about it then, Wizard Allenby said immediately. Hurry up and call Grandmaster Abel. If we are quick enough, we can probably get the 2 dwarven wizards to come. Both of them are in rank 18, so there shouldn't be a problem for them to put the Blizzards in their place. Wizard Eddington shook his head, only if they're quick enough. Wizard Lorenzo murmured to himself, Well. I guess it's the time to see what Grandmaster Abel's really got. Suddenly, a knocking noise came from outside the meeting room. Who is it? Lorenzo W. Izzard called to ask. Bardali came in and greeted, Good to see you all here. Master, I am Bardali, an intermediate wizard. As Grandmaster Abel's butler, I have come here on behalf of him. See, the Grandmaster's a clever man. Wizard Lorenzo turned to smile at the other 2. Welcome. When Bardali walked in, she quickly scanned across the 3 wizards with a glance. With that, she knew that none of them were involved in the murder case. after living for 10,000 years. She could basically tell what others were thinking just by looking into their eyes. Bardali performed a wizard's bow to them. "Greetings, my three honorable wizards. On behalf of my master, Grandmaster Abel, I have come here to make an inquiry about the incident that happened at the Forgotten Land restaurant." Wizard Lorenzo explained, "Madam Bardali, I'm so sorry to have to notify you like this. If it's the culprit that you're looking for, a lot of it has to do with Wizard Nigel. He abused his authority to cancel the alarm siren when the murder case happened. And if it wasn't for him, the real murderers wouldn't have been able to leave Lion City so quickly. I'll now tell you who committed the murder crime. There were two of them. One is Wizard Bunker, a rank 17 wizard. The other one is Wizard Jalel, an associate of Bunker that is also a rank 17 wizard. They were both from the same group, and they left Lion City right after they committed this atrocity. Since they were connected with the soul chain, Abel could hear exactly what Bardali was hearing. After hearing Wizard Lorenzo's explanation, he ordered Bardali to ask about the whereabouts of the three wizards. Instead of asking on her own behalf, Bardali spoke on behalf of her master. "There is something that my master wants to ask you. Master Lorenzo, he wants to know where the three advanced wizards went." The three paused a bit when they heard what Bardali was saying. It was just Bardali that's standing in front of them, but somehow, Abel could hear everything that they were saying. Anyways, since the question came from Abel and not just a butler, they had to answer in the most appropriate way that they could. Wizard Lorenzo bowed towards Bardali, "Actually, Abel, a token of my respect to Grandmaster Abel. Now, I've already conducted an investigation with the city surveillance system. Right now, these three advanced wizards are heading towards the Duchy of Kian with a teleportation circle." Bardali returned the bow. "My master wants to say thanks to you all. He also wants to let you know that he will remember the help that you've offered, and once this is over, he'll come in person to give his thanks." Right now, Abel was sitting inside Harry Castle with a dreaded look on his face. He was now facing three advanced wizards. They were all at rank 17th, which meant that they would be the strongest enemies that he's ever faced. Abel turned towards one of his knight servants. "Heed my order, soldier. Send everyone into the teleportation circle. Once you're done, signal the horns." "Yes, sir," the knight servant replied. Soon, all three of Abel's castles were filled with the sound of horns. Everyone that heard it knew what was happening. Since they had done the evacuation drills before, they managed to get themselves out of the castle very quickly. Whether it was Harry Castle, Abel Castle, or Bennett Castle, after everyone went inside the teleportation circle, Abel generated a barrier around them with his tower spirit. Then, one at a time, he teleported them safely towards a secret hideout at Harvest City. Once they were there would be enough supplies for them to last for a few months. To make things even more perfect, the teleportation circles didn't make anyone faint. Abel was using all the best stones, so none of the common people that were teleported felt sick. Lord Marshal came over with a knight's sword in his hand. "What happened, Abel?" Abel tried to play it down. "Nothing much. A few wizards want to make a mess out of me, and I'm afraid that they would try to go after my family. Please, now that most of the people are already evacuated, you should follow them. Stay somewhere safe." "What, Abel?" Lord Marshal said loudly as he swung his sword around. "I'm not that old yet. If there is an enemy you need to fight, you should tell me to join you." Abel smiled as he pointed towards his magic tower. "It's fine, Uncle Marshal. Just look at that. That's all I need to handle this fight between wizards." Lord Marshal paused a bit before speaking. "I don't want to be a nuisance, but remember this. You are the only heir of the Harry Castle. Make you stay safe out there." Then, with a rather somber look on his face, Lord Marshal turned back and started walking towards the teleportation circle. Wizard Morton appeared next to Abel. "You're not thinking about kicking me out too, right?" Wizard Cyril also appeared. "Whoever's looking to give you trouble, Grandmaster, I'll lend you my hand. I'm not just going to drink your wine without giving anything back. I appreciate the help you're offering." Abel said with a tight smile on his face. "All right, I'll tell the both of you. There are three rank 17 wizards that are on their way. They want to fight me and take all my belongings. I'll take one of them." Wizard Cyril said immediately, I don't know how long we can wait, though. I'll try to make a call to my clan. If there are any wizards that want to come, they should come here pretty quickly." "Thank you so much, Wizard Cyril." Abel bowed to show his gratitude. Wizard Cyril didn't say it out explicitly, but there were a lot of dwarfs willing to fight for Grandmaster Blacksmith's behalf. Right now, he needed as much help as he could, and the dwarfs were one of the biggest help that he could get. After realizing how emergent the situation was, Wizard Cyril disappeared from the spot. He was heading back to have a discussion with his clan. Wizard Morton didn't stay too long, either. "I'll be back to my tower now. By the way, I'll let Eveline and Murphy know about this. And by the way," Wizard Morton said before he vanished, "don't worry about it. It's not the first time we fought advanced wizards. We'll teach these punks a good lesson, all right." Abel was left alone in Harry Castle. Anger suddenly appeared on his face. Up until this point, he had been careful not to reveal his real strength. He didn't want the others to take caution of what he was capable of, but now, these wizards weren't giving him many options. If a wolf didn't want to use its fangs, there was a very simple option. It could set an example in front of others. By slaughtering its prey in the most gruesome of ways, no one would dare to pursue after it. 3 advanced wizards, huh? Abel murmured to himself as he looked towards the sky. "I guess I do need some sacrifices. I can't live peacefully if they keep coming after me like this." "Black Wind," he called for Black Wind, were heading back to the castle. After jumping on Black Wind's back, Abel rushed into the Harry Castle's teleportation circle and disappeared. Right now, Wizard Nigel was bringing Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jalel to the Duchy of Kian. It wasn't like he didn't want to head to the Duchy of Carmel. He could also try to head to Harvest City, but since he wasn't a member of the Blacksmith Union branch there, he couldn't connect to the local teleportation circle. Of course, he could try to apply to make a connection. However, given what he's done, it'd be a suicidal move to make any contact with the Blacksmith Union. Attacking a Grandmaster Blacksmith was the same as becoming the enemy of the dwarfs. He didn't want to start any conflicts, so the best option for him was to take a detour. He could try to head to the Duchy of Carmel by connecting to the Morton Magic Tower teleportation circle over there. Now that its owner was not inside the Magic Tower, Nigel could use his authority to make a forced entry. Of course, doing this would be a great offense to Wizard Morton's privacy. If he did try to contact Wizard Morton, which he couldn't, he might be able to negotiate for an entry, but that's a different story. Anyways, there was only one option for Wizard Nigel. He had to teleport to the Wizard Union branch over at the Duchy of Kian. Then, by using the teleportation circle over at Carol City, he could ask the local managers to lend him their teleportation devices. Carol City was right at the border between the Duchy of Carmel, the Duchy of Thunder, the Duchy of Korra, and the Duchy of Laka. Without the Kian Wizard Union branch giving their permission, the teleportation circle there would never be available to any advanced wizards. If the 3 criminals could put enough pressure on the local authorities, they would be able to use it to arrive at Harvest City in half a day. Half a day? That was very quick. Wizard Nigel was moving 300 meters at a time with his instantaneous movement spell. He was moving at a straight line with no care of any obstacles in the way. Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jalel were doing the same. They were just following Nigel in whatever direction that he was taking them. By the way, Wizard Nigel was still holding a grudge for having made an enemy with Abel. He was not having a good day. He did not expect to make an enemy out of the only human Grandmaster Blacksmith on the Holy Continent. He did not expect to be an accomplice of a murder case. He did not expect to be forced to abandon his duty as a guardian wizard. Wizard Nigel was a desperate man. He didn't have many options left. The only way out for him, apparently, was to become the watchdog of the blizzards. If he couldn't make a living on the Holy Continent, he would just try to move to a different continent. There was one thing that he didn't regret, however. For the past few weeks, he had always been trying to get Abel to make a magic staff for him. His pride didn't allow him to ask in person, so he assigned random missions, see previous chapters, that only Abel could do. He thought that Abel was short on points. There was no way that he wouldn't do these missions, but Abel started making points. A lot of points, actually, by starting his own restaurant business. "Fine, you want to turn me down. Go ahead, I don't need you anyway." These were the kind of thoughts on Wizard Nigel's mind. He had been suppressing them for a while, but now that there were 2 wizards that were threatening his life, he suddenly lost the need to pretend that he ever liked Abel. This was why he didn't hesitate to take the 2 advanced wizards to the Duchy of Carmel. "That's Harry Castle ahead of us, Wizard Bunker." Wizard Nigel called out and took out a magic map. Since the map was a magic item, it would show their coordinations as they were moving around the area that was shown. Wizard Bunker replied with an ambiguous promise. Good deeds will be rewarded, Wizard Nigel. Once you have done what we've asked, the blizzards will never treat you wrong. Wizard Nigel put away his map. I've got the information that you're looking for, Wizard Bunker. Grandmaster Abel has always been inside his castle. He's built a few magic towers around it, though. If he gets inside one of them, it's going to be a pain to get him out. Wizard Jalil laughed. You're talking about a rank 6 magic tower. Just watch me, mate. I'll bring it down with just one hand. The target was a Grandmaster blacksmith. Since Wizard Bunker was very aware of that fact, he had already come up with a way to kidnap Abel. They had an escape route. If they were quick enough, they could drag Abel out of his property without anyone coming after them. And once they were out of the Holy Continent, there would be no one to come after them. However, there was a crucial flaw in Wizard Bunker's plan. He thought that Abel would have received the news a lot later. But Abel already knew about the attack that happened at the Forgotten Land restaurant. In fact, he knew about it as soon as it happened. After letting Bard Ali do some scout work for him, Abel made sure to identify his enemies as they were on their way. He had plenty of time to prepare for an attack. And if he had just a little more, the dwarven wizards would come as reinforcements. Right now, Abel was standing inside his 16-floor magic tower. His current altitude was about 1 kilometer from the ground. His tower spirit Flora announced, "Report, 3 advanced energy sources have been detected. I repeat, 3 advanced energy sources have been detected." There they are, Abel said to himself as he saw the red alert on the map. Flora switched to automatic attack mode. I want every war puppet to start firing the large ballistas. There is no need to verify their identities. It's a shoot-on-sight order. Yes, Master. Automatic attack mode has been switched on. For a moment there, Flora sounded kind of excited when it responded to Abel's order. It was an artificial being, but its thoughts were starting to get more complex, almost human. It started firing. A fake mountain appeared from the hanging fort platform, and the crystal bodies revealed started emitting light. Everything started to shine. Abel wasn't too sure what was going on. If he had to guess, the magic tower's operation room was probably sending a huge load of data towards the tower spirit itself. What kind of data? Apparently, they were data on all sorts of battle strategies. As the previous owners have used them countless times in their ancient battles, there was pretty much nothing left to be perfected. Everything was already tested in actual combat. They were analyzed, and only the most refined of plans remained. Information: 3 rank 17 advanced wizard. Current equipment: 100 consecutive large-sized ballistas, 50,000 armor-breaking ballistas. Current energy storage completely full. Defense point: 50,000 attack point for the defensive barrier. Assist tool: time freezing ability. Can stop time flow in the targeted area for 10 seconds. It can be used once a day. As the information was inserted into the war fort, thousands of different outcomes and possibilities were considered within just a minute. After that, Flora proceeded to select the ideal defensive strategy. It was the first time that Abel gave it the right to do whatever it wished, so it made sure that it was doing the best that it could. At the same time, the 3 wizards flew closer. Wizard Jalil asked Wizard Nigel, "So why is Abel already prepared to fight us? You didn't rat on us, did you, Nigel?" "No. No, I didn't." Wizard Nigel cried out loudly, "I've been with you two this entire time. You think I have time to make a call to Grandmaster Abel? And don't forget, I've already come this far, so do you really think there's any way out for me?" "Relax, 6th, Wizard Bunker said, despite the tense look on his face. "Nigel here isn't going to sell us out. Why should he? Abel was a beginner wizard. There are 3 of us here, so what's the point of him trying to sell us out?" As easy as Bunker tried to make their circumstances sound, he was not taking this easily. There was a world of difference between an unprepared Grandmaster blacksmith and a prepared one. In fact, from his perspective, if Abel already knew about the fact that they were coming, he might have just made an escape already. That'd be troublesome to them. Right now, since both Bunker and Jalil couldn't stay in the Holy Continent for too long, they must make sure that they settled their business with Abel quickly. Wizard Bunker looked towards Wizard Nigel. "Are you sure that Abel is still there?" "Yes, Wizard Bunker, that's the exact information that I got. There's no way that it could be wrong." "Talk about trust. Before, Wizard Bunker was talking about believing in Nigel, but now, before anything even started happening, they were already starting to doubt the man for his credibility. Before Nigel could say anything in defense, a white light suddenly appeared in front of them. There was about a distance of 400 meters in between. A small figure teleported in their sight. "Hey there, my name is Cyril in case you don't know. If any one of you three has beef with Grandmaster Abel, you better get past me first." A dwarven wizard. The three advanced wizards were just starting to get a picture of what they were facing. They all knew how good Abel was with the dwarfs. But even then, they wouldn't expect a rank 17 wizard to appear in front of them so quickly. By the way, the spot that Wizard Cyril was at was very safe for him. With this much distance between him and them, it'd be hard to finish him with one attack. Wizard Cyril continued his warning. "Listen here. Grandmaster Abel is a good friend to the dwarfs. Think before you act, okay? You don't want to mess with the dwarfs, I tell you." Wizard Bunker wanted to let Wizard Nigel settle this, but Wizard Nigel wasn't saying anything. He was too scared by Wizard Cyril's words. Wizard Bunker shouted back, We have come to visit Abel for the Cliff murder case. What we are doing is none of your business. You are a dwarf, we are humans. Go back to where you came from and stop being a nuisance." Wizard Cyril wasn't paying too much attention to what Wizard Bunker was saying. He was more focused on identifying these three advanced wizards. "You, the one screaming nonsense at me. I don't know you. And who's the one beside you? I'm pretty old, so I should know all the advanced wizards on the Holy Continent. Where did you all come from?" Wizard Jalel started yelling frantically. Like he said, none of your business. "Shut up, get out of the way." "Wait, sixth," Wizard Bunker stopped Wizard Jalel. "He's trying to stall us." Even if Wizard Cyril was being honest about not knowing them, he should at least know where they came from. He wasn't trying to have a conversation with them. He was trying to make time so Abel could call for reinforcement. It was the only possible explanation. Wizard Cyril started laughing. "So that's what you think, huh? Well, it doesn't matter what you think, mate. One of you has to stay. I've made my promise to Grandmaster Abel. I'm taking one of you down, and that's that." Wizard Jalel was already walking in front of Wizard Bunker. "Leave this to me, fifth. I'll slaughter that midget where he stands." Midget, it's not a word that dwarfs particularly like to hear. When Wizard Cyril heard Wizard Jalel use this word at him, he coldly glared at him. "Be careful, sixth," Wizard Bunker said to Wizard Jalel. If Wizard Cyril insisted on fighting one of them, that person had to be Wizard Jalel. Wizard Bunker was the man in charge, and it wasn't like he trusted Wizard Nigel to do his own thing. After the order was sent, Wizard Bunker and Wizard Nigel quickly teleported past Wizard Cyril. They didn't have time to gang up on him together. The most important thing for them was to capture Abel as fast as they could. Soon they were right outside the hexagonal circle. Wizard Bunker understood as soon as he saw it. If he wanted to break through this defense barrier, he needed enough attack to bring down all 6 magic towers there were inside. Meanwhile, Abel was bringing the hanging fort to the ground. By lowering his 16-floor tower, everything was pretty much protected from any outside offense. Wizard Bunker wasn't giving up without giving it a try. "Let's do this together, Nigel. We'll unleash our spells together and try to break this barrier." "Yeah, sure," Wizard Nigel nodded. "Blizzard," Wizard Bunker shouted as he drew a spell rune with a magic staff in his right hand. In a few seconds, the sky above them was covered in dark clouds. Snowflakes started pouring down. When they touched the light that was emitted by the hexagonal circle, a massive explosion occurred. After Wizard Bunker did his thing, Wizard Nigel also took out his own magic staff. "Meteorites." As he pointed towards the light that was emitted from the hexagonal circle, Wizard Nigel drew a red mark that kept flashing rapidly. A few seconds later, a giant rock fell from the sky and crashed right onto it. Wizard Morton was watching this right inside his new tower. He was getting worried that the hexagonal circle couldn't take it. As far as he remembered, there was only one perfect gemstone in his tower's energy storage box. Wait, shouldn't there be a decrease in the energy level? Wizard Morton squinted his eyes. Strangely, when he checked his tower's status, he realized that the 2 rank 17 wizards weren't doing much damage at all. He then looked towards the center of the hexagonal circle. As it turned out, Abel was using his own tower to neglect all the damage. Right now, Abel was smiling as he watched the 2 advanced wizards keep on wasting their mana. They thought that they could break through his defense if they worked hard enough, but that was not the case at all. There were about 100 energy slots in his magic tower, and they were all placed with perfect stones. They could drain all the energy out if they kept attacking for at least 10 days, but what kind of wizards would have the mana supply to do that? Stop. After launching about 50 or so spell attacks, Wizard Bunker called to stop. He screamed in frustration as he realized that the attacks weren't doing anything. Wizard Nigel complied. He put away his magic staff and waited for his next order. He didn't say it out explicitly, but he was already giving up on capturing Abel. Wizard Bunker glared at Wizard Nigel. "Wizard Nigel, I want you to drag Abel out of his tower." Wizard Bunker was basically telling Wizard Nigel to commit suicide. If Wizard Nigel did dare to use his instantaneous movement spell to move into the defensive circle, he would be under the full assault of the security measures that Abel had set. Obviously, he wouldn't know what Abel had prepared against him, so it was always better to break through the defensive barrier first. Wizard Nigel was angry to have given such an unreasonable order. "Are you serious? Do you know what you are saying?" Wizard Bunker replied with an uncaring smirk. "Yes, Wizard Nigel, I'm asking you to go inside the magic tower. You know, if we can't break through this defensive circle, Sixth and I can just leave. If we do that, you'll be all alone in the Holy Continent. And just what can you do if that happens?" "Wizard Bunker," Wizard Nigel yelled, but the words couldn't come out of his mouth. Wizard Bunker did have a point. They had the freedom to pretend that they were involved in any of this, but he was the guardian wizard of Lion City. The number of burdens between them was simply too different. Wizard Bunker decided to not push Wizard Nigel too hard. "How about this? I'll give you an energy shield scroll for protection. Here, it'd be much safer with this on." That was pretty generous. Energy shield was a powerful defensive spell that only lightning wizards could learn. Since they weren't many wizards that studied the element of lightning, it was a technique that most people didn't even know about. Now that the scroll was already in Wizard Nigel's hands, he realized that he had no choice. Since that was the case, he started making predictions of the kind of attacks he would have to face. 6 magic towers. According to the information they had, the occupied ones were the Morton Magic Tower, 12 floors, the Eveline Magic Tower, 7 floors, Murphy Magic Tower, 7 floors, and the Abel Magic Tower, 6 floors. Given this information, there was no reason to not believe that he couldn't take on all of them. "I'll go, fine," Wizard Nigel said. Before he went, he activated a shattering ice armor on himself. As a specialist in fire spells, this was about the best that he could do with an ice element defensive spell. Then, after the shattering ice armor had fully formed, Wizard Nigel took out a rune card and activated another defensive spell on himself. After that, he used a rune card that could buff his defensive capabilities against long-range attacks. He used more runes to increase his poison resistance, his fire resistance, his lightning resistance, and his ice resistance. Now then, with all the lights that were flashing on his rune cards, Wizard Nigel started hesitating. He knew how precious the energy shield magic scroll was, since there were so many defensive mechanisms on himself already. He decided to put away the gift that Wizard Bunker gave him. 507 Testing the waters. Wizard Bunker looked at Wizard Nigel, who was blessed with countless rune cards and defensive spells. Although the 6-star defensive magic circle was extremely strong for defense, the magic circle had 0 attack damage. Only some of the very special magic circles would have its own attack damage. For example, the electricity defensive magic circle came with a powerful lightning attack, but the attacks were not controlled by the magic circle. These magic circles were not meant to be used to deal damage. Therefore, the magic circles were mainly used to strengthen their defense and attacks carried out by using runes. Wizard Nigel took a deep breath. His whole body was covered by a white flash of light. Then he disappeared into the 6-circle defensive magic circle. Intruders discovered, attack. Flora started to take actions after being authorized by Abel. Wizard Nigel emerged from the spell move in a flash, and suddenly he felt a huge pressure. His movement was affected by the huge pressure, and his spell casting speed was reduced to the lowest. He startled in his heart and cast move in a flash, which he mastered through endless practice. Then suddenly, an armor-piercing arrow flew out of the void. At that moment, Wizard Nigel's movement was fully suppressed, but his mental power was not. He could clearly perceive the piercing arrow flying towards him, and knew that even if he used move in a flash, he still wouldn't be able to dodge the arrow completely. In that instant, a rune appeared in his hand and was thrown towards the arrow. At the same time, he resisted the huge pressure and dodged, moving his body to the side a little. It was an ice rune sign that was thrown. Although it had very low attack damage, it was very effective against physical attacks like arrows. In addition, the effects of rune signs are very hard to miss. This was the reason why the wizard still used it when it has very low attack power. The piercing arrows were covered in ice in the air, and the speed of the arrow was reduced by the effect of the rune. Then, the arrow flew past Wizard Nigel's arms after he dodged his body to the side a little. Although Wizard Nigel had used a variety of methods to avoid the arrow, under the strong suppression of a 6-star defensive magic circle, he still couldn't dodge the arrow completely. When the arrows flew over his arm, it also pulled a bloodline on his arm. Throughout the entire process, his defensive spells and armor were completely useless against the armor-piercing arrow. Even the 2 passive defensive magic items he brought had no effect. They were broken right after it activated. One could imagine the power of the armor-piercing arrow. The intense pain Wizard Nigel felt made him instantly use his move in a flash magic scroll and disappeared in the 6-star magic circle map. Ouch! Wizard Nigel screamed while appearing beside Wizard Bunker. Abel saw Flora had launched an attack in the magic tower. He did not understand why Flora did not carry out a saturation blow, which would definitely stop Wizard Nigel from escaping. However, Abel did not ask too much, because he believed that Flora must have its own reason for doing it. Wizard Nigel, how was the situation inside the tower? Wizard Bunker did not care much about Wizard Nigel's minor injury. He had seen countless bleeding on the battlefield. There was a crossbow on the city wall. The whole area was suppressed by a large magic circle. I almost got killed by the crossbow and couldn't make it back here. Wizard Nigel took out a healing potion. You were scared by a crossbow. Wizard Bunk hated Wizard Nigel, who was scared and ran away from a crossbow. It was not a normal crossbow. It took a lot just to come back alive. Wizard Nigel was angered by Wizard Bunker, who ignored his injury and mocked him. Hurry up and deal with the wound, then we will go in together. This time, you can hide behind me if you are scared of a crossbow, Wizard Bunker said. Wizard Nigel's experience made Wizard Bunker feel confident, because he often encountered the 6-star magic circle map and crossbow on the battlefield, and he had a way to deal with it. Wizard Bunker, what is your solution? Wizard Nigel does not want to venture in again if he was not sure about the solution. Wizard Bunker took out a steel puppet with a height of nearly 3 meters from the portal bag. This puppet was different from the puppets of Abel. The puppets held a huge shield in his hand, but it can be seen from the craftsmanship that this is also a work of the dwarf. Wizard Nigel saw the inlaid intermediate magic stone and rune sign painted on the entire shield, and knew that it was a magic shield. He felt at ease even if it was not a magic shield. Judging from the thickness of the shield, it would definitely block any attack from the enemy. He treated the wound on his arm by using the healing potion and moved his arm for a little to make sure that his movement would not be affected by his injury. Then he blessed himself with all the defensive buffs again. He used the energy shield magic scroll on himself, this time even when the magic scroll of energy shield was very scarce. He had no thought of saving it as he flashed back about the power of the crossbow. Follow me immediately after entering. Then we focus on destroying the magic tower to break. The 6-star magic circle map, Wizard Bunker said. The 6-star magic circle map could be broken easily from the formation of the magic circle. The magic circle was formed by a foundation of 6 magic towers. This meant that as long as one of the 6 magic towers was destroyed, the 6-star magic circle map would be broken. Then the rest of the magic towers could be easily dealt with without the suppression from the magic circle. Wizard Nigel had no problem as long as he was not the one to block the armor-piercing arrow. His job was easy by casting spells in the back. In addition, he believed in the titles of Wizard Bunker as an elite warlock. It signified that Wizard Bunker was more experienced than other elite wizards in the Holy Continent on the battlefield. Are you ready? Wizard Bunker glanced at Wizard Nigel and asked. All right, let's go. Wizard Nigel nodded, At the moment, his body was constantly flashing with all the magic blessings. Wizard Bunker looked at Wizard Nigel, who was covered by all the flashy magic blessings. He sneered and imagined that Wizard Nigel would definitely be attacked by the enemy on the first sight in the battlefield with all these flashy magic blessings. Here we go. Wizard Bunker rested on the steel puppets holding the shield and hiding his body behind the puppet to conceal himself completely. Although he said that he didn't care, it was still a city crossbow. A crossbow that could pierce through all kinds of defenses and kill you instantly if you weren't careful enough. The city crossbow on the dwarf city was very famous in the entire continent. It was one of the most powerful defensive weapons in the world. Therefore, very few city crossbows were supplied to humans, and dwarfs have strict control over the number of crossbows that were sold. If any city crossbow were used in a city that was not supposed to have it, then the city would be blacklisted and banned by the dwarfs. The major thing was there would be no maintenance for the city crossbow. Every weapon had life services, including the city crossbow. Some of the parts would need to be replaced after being used for a certain amount of time. The crossbow would also need to be maintained once in a while, and all these tasks can only be performed by dwarfs. It could be said that discovering a city crossbow in a lord land had surprised Wizard Bunker. Even if Abel was a blacksmith master, he was still a human blacksmith master and not a dwarf blacksmith master. Regarding the stubbornness and strict rules of the dwarfs, it should be extremely difficult to obtain a war weapon like a city crossbow. Rho Alpha Pidi Alpha in letter 1D0 FNU. SOM. Wizard Nigel's right hand held a magic staff. His left hand held the move in a flash magic scroll. Usually, using a magic scroll to cast a spell would be faster than using the magic staff. If a wizard used the magic staff to cast a spell pattern needed to be drawn before casting a spell. However, the magic scroll could instantly cast the spell as long as there was enough mana. Wizard Nigel felt the suppression from the hexagonal circle the moment he entered. Just when he started to feel uncomfortable, a magic circle appeared in the hands of the Wizard Bunker. He threw the magic circle on the ground beneath his feet. A small defensive magic circle wrapped them both together with the iron puppet. Wizard Nigel swept across the magic circle. Although it was small, it contained 20 intermediate magic stones. That was about the maximum energy that the magic circle could be charged with. When the small defensive magic circle surrounded him, the suppressive power of the hexagonal circle was gone. He was finally free to move however he wanted. "Get ready to attack now," Wizard Bunker yelled. He knew that if they could not break the magic tower in time, they would be trapped by the hexagonal circle. Wizard Nigel targeted the magic tower that was closest to him. As he waved his staff around, he drew the meteor strike spell pattern in the air. Then, a fiery red mark appeared on the magic tower. Just a few seconds later, a meteor flew towards where he pointed. The moment Wizard Bunker entered into the 6-star magic circle, he felt his life being threatened just like back when he was fighting on the battlefield. He quickly took out the energy shield and ice armor magic scroll and used it on himself. The energy shield spell generated a dark golden energy on his head. Then, the ice armor spell had formed an ice crystal armor on his body. However, even with all these protections, it still didn't provide him with much comfort. It was only after he held a move and a flash magic scroll in his hand that he felt a sense of security. Everything happened in an instant. As they entered the hexagonal circle, Flora had already begun to activate its strategy. Intruder detected. Enemy got jebaited, preparing to execute Plan B now. Advanced spell meteor strike detected. Threat level low, 50 seconds available before the magic tower crashes. Intruder defense level calculated. Strong defense, activate arrow fury mode. Move in a flash magic scroll detected, activating space lock magic circle. It only took half a second for Flora to set up the attack. Then, from the unseen void in the center of the hexagonal circle, a strange wave erupted and swept past Wizard Nigel and Wizard Bunker. Wizard Nigel had never sensed such a wave before. As soon as he found out that the wave did not deal any damage to him, he stopped paying attention to it. He only thought the wave was more like a scanning magic circle. However, when the strange wave got passed through the Wizard Bunker's body, he immediately felt his life was in danger. Yes, just like the countless times he almost died on the battlefield. After that, Wizard Bunker realized that he was unable to activate his move in a flash magic scroll. The spell move in a flash was known as the most powerful escape mechanism for the wizards. Except for a very small number of magic circles, even the hexagonal circle in front of them could not stop a wizard from using the spell move in a flash. Therefore, when the magic scroll move in a flash was disabled, Wizard Bunker knew that Abel was not a man he could deal with, and he might be alive to escape. Bunker hid his body even close to the iron puppet. The iron puppet was the only way for him to defend himself against the large-sized crossbow. Although the wizards had a lot of magical spells, their physical strength was very weak. This was because their bodies were corrupted by the mana they had so desperately tried to gain. Therefore, when a wizard was unable to use the spell move in a flash, they became an easy target for the enemies. Wizard Bunker's magic staff flashed, and the spell pattern Blizzard appeared. Just as he was about to cast the spell, a dark circle appeared in the void. Wizard Bunker quickly sensed the dark circle, and his face immediately turned pale. The Blizzard spell patterns in his hands were cancelled, and the black clouds that had just gathered in the sky disappeared. When the crossbow arrow reached a very large scale, it would be called Arrow Fury. Arrow Fury was a very deadly attack. Even with the spell move in a flash, it was still extremely dangerous for a wizard to be in the range of the Arrow Fury attack. Wizard Bunker was desperate. Without move in a flash, there was no way he could escape the Arrow Fury. He was about to die in the peaceful Holy Continent to pay the price for his greed. Wizard Nigel saw the rain of flying crossbow arrows. He couldn't care about the meteor strike that had not yet fallen from the sky. He cancelled the spell pattern immediately. Wizard Nigel could no longer rely on the huge shield of the iron puppet after he saw the Arrow Fury attack. He immediately activated the magic scroll move in a flash. All he was thinking at that moment was to get the hell out of that place. Capturing Abel was impossible. It was just like capturing a dwarf in a city full of large-sized crossbows. However, he encountered the same problem as Wizard Bunker. The move in a flash magic scroll just flickered and stopped. It's over now. There was a moment of regret and despair rising in Wizard Nigel's heart. The longer he lived, the more he was afraid to die. He would definitely kneel and beg Abel for mercy if he could, but he didn't get the chance to see Abel's face. Wizard Nigel didn't even know that it was only Flora who was against him. Abel understood Flora's intentions at the moment. Abel couldn't help but feel chills after he saw the enticement strategy that was planned by Flora. If he came to command the battle, he wouldn't have the determination to let Wizard Nigel escape in the first place. Abel preferred to eliminate the threat as long as there was one. Unexpectedly, Flora was much more ruthless than him, forcing both elite wizards to a dead end. The first wave of the attack had around 100 armor piercing arrows. Under Flora's command, the arrows had restricted Wizard Bunker and Wizard Nigel's movement. Abel's mental power was currently amplified by the magic circle on the magic tower, covering the space where the two elite wizards were. Abel watched his piercing arrow attack fly towards the steel puppets with a shield. Both of the elite wizards were trying to hide their bodies behind the steel puppet. Although hundreds of piercing arrows were cast at the same time, all the arrows were flying at a different speed because they were controlled by Flora. Then, the first wave of piercing arrows collided with the magic shield of the steel puppet. A light flashed on the magic shield, trying to reduce the attack power of the piercing arrows. However, these piercing arrows were stronger than the dwarf crossbow gun. It had dispersed the white light on the magic shield with just one wave of attack. Then, the intermediate magical gem on the magic shield shattered into pieces because it couldn't handle the piercing arrow's attack prowess. The giant shield that lost the protection of the rune was penetrated by the arrows. With a clang, the arrows penetrated the shield and hit the steel puppet. However, because the arrows were slowed down by the runes and the giant shield, the arrows were stuck in the steel puppet body. The powerful force on the armor-piercing arrows pushed the entire steel puppet more than 3 meters back, together with the two elite wizards hiding behind its back. An attack like this could instantly kill anyone behind the shield, but not the steel puppet. The piercing arrows did not hit any key component of the steel puppet, therefore it was fine. After the first wave of attack, the second wave immediately began. The arrows crushed the giant shield and landed on the puppet's chest. Along with a loud crashing sound, The arrows directly went through the steel puppet body and almost hit Wizard Nigel, who was hiding behind its back. Since its chest was shot, the steel puppet lowered its head, seemingly dead. Without the power of the steel puppet supporting itself, the third piercing arrow shot the steel puppet off the ground and flew to the two elite wizards. At this crucial moment, Wizard Bunker used his magic scroll and cast the magic ice pillar to freeze the iron puppet on the ground. The fourth arrows hit the frozen steel puppet. The steel puppet, which was more than 3 meters high, broke into pieces by the piercing arrows due to the fragile steel body that had been frozen. Among the scattered piece of the steel puppets, Abel saw the frightened face of Wizard Bunker. Then immediately, the fifth, sixth, and seventh arrows were shot towards Wizard Bunker, who lost his protection. Wizard Bunker was about to take another steel puppet out of the portal bag. The arrows landed on the ice armor. Even though the ice armor was as hard as diamond, when it came in contact with the arrows, it became as fragile as crystal. The ice armor was broken with a burst of sound, but the counterattack ability of ice armor was not activated because of the isolation. Magic circle on the war fortress. When the piercing arrows hit the Wizard Bunker body, his passive defensive magic item activates instantly. The two defensive magic circles were broken as soon as they appeared. The power of the arrows had not been consumed and continued to charge towards Wizard Bunker. At this moment, the dark golden energy ball above Wizard Bunker flickered violently. His body seemed to be unreal at this moment. The piercing arrows passed through his body, but his body was not penetrated because the arrows just hit a phantom body. Although Wizard Bunker was not penetrated, there was blood coming out at the corner of his mouth. He was also not happy because he escaped the disaster because more arrows are flying towards him. His energy shield spell had just exhausted all his mana when he just converted the damage. He was out of mana, and a wizard with no mana was just an empty-handed knight. "I'm not reconciled," Wizard Bunker shouted and was shot by dozens of piercing arrows. He was shot together with Wizard Nigel, who was behind him. Wizard Bunker's tenacious vitality allowed him to keep a glance at the void where the piercing arrow shot. It was inevitable that he was not reconciled, because he was fooled by Wizard Nigel. If it were not for Wizard Nigel who tried the defense here, he would never rush into such a powerful defensive circle with his care. The one who felt most depressed was Wizard Nigel, with so many power-ups and magic supports. He thought that he might be able to hold on for a while, but even the piercing arrows that penetrated Wizard Bunker were not arrows he could resist, as his mana was drained out by the energy shield spelled. His life was just ended by the continuous piercing arrows. Abel was amazed by the war fortress power. The power of sealing any fluctuation in space was the most powerful support for wizards, combined with the continuous crossbow controlled by war golems. It was a wizard's nemesis. 10-second space portal seal. In less than 3 seconds, the two elite wizards were already filled with spikes like hedgehogs. Abel used his mental power to sweep over the two wizard bodies. Their staff and portal bags were teleported into Abel Magic Tower by casting the physic transmission spell. This was the benefit of the Magic Tower. The large magical power circle in the Magic Tower can greatly enhance the mental power. Similar to the headband he strengthened. However, the headband was meant to concentrate the mental power amplification capabilities in the Magic Tower that required a large number of magic circles and energy support into a small headband, so that this ability could be used outside the Magic Tower. Flora's second round of armor-piercing arrows has been automatically prepared for launch, but its scanning results stopped during the second round of attacks. Traces of life have disappeared. Stopping the attack, mission completed. The suppression in the 6-star magic circle map disappeared. The bodies of the two elite wizards were like broken toys, and there was no longer the prestige of the past. At this time, the wizard crystals in the brains of the two corpses began to dissipate the soul energy in them. A beautiful scene that could only be written by life appeared in the 6-star magic circle map. The two souls of light flew towards the sky above Harry Castle, and it seems to connect heaven and earth. "What?" Wizard Jello yelled as he stopped channeling his spell. His battle with Wizard Cyril was very boring. Although he wanted to make it quick, Wizard Cyril wanted to delay his time. Facing an elite wizard who didn't want to fight seriously, he was very helpless. At the same time, when he saw the light of the soul in the 6-star magic circle map, He couldn't help but yell. Wizard Jello understood what had happened. There were only 4 elite wizards that came today. With him battling Wizard Cyril right now, the 2 soul lights would definitely Wizard Nigel and Wizard Bunker. Wizard Cyril didn't take the opportunity to attack. He was also stunned by the light of the 2 souls of the elite wizard. The 6-star magic circle map was a defense system combining the craftsmanship of elves and dwarfs. Even if it was known as the best defensive system of the Holy Continent, it wasn't supposed to be that effective on the elite wizards. Among them, Wizard Nigel's death could still be understandable, because Wizard Nigel did not have a powerful backing. He may have lacked the rare life-saving items. But elite Wizard Bunker was different. He could fight, he wouldn't die so easily. This world was no longer ruled by wizards long ago. Although the Blizzards were not the most powerful wizard party, they were not weak. They had countless lifesavers, so just how could one die here? Elite Wizard Cyril never expected it in 1,000 years that Abel didn't even do anything. Just an automatic strike from Tower Spirit Flora had ended the fight. Originally, Abel still had another blow coming. He wanted to take advantage of the dimension lockdown ability of the Battle Fort to kill one elite wizard first, so he could unleash Flying Flame and Johnson. This way, Flying Flame could fight 1-to-1 with one of the 2 leftover elite wizards, while the Mana Burn and extra fast Johnson could fight against the other one with his summons. However, both elite wizards had fallen prey to Abel's Tower Spirit Flora. 100 armor-piercing arrows had taken their lives, and most of those arrows could be reused as well. Abel, you killed 5. I swear I'll make your whole family suffer for this. Elite Wizard Jello yelled in agony. Elite Wizard Jello was not stupid. He knew he could not enter that 6-star magic circle. Wizard Bunker's fighting ability was a head above him. If Wizard Bunker couldn't survive, there was no way he could. All he could do now was unleash his fury. He would only have the chance to avenge his brother and kill Abel once he got the chance to escape. When Abel heard Wizard Jello, his face drew dark. He hated people blackmailing his family. Flora, teleport me out, Abel said in a low voice. Yes, master, Flora replied, and a beam of white light surrounded Abel. Soon he was out of the magic tower. Abel patted in his chest, and Black Wind emerged by his side. Their souls were connected, so Black Wind ran towards Abel the moment it appeared. Abel then jumped on top of it. Wizard, I don't care who you are, but you've made me angry. Abel's voice emerged from the 6-star magic circle. Afterward, his shadow appeared with Black Wind. Are you ready to die? By that point, Wizard Jello's eyes had become blood red. Wizard Bunker was his closest brother. They relied on each other in countless battles in countless worlds. Wizard Bunker had saved his life countless times, and now he had died right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Wizard Cyril flashed beside Abel and whispered, Grandmaster Abel, you shouldn't come out. This is a battle between elite wizards. As he was speaking, he was preparing to counteract Wizard Jello's surprise attack. Although Wizard Jello wanted to kill Abel, he also wanted to escape. He knew Abel was too close today the 6-star magic circle, so he only had one chance. On top of that, Wizard Cyril was right by his side, so he needed to take a big risk. But as a wizard who had survived all this time, Wizard Jello did not let himself get desperate. He was not stupid. Since Abel had come out from the 6-star magic circle, this meant he had successfully triggered Abel. As long as Abel didn't go back to the 6-star magic circle, he would have a chance of killing him. Wizard Cyril, take a seat and watch my contacted Beast Johnson fight, said Abel with a smile. Abel had always just heard about the power of an elite wizard, since elite wizard Cliff never got a chance to use his power before Abel killed him. But by that point, Abel could truly sense how powerful Wizard Jello was. When Abel was attacking elite wizard Cliff, he never got the chance to experience what it was like for a low-ranking wizard to fight against an elite wizard. Back then, he just wanted to use his knight skills and unleash a one-time strike. Now Abel finally had enough time to realize what was so powerful about an elite wizard as he stood in front of Wizard Jello. The magic power in their body was basically suppressed to an unmovable point. This meant that a normal wizard had no chance against an elite wizard. But Abel's intuition did not sense a single bit of threat. No matter how powerful elite wizard Jello's pressure was, it could do nothing to Black Wind. Black Wind could not only move in a flash, Its speed was also unmatchable. As long as Black Wind wasn't suppressed, Abel could escape. If Black Wind was attacked by surprise, it could directly flash into the 6-star magic circle. That was why he had the guts to stand in front of Wizard Jello. Abel patted his chest, and a black portal appeared. Afterward, a 10 meters tall giant iron monster walked out. At first, Wizard Jello thought it was a puppet, but he soon realized the life force of this iron monster. It was a spiritual beast, a contracted spiritual beast. Johnson, kill him, Abel commanded. Elite Wizard Cyril knew about Johnson. That thing had still owed a magic tower. But he didn't expect Abel to summon it for battle. Just by looking at Johnson, you could tell it was very powerful. It seemed like even the defense of an elite wizard could not withstand its attack, but the problem was how could it successfully land a hit on an elite wizard. Upon hearing Abel's command, Johnson turned its head towards Wizard Jello. Suddenly, Wizard Jello felt threatened. Johnson began to move. All of a sudden, it turned to a shadow speeded towards Wizard Jello under his gaze. It didn't even need time to accelerate. How is that possible? Elite Wizard Cyril was stunned. How could a 10 meters tall iron giant turn into a shadow like this? Wizard Jello didn't even have time to react as he instinctively flashed away, but Johnson followed. Wizard Jello flashed into a spot 30 meters away. It took Johnson a few seconds to catch up, which gave him a chance to attack. However, he could not unleash an elite spell since that would still take too long. He began ruthlessly flashing the sharp ice pole pattern in his hand, and poles of sharp ice comet flew towards Johnson. The iron balls on Johnson quickly started working their magic. With a 10 Thul rune on top of the mana burn, it had given it 75% of magic resistance. So it was basically immune to these intermediate spells. Johnson did not let those ice comets hit it directly. Instead, it took out that giant bow altered from a crossbow. He then installed an arrow onto it while avoiding the ice comets, all without decreasing its speed. After Elite Wizard Jello realized he was being targeted, he quickly flashed away again. Johnson's speed and the attack were not too big of a threat to him, but at the same time, he couldn't do much to Johnson either. If he stood in one spot and unleashed an ice storm, maybe he could change the game. But he wouldn't dare to bet his life on the giant iron fist of Johnson or that crossbow of its. He began to doubt if it was actually this monster who had attacked those other 2 elite wizards in the 6-star magic circle. Therefore, he would not give it a chance to get close to him a single bit. Although Wizard Jello was filled with anger, his battle experience still allowed him to dodge the mana burn strike of Johnson. As soon as a wizard was struck with a mana burn strike, even gently, a magic power 4 times their attack would be drained from their body. That was scary. Abel couldn't help but frown. He knew how fast Johnson had become after the extra fast enchantment. He thought it would be a threat to an elite wizard, but it seemed like this threat was too small. Wizard Cyril, let's go back to the 6-star magic circle. Abel turned to Wizard Cyril and said. Okay, Grandmaster Abel, said Wizard Cyril even though he was a little confused. Wizard Cyril flashed inside the 6-star magic circle. Through the transparent light circles, they could still see the fight outside. Abel did not follow immediately. Instead, he commanded Johnson through the soul chain. Johnson used the death spiral. Johnson's massive body suddenly came to a halt. It was around 200 meters from Wizard Cyril. Afterward, it immediately began to viciously spin around. Wizard Jalel didn't know what this iron monster was doing, but it was a good chance for him to attack. A blizzard pattern flashed in front of him, and dark clouds began to emerge above Johnson. Johnson did not dodge instead, it kept spinning. Back when Johnson was a stone giant, its death spiral attack could strike any being within 500 meters. Since now it gained a new body as well as the extra fast, its spinning speed has increased multiple times. Its attack range had also increased dramatically. As snowflakes began to pour down from the dark clouds above, it exploded. The countless iron balls on Johnson were shot out by the massive momentum, just like a bursting flower of iron. The moment before Johnson had unleashed the death spiral, Abel and Black Wind flashed into the 6-star magic circle. When Wizard Jello saw Abel flashing back to the 6-star magic circle, his heart tensed up. If Abel didn't come out of the 6-star magic circle again, he would never have the chance to kill him. He only had 3 days in the Holy Continent, and 1 day had already passed. He didn't know when he could come here again. As Wizard Jello was getting desperate, beams of dark shadow shot out from the spinning body of Johnson, and they flew straight towards him. He sensed danger, so he quickly flashed to 300 meters away. But the moment he reappeared, the iron ball was already right in front of his eyes. He didn't have time to do another flash, not even take out a move in a flash scroll from his portal bag. The only thing he could do was to take the hit. Wizard Jello had always been in the front line of battle, so he was used to these purely physical impacts. His experience told him the speed of those iron balls reflected the impact they would give. There was no way they could penetrate his defense. As those iron balls landed on the ice crystal armor of Wizard Jello, blasts of ice crystal emerged. The iron balls were weakened. Wizard Jello also had 2 layers of passive magic guards, which absorbed the momentum of many iron balls, making them fall to the ground. Wizard Jello's chilling armor also automatically fired back an ice bolt to Johnson. It was a built-in ability. Johnson soon realized his mana burn effect began to come into effect. Wizard Jello had been struck, so it quickly stopped spinning. In that split moment, its body had turned from 10 meters to 6 meters. A large number of iron balls had covered every inch of land 1,000 meters out. Johnson's decrease in size did not affect its speed. It effortlessly dodged the ice bolt. This was the biggest weak point of ice spells. They were extremely slow when it came to flying. Johnson did not stop. Instead, it speeded straight towards Wizard Jello, and an arrow shot out from its crossbow. Wizard Jello was lucky that he had only been struck by 1 iron ball, but at the same time, he was in trouble. His mana was draining fast. It would only take 5 points of mana flash, but Johnson's mana burn was too strong. It had almost cleared out every bit of mana from Wizard Jello. If he only had 1 more second, he would be able to flash away again, but Johnson did not give him that chance. Its decrease in size did not affect its ability to use that giant bow. With an air-penetrating sound, an arrow flew right towards Wizard Jello. Since this arrow had only just been installed, it did not inherit the full power of the crossbow. Still, it was not slow. Without a single bit of mana, Wizard Jello took out a bottle of potion in this life and death situation. It was an extremely rare recovery potion. Normally, a wizard would rarely use it since it could decrease one's lifespan as a side effect. But by that point, he had no choice. Lifespan was important, but he was faced with death. It was worth it to sacrifice 10 years of his life for a tiny bit of mana. Wizard Jello was fast as he drank the potion, almost like lighting. One could only achieve this after countless years of battle. But no matter how fast he could drink a potion, it would still take some time for it to come to effect. Half a second at least, but by that point, the arrow was already right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Wizard Jello made an unexpected move. He placed his magic staff in front of him and blocked the arrow. Although it was not perfect, Wizard Jello's calculations were still precise with his vast amounts of battle experience. The magic staff viciously blasted outward like a bunch of explosives, but it was not fire sparkles that emerged. It was ice crystals. A large number of ice crystals appeared in front of Wizard Jello. This move had cleared out almost all the magic power he just regained again. By that point, the only thing in his mind was to escape the moment he regained enough magic power. He no longer wanted to fight this scary monster. The arrow was stuck between an ice crystal, but the massive momentum still knocked Wizard Jello backward for a few steps. At that moment, he realized his mana was gone again. Wizard Jello was screaming in his heart. What power was this? How could it drain a wizard's magic power with every strike? He had never seen this ability even in other places. How come the Holy Continent had something like this? He had just sacrificed 10 years of his life for this. Little bit of mana, but it was gone in no time once again. His magic staff had also blasted open into ice crystals. He really had sacrificed a lot. By that point, Johnson was only about 10 meters from him. He no longer had any magic power and no time for recovery, not even 1 second. Wizard Jello grabbed his chest, and suddenly a 3 meters tall iron puppet appeared in front of him. The iron puppet viciously struck down in front of him with its giant shield. The 6 meters tall Johnson couldn't care less about the 3-meter puppet. Its only target was Wizard Jello. The moment Johnson's body made contact with the shield, the iron puppet was blasted far, far away. Both elite wizard Jello and that brainless puppet did not know that Johnson was not afraid of physical impacts at all. It had inherited the Ironstone monster's attack-rebound ability. Since that puppet attacked Johnson, a force more than its attack power had blasted it away, and Johnson did not even budge. By that point, Johnson had already arrived in front of Wizard Jello. It lifted up its fist and viciously struck down Wizard Jello. Wizard Jello's frozen armor began to flash as though it was going to explode. The frozen armor shot out an ice bolt and landed on Johnson's body, but all it did was make a blue sparkle. Johnson's fist landed on Wizard Jello's body like rain, and soon all his defense was broken, including the frozen armor and his passive protective gear. Johnson's fist also had the mana burn effect, so as soon as a wizard was struck by it, all their mana would be drained. Then there could only be one thing awaiting them: death. That was what happened to Wizard Jello. All his defense was broken, and he could not flash away without mana, just like Wizard Bunker. Abel watched the fight from afar through the transparent light circle in his 6-star magic circle. Although Johnson was very strong, especially that death spiral, Abel knew it was not invincible. It needed 2 seconds to set up, so it could not be used in a life and death situation. Grandmaster Abel, your contracted beast is too good. Wizard Cyril felt like he was dreaming. 2 of the most powerful forces in the Holy Continent had just died in front of his eyes, and one more was about to die. Wait, no, not only 2. Suddenly Wizard Cyril thought about Wizard Cliff. Although Abel did not admit it, Wizard Cliff's magic tower was with Abel. Abel was Wizard Cliff's killer. Maybe in the past, Wizard Cyril would have doubted the possibility of a beginner wizard killing an elite wizard. But now he had seen the power of Abel's contracted beasts. He understood Wizard Cliff's death. Another glowing soul rose up. Abel quickly flashed outside the 6-star magic circle and snatched Wizard Jello's portal bad with a telekinesis. At that moment, 2 dwarfs emerged from that magic tower at which Abel had given to Wizard Cyril in a few flashes. They appeared besides Abel and Wizard Cyril. Abel recognized a familiar face. It was Wizard Allen from Kitchener City, a rank 18 elite wizard. Abel quickly did a wizard bow and said, "Hello." Wizard Allen. Grandmaster Abel, that's. Wizard Allen was shocked, and the wizard beside him as well. Wizard Allen was Abel's friend. He was not from the Goff family. He heard that Abel was attacked by 3 rank 17 wizards in Harry Castle, so he quickly called up the rank 18 wizard from the Goff family to come. However, he did not expect to see 3 glowing souls when he got here. 1 glowing soul represented 1 wizard, and from the intensity of those 3 glowing souls, he was sure they belonged to 3 rank 17 wizards. Just as Abel was about to speak, some sounds began to emerge from the ground. It was the iron balls. One by one, they emerged from the grass like they were alive, and soon they began to return to Johnson. Wizard Allen watched as this iron monster got taller and taller. His gaze flew to the mangled dead body beside it. Some fire of the soul was coming out of the dead body. From the look of it, that elite wizard must have had quite a bad time. However, elite wizard Allen could not understand how an elite wizard could get smashed to death by a fist. He just couldn't make sense of it, but no matter what, he knew he could not underestimate this growing iron monster. Soon the last iron ball was back at Johnson's body. It was back at 10 meters tall, and it began to walk back to Abel with heavy steps. Afterward, it kneeled down on one knee. All of a sudden, all 3 elite wizards on the spot felt deeply shocked to the core. An iron monster that just killed a rank 17 elite wizard was showing an incomprehensible amount of loyalty towards Abel. Johnson was the most down-to-earth, contracted beast out of the bunch. It always wanted to make its owner happy, so it kept learning human behavior, especially its owner's favorite night movements. Seeing Johnson kneeling in front of him, Abel could just guess it was trying to make him remember its glorious fight. He waved his hand and said, "You go back." He then gazed at its giant body and followed, "Be mindful, don't break things." Johnson stood up and bowed like a human. Afterward, it went back into the 6-star magic circle. Johnson arrived at the center of the 6-star magic circle and disappeared from the spot. It was only by this point Wizard Allen had become clear-headed again. He then pointed at the wizard dwarf next to him and said, "This is the Goff family's elite wizard Larkin. For you so much for your support. If there is anything I can help you in the future, please let me know. Abel said in a very sincere tone and bowed. This time he didn't do a wizard bow instead, he did a more humble, noble bow. These two rank 18 elite wizard dwarfs had directly teleported to Abel's magic tower through the dwarf's giant teleportation circle, and then automatically transferred to this level 6 magic tower of Wizard Cyril. Grandmaster Abel, you already resolved everything before we even got the chance to help, said Wizard Alan in a happy mood. No matter what, from now on, he could ask Abel to make a magic staff for him without hesitation. Wizard Larkin also said with a smile, Grandmaster Abel, you are such a close friend to our Goff family. There is no need to thank us. If anything, I should be sorry that I came late and didn't get the chance to help you. That's right, Grandmaster Abel, there is no need to thank. As long as you can take out some master wine from your cabinet, we will all be very happy, Wizard Cyril added in a big laugh. That's right, Wizard Alan also laughed. He was not from the Goff family. Although he had been gifted master wine before, the amount wasn't enough to satisfy his thirst. Also, those legendary dishes that can make elite wizards feel emotions again. Don't be stingy. Wizard Larkin followed with a laugh as well. Of course, I will always treat my guests with the best food and wine, Abel said with a smile. Harry Castle was not a place that wizards often gathered around, so not many people knew what those 3 beams of lights were. Most people thought it was because Earl Abel's weapons had irritated the spirit. However, Wizard Morton, Wizard Eveline, and Wizard Murphy knew what they were. Although they didn't watch the entire battle, he just could not understand why those elite wizards didn't flash away. Especially those 2 elite wizards, they were shot to death by 100 armor-piercing arrows just like that. Still, they saw the battle between Johnson and that rank 17 wizard very clearly. The broadcasting ability of the magic tower had allowed them to see the battle outside. They were certain that this contracted beast naturally had the power of a wizard. Just like the orcs' deities, they basically had no natural fighting skills, and they relied entirely on their summons. Still, no one would underestimate their power. Wizard Morton, Wizard Eveline, and Wizard Murphy were also certain of another thing. This 6-star magic circle had now become the safest place in the Holy Continent. As long as the rumors that 3 elite wizards had died here leaked out, no wizard would have the guts to mess with this place again. Everyone in Harry Castle, Abel Castle, and Bennett Castle soon got the news. They all returned to their own castle through teleportation circles. Most of them didn't know the risk. For normal people, going in a teleportation circle was an experience they could remember for their entire life. Abel has the battle ended. The Knight of Bennett did not go back to Bennett Castle. Instead, he stayed in Harry Castle and gazed at the 3 beams of light shooting up towards the sky. Yes, father. Abel's voice came with a slight bit of sweetness. He was touched by his father's care. Abel, what are those? The Lord of Marshall asked, pointing the beams of light from the side. Uncle Marshall, those are powerful souls, said Abel, looking at the lights as well. The souls of elite wizards were so powerful in this world that even their death was beautiful. The Lord of Marshall did not follow. He just saw 2 dwarf wizards. From the look on their faces, he was sure none of Abel's men was hurt. Still, he was not sure what kind of enemy would leave over such horrific scenery after being killed. Yes, it was horrific. Although to normal people, these lights might seem like a beautiful miracle. The Knight of Bennett and the Lord of Marshall knew fully well they were invaders. That was why they had to go hiding earlier. They were not expecting to see these 3 light beams of soul when they come back. All of a sudden, they realized how scary Abel's enemies must be. Father, Uncle Marshall, don't worry, the problem had been solved, Abel said with a smile. At least that was what he thought, at least in the Holy Continent. For the next 4 hours, Abel, 3 elite wizard dwarfs, Wizard Morton, Wizard Eveline, Wizard Murphy, as well as their apprentice wizards did not do anything. They merely stared quietly at these 3 light beams of soul. The soul of these 3 rank 17 wizards slowly faded. Even the rank 18 Wizard Allen and Wizard Larkin could not ignore these 3 beams of light as they began to drink their wine. Wizard Morton and the other wizards were paying respect to the souls of these powerful wizards. On the other hand, the 3 elite wizards signed up for this loss. At night, Bardolly personally cooked up a meal. Of course, everyone had their own individual portion, a habit from the Holy Continent. Bardolly was unmoved by what happened today. She had seen countless deaths. Abel did not think too much about it either. He combined 3 barrels of master wine into one, turning them into luxury master wine. If those master wines still tasted like rum, these luxury master wine were basically a completely different thing. At first, he was afraid they would have some new special effects, so he let Bardali try it first. The result was not bad. Abel's body had been altered by a dragon core, so he was basically immune to a lot of things. The result Bardali gave out was that her frozen force had increased a little. Although it was not enough to level up, the wine tasted a lot better. The dwarfs had helped Abel a lot, and he really wanted to thank them. At that moment, the only thing he could do without stirring up huge trouble was giving them wine. Raising the quality of the was quite an easy task for him as well. During dinner, Wizard Morton and the other wizards did not come back. Their status was too low. It wouldn't make sense for them to eat with those elite wizards, so they just stayed in their individual magic towers. Grandmaster Abel, I heard your dishes are the best in the Holy Continent. I finally have the luck to try it today, said Wizard Allen. He sat behind the first seat of the long dining table, the closest to Abel's master seat. That kid, Bernie, can't stop bragging about it. It seemed like you can't call yourself a food lover if you never tried Master Abel's food. Wizard Larkin stared at the empty table and waited in excitement. At that moment, only Abel and 3 elite wizard dwarfs were in the main dining hall. The Lord of Marshall and the Knight of Bennett sat in a second dining room enjoying their meal. They didn't want to disturb them. When the servants brought on the food, Wizard Allen and Wizard Larkin couldn't even control themselves. Manners flew out from the table. Wizards were used to doing whatever they like anyway. Abel smiled as he watched the 2 elite wizards exit form their momentary bliss. The higher rank the wizard, the more precious this experience would be. Grandmaster Abel, seems like I need to stay here for 10 days now, Wizard Allen exclaimed as he became clear-headed again. Me too, Wizard Larkin nodded as well. For a wizard with a rank as high as rank 18, nothing could be more important than increasing their ability. Also, Abel had a giant teleportation circle here, so they could go right away if something happened. An opportunity like this could not be missed. Wizard Cyril began to laugh quietly. He had stayed here for more than 10 days by this point. He had already experienced all kinds of euphoria, but still, he wouldn't leave. He was short of time. Abel's wine and food were way too good. These other 2 elite wizards reminded Wizard Cyril of himself when he first came here. Now, he has become a regular. Wizard Allen suddenly thought of the most important thing. Where's the wine? A good meal needed good wine to complete. Wizard Larkin also suddenly realized as well. Yeah. Grandmaster Abel, why don't bring the wine up already? I want to thank all your help today, so I prepared the best wine, said Abel with a smile as he took out a crystal glass of wine from his portal bracelet and placed it on the table. Grandmaster Abel, something's not right. The past few days I've been drinking barrels of master wine. It's okay if you don't give us your master wine today, but how come you only give us so little? Wizard Cyril quickly called as he looked through that tiny jug of wine. He knew it was not master wine. But how could so little wine be enough for all 3 of the dwarfs? Okay, how about this, Wizard Cyril? I'll bring you a barrel of master wine, and you can have it all by yourself. Then, Wizard Allen and Wizard Larkin can share this jug by themselves, said Abel with a smile. Wizard Cyril banged his fist on the table and followed as he shook his head. No, Grandmaster Abel, this must be some kind of trick. I'm not stupid. I'll drink whatever they drink. Abel laughed out loud as he twisted the lid open. All of a sudden, a mysterious yet enticing smell of wine emerged. The 3 elite wizard dwarfs were stunned for a moment. The smell was better than anything he had ever smelled, including the master wine. This wine is not easy to make, so I don't have much of it. I only have 1 jug today, Abel said as he waved his hand to a servant. Afterward, the servants brought on little crystal glasses. If they brought out a bigger glass, they would not have enough to share for everyone. The reason why Abel had used a crystal glass was to make this wine look more luxurious. He wanted to separate it from the normal master wine. In the past, those dwarfs just drank up a barrel of master wine in no time. He didn't want his luxury master wine to end up like this, so he came up with this idea. Put it in a crystal glass and only bring out a small amount of it each time. This way, they could retain their value. This glass is too small. said Wizard Cyril, lifting up that tiny glass. Whatever, let me try first. Wizard Cyril continued as he poured the wine in his mouth. All of a sudden, a snake of flame traveled down from his throat. His body started burning. Since this wine was combined through the Horadric cube, it had reached a sense of perfection no dwarfs had ever experienced. Those master wine already had quite a high alcohol content, but this luxury, master wine, was a few times stronger. Most importantly, it tasted a lot better as well. Dwarfs were born with a special love for wine. It was in their nature. Maybe only a small amount of humans would enjoy Abel's luxury master wine, but it was basically the dwarf's favorite thing in the world. Thrilling, Wizard Allen let out a big breath of hot air. After seeing Wizard Allen's face, Wizard Larkin also quickly lifted up his little glass and poured the liquid down his throat. His eyes grew wide. It seemed like he couldn't fathom the existence of such a strong wine. The lust for wine in his blood had been ignited all at once. "You are right, this wine is amazing," Wizard Larkin yelled. Wizard Cyril did not hesitate. He no longer complained about how small the glass was. If he kept talking, he would be missing out on his portion. Abel lifted up the crystal jug with a smile and refilled the wine for the 3 elite wizards. By that point, the 3 elite wizards finally realized why these small glasses was suitable. If they drank a huge mouthful of it at once, maybe even a wizard dwarf would get drunk. Abel almost didn't drink any luxury master wine during the entire dinner. The jug was soon cleared out by the 3 elite wizards, along with the food. At night, Abel went to his 6 stories empty magic tower for rest after he finished serving the 3 elite wizards. Although it only had 6 stories, its mana concentration was just as dense. Wizard Larkin sat in the meditation room of the magic tower. He realized something different as he started to meditate. Although he had tried to meditate after drinking, the outcome was always affected as his brain grew slower. The wine he drank this time was a lot stronger, but somehow it allowed him to concentrate even better. He felt like the wine had energized his mind. This meditation season was way better than the normal ones he had. Don't underestimate this little bit of focus. If a wizard could get a tiny bit of focus every day, it could pile up over time. Wizard Larkin's eyes began to flash. The taste of this wine was already a level above master wine, and now it had given him an effect like this. It seemed like he really needed to take full advantage of this opportunity since Abel was so close to the Goff family. He took out a communication circle and ignited it. Soon, old Goff's voice emerged. "Wizard Larkin, are you calling me at this time because Grandmaster Abel is in trouble?" Old Goff's heart began to tense up as soon as he received a call at this time. He knew Abel needed help. But 2 rank 18 wizards were already stepping up, and Wizard Cyril was there as well. If they didn't get through this situation, he didn't know what would. Grandmaster Abel already solved everything by himself. "We came late," Wizard Larkin quickly replied in a slightly embarrassed tone. He said he came here to help Abel, but he didn't actually get to do anything. Instead, he just had a good time drinking. "Great, then why are you calling me?" Old Goff's spirits lifted. He didn't know how to solve the problem with 3 rank 17 wizards himself, so at least the thing was resolved. Still, Abel needed to accept a favor from him. Grandmaster Abel made a new wine. "Quickly sent someone over to discuss if we can get some back. This wine can help wizards meditate," Wizard Larkin replied. Help wizards meditate. Old Goff felt his spirits lift even more. Anything that was good for a wizard could be considered as training resources, and up to a point, these kinds of training resources would become military resources. If Abel had enough of that wine, and if he could supply it long-term, then it would become a military resource. Up to this point, Old Goff quickly replied, "Wizard Larkin, doesn't Abel owe you a favor? Can't you just order some from him directly?" "Old Goff, I don't have the face to ask. I'm still not that close with Grandmaster Abel yet. Do you know what I saw when I arrived?" Wizard Larkin helplessly recalled the 3 light beams of souls. "What did you see?" Old Goff paused for a bit. 3 dead rank 17 elite wizards, 3 light beams of soul in one place. "It was the first time I saw something like that in my entire life," said Wizard Larkin, tone full of marvel. All of a sudden, Old Goff had become speechless. He only followed in a dry voice after a long time. "Grandmaster Abel did it all by himself. You guys didn't help. Didn't you hear what I said? We came late. Cyril did help a little, but most of the work was done by Grandmaster Abel himself. Maybe after this news spreads, our bursting crossbows will get sold like crazy. 2 elite wizards were directly shot to death by them. Wizard Larkin replied. How's that possible? Old Goff's voice had grown high-pitched. He knew his family made them well. He might have believed it if Wizard Larkin said it had killed a head commander, but shooting an elite wizard to death, that was too much. I've seen the dead bodies. They were shot to death by around 10 arrows from our crossbows, said Wizard Larkin helplessly. If he didn't see it with his eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. Could the elves' magic circle, in combination with our bursting crossbows, really unleash such power? Since that was what Wizard Larkin had said, Old Goff had no choice but to believe him. He began to seriously consider that power. I've said what I want to say. Just tell little Bernie to come to talk about the wine. He has more face than me. Wizard Larkin waved his hand and closed the communication circle. Old Goff was still mumbling to himself. He killed 3 elite wizards with arrows. He was sure of one thing. All the dwarfs' crossbows would soon be ordered by countless cities. No regulation could stop the ordering of something that could kill an elite wizard. Although there were only rumors in the past, now it had been testified. A crossbow had officially become a threat to wizards. Still, no one knew the crossbow Abel had was actually the bursting crossbow. It was the dwarf's secret weapon. Only people they called brother could get such a thing. If Wizard Cyril did not tell Abel, he would never know such powerful weapons existed. Old Goff began to think about how he could get the most benefits from this. When the news that Abel shot 2 elite wizards to death had spread in a few days, the value of crossbows would shoot up like crazy. As the dwarf's only trader, he needed to get the most benefits for the dwarfs. Meanwhile, elite wizard Alan and elite wizard Cyril also sensed the effect of Abel's new wine. Wizard Cyril understood how close Abel was to the Goff family. So no matter how precious this wine was, as long as he needed it, they would be able to get some. Wizard Alan was also thinking about staying at Abel's place even longer. Firstly was for the euphoria he gained from the food. Secondly was for wine, and thirdly was to deepen their relationship. Although Abel had let Bardali try the wine, he didn't realize the special effect it could bring. This effect was so special, it had gained an important place in the 3 elite wizards' heart. At that moment, Abel was trying to figure out ways to increase his battle fort's power. He had swapped out all the intermediate gems in the 100 little war puppets to top-quality gems. It had almost taken him an hour. Afterward, Tower Spirit Flora's voice emerged, energy replenished in the little war puppets. Logarithm. Unknown. It seemed like the dwarfs who had made these puppets did not even consider the fact that someone had used top-quality gems to power them. He only returned to his magic tower after he had refilled the arrows. He was not expecting to kill 3 elite wizards here. The mana burn from hell was a lot more powerful than he thought. By that point, Josen had already become a bone-chilling, contracted beast. Once this news spread, he would be fully exposed to the world. Abel planned to unleash Flying Flame as well, but luckily, Flora resolved everything by itself. Therefore, Abel could still keep it as a secret weapon. All the effort he had put in his magic tower did not go to waste, after all. Flora could not have done this if it didn't have so many little war puppets and bursting crossbows. Those wizards who came from outside the Holy Continent were actually the men Wizard Cliff had threatened Abel with. This caught him by surprise. Originally, he thought he had already resolved the situation with Wizard Cliff. He never thought it would bring about more elite wizards. But from the look of it, maybe 2 elite wizards also just want to capture him for his rabbit essence formula. Greed is in the heart of men. If Abel was not a grandmaster blacksmith and just a beginner wizard, countless people would have torn his flesh apart already. The 2 elite wizards from outside the continent ignored a grandmaster blacksmith, so they had to pay for their greed. From then on, their souls would remain in the Holy Continent forever. I hope this is the last time I have to deal with this. Abel mumbled to himself. He had just killed 3 elite wizards. He knew things would not be settled just like this. Abel pushed these thoughts out of his mind and began to take out his spoils of war. The familiar elite wizard Nigel's portal bag was 10 square meters. Abel's taste had gotten so high that none of the stuff in it was appealing in his eyes. Wizard Nigel had a very normal magic staff. Could only unleash 3 level 5 fireball per day. Fireball was one of the favorite spells among fire wizards, but 3 times per day was a little shabby, especially for an elite wizard. Abel spotted a spiritual beast's soul being preserved within the portal bag. He remembered that Wizard Nigel had sent out a mission in Lion City about magic staffs. It seemed like this soul was the ingredient for it. With Abel's thin knowledge of spiritual beasts, of course, he would not know which spiritual beast this soul belonged to. Still, by looking at the shadow of the soul, he knew it was a powerful fire attribute spiritual beast. It must have been difficult to kill. As Abel looked at Wizard Nigel's shabby portal bag, it seemed like he sacrificed a lot to kill this thing. Still, Abel didn't have much use for it anyway, so he just carelessly threw it in his portal bracelet. Then he organized the other stuff and threw it in the warehouse of his magic tower. It might come in handy when his magic tower started to accept followers. The next was Wizard Bunker's portal bag. It was 20 square meters, and it had quite a lot of goodies. He had countless high-level magic scrolls. He had 4 of the move in a flash scrolls alone. Although these high-level scrolls were powerful, with Abel's current rank, his mana would be directly sucked dry if he used one. If you wanted to use a high-level scroll, you needed to be an intermediate wizard. It was not worth it for a beginner wizard. It would drain many times more mana and power of will for them. Wizard Bunker also had a large number of mana gems, even a few top-quality ones. Although to other wizards this would be valuable, Abel just threw it straight to the side. By that point, he had his gaze on a set of knight gear. It was weird to see knight gear in the portal bag of an elite wizard. It had at least tens of armors, shields, and long swords. Abel picked up a shield and looked at it from a perspective of a blacksmith. It only had the workmanship of an advanced blacksmith at most. The details were not that well-crafted either, but the techniques were completely different. Abel could see a strong sense of darkness. Jade Tower Shield. Defense 25. Block rate 44%. Poison resistance plus 29%. This was a dark shield the Horadric could recognize. How could this world have any dark equipment? Abel was certain that the other knight gear on the ground would be recognized by the Horadric cube. As well, Abel no longer cared about the other 4 metal puppets he spotted in the portal bag. He sensed a strong threat coming from within. He adjusted his mood and threw the metal puppets straight in his portal bag. They were not as good as his little war puppets anyway, just some other puppets from the dwarfs. Also, these 4 puppets were not in the secret list of the dwarfs, so they could be exposed to the public. Flora, I'll let you control these 4 puppets. Also, help me put the other things away, Abel said in a monotone voice. Yes, master, Flora replied in a slightly uplifting tone. The tower spirit Flora was very intelligent. It could do anything like a human. It could control 100 little war puppets, but it could only tell them to attack in certain circumstances under Abel's command. With these 4 new metal puppets, it could use them as a body to roam around the magic tower, 6-star magic circle, and Harry Castle. Since these puppets' original owners had died, they began to move nimbly under Tower Spirit Flora's command, almost without resisting. Afterward, they began to organize and store away the other stuff in the portal bag. Meanwhile, Abel opened the last portal bag. Just like the other one, it was 20 square meters. There were not many things inside. There were 5 metal puppets, and Abel gave them to Flora as well. The puppets began to move and joined the packing-up team. Abel was very jealous of Flora's ability to control unlimited amounts of things. Abel could only control 5 things at most, and he would make a mistake if he tried any more than that. There were also tens of knight shields, armors, and weapons. They were not new and seemed like they were spoils of war. Abel suppressed his curiosity and ignited the portal door to the dark world. His journey in the underground tomb had been very smooth lately. He was already at level 3 and seemed like he would reach level 4 soon. The first thing he did when he entered the rogue encampment was check on the Horadric Malice. He had already saved up a lot of socket equipment. He was planning to give all the Spirit Guardian Knights a full new set of armor once he had enough. Meanwhile, at Lion City, an elite wizard was absent, so an intermediate wizard was reporting to the other 3 elite wizards. Mr. Lorenzo, Mr. Nigel's death has been confirmed. The 2 elite wizards, Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jello, who had teleported here from the super teleportation circle yesterday, also died. The investigation department's reporter reported carefully. "Wizard Allenby, Wizard Eddington, that's why I invited you all here today," said Wizard Lorenzo. He looked a little stunned. Ever since he got the news yesterday, he couldn't believe what he heard. He quickly sent out the investigation department to investigate, and it was only until today he had invited the two other elite wizard guards to discuss. Wizard Allenby became speechless for a moment, but soon he followed. "What is Grandmaster Abel's condition like?" The investigation department confirmed that Grandmaster Abel got a heads up, so he had teleported everyone in his 3 castles to a safe place through his new teleportation circle beforehand. During the fight, Grandmaster Abel did not sustain any injuries. The intermediate wizard replied. "How's that possible? That's 3 elite wizards, 3 rank 17 wizards." Wizard Eddington emphasized the word rank 17 because he was rank 17 as well. He knew how hard it was to kill a rank 17 wizard. With just a little domain in Harvest City, Abel killed 3 rank 17 elite wizards. It had become very awkward for the intermediate wizard. The investigation department had already given their best efforts, but still, they could only roughly estimate the battle. They still needed some time until they could understand the process of the battle. "How many men did Grandmaster Abel have?" Wizard Allenby asked. "Rank 17 Wizard Dwarf Cyril, rank 12 Wizard Morton, rank 11 Bard Ali, and some beginner wizards including Grandmaster Abel himself. The investigation department has been gathering information since last night, so he was very confident when it came to Abel's power. Grandmaster Abel definitely doesn't have enough fighting power to go against 3 elite wizards." Although Wizard Lorenzo was the leader of the investigation department, he still didn't know too much about this situation. He only knew about this event a little bit earlier than the other 2 wizards, so he was also doubtful of the situation. "Master, according to the newest information, Grandmaster Abel used the Elf 6-star magic circle to set his 6 magic towers. Also, I've some news from the dwarfs that Grandmaster Abel purchased a few hundred crossbows from them," the intermediate wizard reported. Wizard Lorenzo, Wizard Allenby, and Wizard Eddington exchanged gazes. They knew how scary a crossbow was. If an elite wizard did not have enough time to react, a crossbow could penetrate their defense. However, a rank 17 elite wizard could suppress all lower wizards nearby, and they could also shake up any knights with their power of will. Where did Abel find someone to control so many crossbows? Although it was hard to block a crossbow, an elite wizard could dodge it easily. There was no way those 3 elite wizards would just stand there. All of the elite wizards in Lion City knew that move in a flash was basically an instinct to elite wizards. As soon as someone reached intermediate wizards level, they would start practicing move in a flash. It didn't matter what stage they were in, their training would stop if their move in a flash was not up to standard. On top of that, every elite wizard had their own special lifesaver. Although they didn't know about those 2 so-called fighting elite wizards, they knew about Wizard Nigel. He had at least 2 move in a flash scrolls, and he shouldn't lack other lifesavers either. He could use a move in a flash scroll to escape anytime. So how did Grandmaster Abel trap him in Harry Castle? As the 3 Lion City were growing speechless, the identity card of the intermediate wizard came to flash. His power of will scanned it, and soon his eyes started sparkling. "Mister, I have new information," the intermediate wizard quickly said. "Speak up," Wizard Lorenzo nodded. "Yesterday, Wizard Nigel, Wizard Jello, and Wizard Bunker entered Harry Castle. Wizard Jello was held up by the elite wizard Dwarf Cyril, while Wizard Nigel and Wizard Bunker entered Grandmaster Abel's 6-star magic circle and got shot to death by crossbows. Wizard Jello was then beat to death by Grandmaster Abel's contracted beast, a giant iron monster. Afterward, 2 rank 18 wizard dwarfs, Wizard Allen and Wizard Larkin, arrived. However, all they saw were 3 light beams of souls," the intermediate wizard reported. "Is this information accurate?" Wizard Lorenzo said in disbelief. He was the head of the investigation department, and he trusted them. "This information is from the dwarfs. At the time, Wizard Cyril reported back to his tribe when this happened." The intermediate wizard nodded in certainty. Wizard Lorenzo knew the humans, and the dwarfs had agreed to share certain information. Most of the time, the dwarfs would share anything that didn't hurt their reputation. This incident could promote their crossbows, so there was no way they would keep it a secret. "Quick, call the dwarfs, buy as many crossbows as possible," He shouted as soon as he heard the report. As the head manager of Lion City's military, he knew how powerful crossbows were. He just never expected them to kill elite wizards. Now they were faced with this fact, so it seemed like they had to buy some crossbows. Grandmaster Abel really was hiding something. A contracted beast that could kill a rank 17 wizard. That thing must be a top-rank soul beast, one with a powerful attack. Wizard Lorenzo sighed. Yeah, it's understandable that 2 elite wizards were killed by crossbows, but Wizard Jelil was beaten to death by Grandmaster Abel's contracted beast. It seems anyone who messes with him will be in big trouble. I will quickly report Wizard Nigel's death. It's really a pity. I wonder who will replace him as the next guardian wizard. Wizard Eddington also sighed and spoke softly. Of course, he was not signing at Abel. Instead, it was for Wizard Nigel. With the dwarfs as witnesses, even the Wizard Union couldn't do much about this magic tower attacking behavior, especially as a guardian wizard who had attacked a Grandmaster Blacksmith's magic tower. This would definitely anger the dwarfs. None of the 3 Lion City wizards felt empathy towards Wizard Nigel. They just wondered if the next guardian wizard sent down from the Holy Continent would compete with them for power. It was a pity, but also laughable and irritating. Wizard Nigel's death did not stir up chaos with Lion City, and his assets was split between the 3 elite wizards. Part of it had gone to Abel for compensation. Not only in Lion City, the Lord of Management in the Kingdom of St. Pirat, Duke Sturton was also looking at the same information. Afterward, he told his servants, first, immediately sent out a big gift to Harry Castle to congratulate Grandmaster Abel for successfully building his magic tower. Use the best quality gifts and make sure you're fast. Second, call the dwarfs. We want large numbers of crossbows, the more the better. The same thing was also happening to the other kingdoms, let alone the Wizard Union. Especially the Wizard Union in the Duchy of Kian. The ruling wizard in that branch union had been sent to the northeast part of the human territory, Budapest mountain range. They were planning to establish a wizard union there, a one-man wizard union for protection. By that point, the elves had also gotten the news. In Angstrom City, Duke Albert said to Grand Duke Edwina, "It seems like our daughter met quite a capable little guy." "Stop calling him little guy, show some respect for the powerful." Grand Duke Edwina shook her head with an awkward smile. "Yeah, the last time when he was here, I still joke with you saying how many years it will take for him to reach our level that wasn't too long ago. Now both his Grandmaster Blacksmith status or his fame as a 3 elite wizard killer is making our eyes sparkle," said Duke Albert as he looked at the face of Grand Duke Edwina. By that point, her face was basically exactly the same as her younger self. "I heard he is very good with the dwarfs." Suddenly Grand Duke Edwina had become a little irritated. There was always a barrier between the elves and the dwarfs. Although it was not enough to cause a conflict or interrupt their trades, there was still some tension among their elites. Duke Albert sighed and broke Grand Duke Edwina's train of thought. "Don't forget, you just ate the food Abel had sent us Abel for lunch." "Haha, I'm just saying, it seems okay. Abel is grown up, we cannot restrict him anymore. Only a man like him can match with Lorraine." Grand Duke Edwina laughed gently. The attitude of Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert began to change. Every bit of power Abel gained had deepened his place in their heart. As the entire Holy Continent was going crazy for Abel, the Lord of Marshall began to get busy. As soon as the teleportation circle in Harry Castle was officially set, anyone with an authentication could be teleported here to visit the death ground of 3 elite wizards. Especially that 6-star magic circle. Of course, the elves would need to pay a lot more attention to their magic circle's form than on. Unlike the dwarfs, they did not sell their secret magic circle. The only way to see the elves' 6-star magic circle was to go to Harry Castle. Still, they could only look from afar. As more and more wizards joined, Abel could not stop their passion for a visit, even if he raised the teleportation fee to 50,000 gold coins. Most of the visitors were magic circle makers. Although they could not see the secret of the circle from outside, they were certain that those 2 elite wizards would not die under the crossbows without this 6-star magic circle. Although the dwarfs had just briefly touched upon the 6-star magic circle in their report, their passionate wizards still knew about it. Of course, a part of this was also intention. Abel wanted to distract the others from his floating battle fort and its lockdown ability. Master Bernie is here. Bardali's voice emerged from Abel's identity card. She was one of the very few people who could directly contact Abel like this. Seems like that bastard is here for wine again. Abel mumbled to himself with a smirk. Afterward, he replied to his identity card, "Invite him in, I'll come down in a second." The first thing Abel saw when he entered his office was a desperate-looking Bernie. He quickly stepped up with a smile and said, "Bernie, I thought you were busy with business. How come you have time for a visit?" "It's all thanks to your wine. My wizard said they were helpful for wizard meditation." "Do you have any on you? Give me a try first." Bernie energetically stared at Abel's portal bracelet. "They are helpful for wizard meditation." Abel was stunned for a moment. He never expected his wine to have any special ability, but it still did. He would be in big trouble from now on. "No way you didn't know." If Bernie knew this earlier, he would definitely slap himself in the mouth. He could not let anyone in his tribe know about this, or else they would definitely doubt his ability to do business. If it was only some tasty wine, the deal could be made easily. However, with this new ability, it would be a completely different game. Abel laughed as he took out a crystal glass from his portal bracelet and handed it to Bernie. Seeing Bernie caught the crystal glass slightly out of the guard, Abel replied, "I didn't know, but now I know." Abel irritatedly twisted opens the crystal glass and viciously gulped down a big mouthful of luxury master wine. Just when he wanted to say something to get back his face, he felt his whole body begin to burn. His throat felt like it was on fire. He couldn't help but cough. "Bernie, didn't the three wizards tell you this wine is very strong?" Abel said with a smile, looking at Bernie. "I wasn't expecting it to be this strong, but still, it's good stuff." Bernie slowly regained himself with effort and began his compliment. "Of course, this is the best wine in the world. Too bad, maybe only you dwarfs could enjoy it," said Abel confidently. "We really know how to drink. The human red wine is like nothing to us, too soft," Bernie agreed. "Bernie, you are standing in front of a human, and the wine you just drank is made by a human as well," Abel reminded him. Understand. Bernie carelessly brushed Abel off and followed, "What's the name of this wine?" "I call it luxury master wine," said Abel like he didn't care. "Abel, you really know how to name things," Bernie said, looking at Abel in dissatisfaction. "A good wine like this needed a more glorious-sounding name." "If you don't like the name, then don't drink it. I'll give it to you again after I think of a better name," said Abel as he stuck out his hand for the crystal glass. "You are right, this name is very good." Bernie quickly held the crystal glass tighter in his hands. He was willing to sacrifice his taste of name for this. They laughed a bunch. Bernie was one of Abel's only friends. In front of Bernie, Abel could act like a normal person. "My tribe called me here. How many barrels of this luxury master wine can you give me?" said Bernie, lifting you the crystal glass. "Bernie, how about we change barrels to bottles? This thing is pure. Do you think it's that easy to make? Do you know how many high-value ingredients are in it?" Abel asked, pointing at Bernie. Of course, Bernie knew that Abel was a master alchemist as well. He would not believe it even if someone told him that. There were no alchemy elements in these master wines. Genius who could become the elves' alchemist master in such a short period of time would put a lot of alchemy technique into making his wine. Bernie didn't doubt Abel a single bit. Also, with Abel's connection with the elves, Bernie wouldn't be surprised that Abel could get a large number of precious ingredients from the Double Moon Forest. "Abel, so how many bottles can you give me? My family pressed me for this. If I fail, the tribe leader will strangle me to death," said Bernie with a sad-looking face. "Bernie, I know the tribe leader is your father. Don't think you can trick me. I'll give you 10 bottles first, and we'll discuss how you can pay me back later. I know you won't scam me anyway," said Abel with a breeze. 10 bottles. Bernie did some quick math. He definitely needed to give 3 bottles to the 3 elite wizards, so he had 7 bottles left. He had so many wizards in his family, he would definitely beat to death by them. Right, Bernie sighed. He almost forgot about old Goff and the elites of his tribe. It seemed like 10 bottles would be gone in a flash. "Abel, 10 bottles is too little. How about 100 bottles? Bernie had also been thinking for half a day, and by this point, he finally began his negotiation. "You know what, Bernie, I've been quite interested in that floating fort you gave me. See if you can find a few more for me," said Abel softly. "Abel, that thing is too precious. It's very hard to just give you one of them. I don't know if my tribe would agree," Bernie said, shaking his head. A little research team dedicated to researching the floating fort had already been established in the Goff family. Although they didn't make any progress, their perspective on them had changed ever since Abel discovered the tower spirit. Bernie did not hide from Abel, so he said directly, "Ever since you discovered a spirit in those floating forts, my tribe's wizards have become very interested in them, and they also wanted to get one to come out, so it seems unlikely." Abel's eyes started to sparkle when he heard Bernie say, "seems unlikely." It was unlikely but not impossible. This meant he had a chance. "Okay, how about this? I'll give you 20 bottles first. You go back and ask if they want to trade 100 bottles of luxury master wine for a floating fort," said Abel, patting Bernie's shoulder. Bernie was a little bit hesitant. Abel gave his portal bracelet a little rub. And 22 bottles of luxury master wine appeared on the table in front. The wine was giving out a mysterious shimmer within the crystal bottles. Bernie couldn't help but take another sip and let out a gentle sigh. There was no need to explain. Bernie knew that Abel had given him an extra 2 bottles just for himself. Bernie knew in his heart that those floating forts were nothing too extraordinarily important. They had been researched for countless years by countless wizards, but they discovered nothing. Even if there was a secret, it seemed like only Abel could break it. He still had a few floating forts in his tribe, so giving out another one shouldn't be such a big problem. Up to that point, Bernie said, "Abel, I'll give it a try, but I can't promise anything," Bernie said as he put the bottles on the table in his portal. He took away the bottles and took a sip of it as well. After Abel sent Bernie off, Abel went back to his magic tower. The teleportation circle had been open recently, so a lot of wizards had been visiting. Luckily, the back mountain range of Harry Castle was surrounded by the 6-star magic circle, and that 6-star magic circle had the name of killing 3 elite wizards. Therefore, no wizard wanted to mess with him anymore. The moment Abel returned to his magic tower, Wizard Morton came for a visit. "Abel, the mana here is so good, don't let it go to waste," said Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton was here today for the apprentice wizards and wizard followers outside of Bakong City. Since Wizard Morton, Wizard Eveline, and Wizard Murphy had all shut down their magic towers, the wizard followers and apprentice wizard normally gathered outside did not have any missions. Although they could still enjoy the free mana, they no longer had any potion of magic books as supply. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Abel was confused. "I want to get those wizard followers and apprentice wizards outside of Bakong City to come here. It can help them grow a lot." Wizard Morton looked at Abel. Although Abel was his disciple, this place was Abel's domain at the end of the day, and Abel was the one who created this mana environment, so he still needed to ask him first. "Teacher, I don't have time for this. I'll let you take care of it," said Abel with a smile. With a large number of wizard followers, a wizard circle would be formed, and it would attract a large number of gifted wizards. It was very good for the Earl domain. In a place where wizards gathered in the Kingdom of St. Ellis's Denon City, a 17th-floor magic tower had attracted many people's attention. This magic tower had been closed for months. Although rumors were said the owner of this magic tower, Elite Wizard Dunn, locked himself up forever. As long as the magic tower was closed, it meant that the owner was alive. Normally, when the owner of a magic tower had locked themselves up, they would normally shut down everything. All of his disciples or followers would leave the magic tower, and the owner would just use hunger potions to keep themselves alive. If the owner had died, the tower spirit would go into an ownerless mode. Then Wizard Union would take back the magic tower and divide the leftover wealth according to the owner's will. Anything extra would be taken by the Wizard Union along with the magic tower. Therefore, the owner was alive as long as the tower spirit was still working. This was the case with Wizard Dunn. At that moment, Wizard Dunn was located inside the top floor of his magic tower with 10 bottles of red wine by his side. He had already drunk 9 of them. Wizard Dunn had been stuck as a rank 17 elite wizard for a few hundred years. He was a master in lighting spells, and his fighting power was far greater than any other normal wizard's. Lighting spells was special. Most wizards could not master it even if they spent their whole life looking into it. This was because their main characteristic was an imbalance in power. Normally, when a wizard used a lighting spell to attack, there was a big chance they could only end up with 1 point of damage. This element was central to all lightning spells. Normally, The lowest point of damage for lighting spells was 1 point, but their maximum could be more than a few hundred. Therefore, in order to become a lighting wizard, you needed to be gifted. Although there weren't many members in the Thunders, the team which Wizard Dunn belonged to, their fighting power was the most explosive. Lighting spells were the fastest spells, and it could bring about a numbing effect if the strike was successful. Although he had quite a lot of glory during battles, he had been trapped at rank 17. His body had been corroded by mana for hundreds of years, and he had taken a large number of potions. Therefore, his body had always remained in a weak state. That's why he could not level up anymore. Although an elite wizard could use some other method to increase their lifespan, Wizard Dunn didn't want to live like this. Therefore, he returned to the Holy Continent to cultivate some more gifted wizard for the Thunders instead. First, he thought he would stay in the Holy Continent until he died of old age, but a few months ago, his disciple Wizard Morton had brought him 10 bottles of wine. Although he was born a noble and really loved wine when he was young, he hadn't had much of it since he started training. Therefore, he didn't really care too much about it much at first. However, the moment he took a sip, he knew what the wines could do. He suddenly locked himself up. He told the world that he would lock himself up until he died, but he was actually very optimistic that he could level up. The reason was simple. The wine Wizard Morton had sent him was slowly adjusting his body. Originally, it had been badly damaged by mana, the side effect of potions and old age, but at that moment, it was slowly recovering. The first thing Wizard Dunn did was lock himself up after he realized this. He had been waiting for this moment for a few hundred years. He didn't want anyone to interrupt or anything. Unexpected to happen, saying he would lock himself up until he died was the best option. A few months had passed, but he did not grow desperate. He took a little sip of red wine every day, and the special element within it slowly healed his body. He had waited for a few hundred years. Now was his moment. He knew he would only waste the wines if he got too desperate. He felt like his body was about to level up. A level up he had been waiting for hundreds of years. Strange energy began to leak out from his body. It was the scent of leveling up. It was not easy to hold down his excitement, but he remained calm. Step by step, he began to trace out the rank 18 wizard pattern as the scent of leveling up began to change his body. Outside of the magic tower, intermediate wizards was sitting in a tent. This tent was set ever since the first day Wizard Dunn had announced his lock-up. The owners of this tent were both Wizard Dunn's disciple, Wizard Alberta, and Wizard Hickok. Unlike Wizard Morton, who had already unleashed all his potential, these two intermediate wizards were still at their prime. They were both an authority within the kingdom of St. Ellis's Wizard Union. Their magic tower was not far away. Ever since Wizard Dunn had locked up, both of them had not returned to their own magic towers. Instead, they guarded their teacher's magic tower. Of course, if Wizard Morton did not have the responsibility to guard the Duchy of Carmel, he would be here as well. At that moment, those intermediate wizards were reading a magic book, but suddenly they sensed a scent of leveling coming from the 17th floor of the magic tower. Teacher is leveling up. Wizard Alberta quickly dashed up and yelled in excitement. At the same time, he brushed on his portal bag and a magic staff appeared in his hand. A wizard was the most vulnerable during their level up, so they could not let anyone interrupt. Alberta, you go left and I'll go right. Wizard Hickok also took out his magic staff and said in excitement. Both of them had been guarding the place for months. They finally had something to do. Since they wanted to guard their teacher, they did not go to the Wizard Union and declined all their tasks for the past few months. They had almost lost all their power because of this. But they couldn't care less. Their teacher's level up was the most important thing. It seemed like their sacrifice did not go to waste after all. Mana began to emerge from the tip of the magic tower. All the mana generated by the magic tower had been sucked into this mana swirl. All the wizards in the nearby magic tower noticed this special scenery. Afterward, they all rushed toward the tower. Watching a wizard level up, especially an elite wizard, was an extremely rare experience. It could be very beneficial when the time came for them. More and more wizards began to gather, which made both Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok very nervous. Don't get too close, Wizard Alberta said in a low voice to 3 other intermediate wizards who wanted to get closer. At that moment, the 3 intermediate wizards would not dare to offend Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok. Although they had been laughing at how stupid they were for guarding outside a dead-shut magic tower the past few months, everything was changed now. Wizard Dunn was finally leveling up. Rank 18 elite wizards were at the top of the Holy Continent elites. Therefore, the three intermediate wizards smiled and stepped back. Afterward, they sat on the floor and began to experience the powerful force of a rank 18 wizard leveling up. Other wizards also did the same. All of a sudden, tens of wizards were sitting around 100 meters from the magic tower. Inside the magic tower, Wizard Dunn felt the last bit of scent faded from his body. He regained his life force. Although lifespan might just be an elusive number to young wizards, to old wizards, death was always lurking by their side. His lifespan had increased dramatically all of a sudden. If he put in the effort, maybe he could even level up again before he died. His face was filled with gratitude. He really needed to thank Wizard Morton for this magical wine. Of course, he would need to thank Wizard Morton's disciple, Abel, as well. He was the one who made this wine. Wizard Dunn felt a little awkward as he sighed. As the most powerful wizard of thunder in the Holy Continent, he had accepted such a big favor from a disciple 2 generations below him. Since now he had leveled up, the first thing he would do as soon as he got out was to return this favor. Wizard Dunn stood up and looked around his robe. Even with the protection of a magic circle, he had still gotten quite dirty. The wine he had been drinking these past few months had helped him expel all the impurities from his body. Especially after the scent of level up had altered his body, not only his robe, but his entire body was filled with grime and dirt. After a good clean, Wizard Dunn did not directly flash out of his magic tower. Instead, he went to the first floor and opened the front door. "Teacher, you are out." 2 voices spoke simultaneously. It was Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok. "You guys, do you know this will hold back your training?" Although Wizard Dunn didn't care about anything when he was in the magic tower, at that moment, he was filled with pride and emotions after he realized what his 2 disciples had done for him. He felt pride because his disciples had dropped everything to protect him, but he also sighed because it would hold back their training. "Teacher, you've leveled up. Taking a break from training was nothing. And I've also experienced some epiphanies during my break." "Yeah, teacher, I've also experienced some." Wizard Hickok Alps nodded. "What are they doing?" Wizard Dunn sighed. He suddenly realized the tens of wizards gathering around. "Congratulations, Mr. Dunn, I will go now." An intermediate wizard stood up, did a wizard now, and left. Other wizards also followed. All of a sudden, all the wizards were gone. At that moment, 2 shadows appeared in front of his magic tower. It was Wizard Edmund and Wizard Anthem. They had rushed here as soon as they heard the news. But they did not get close to the magic tower, as Wizard Dunn was leveling up. If they did, it might have caused some misunderstanding. Therefore, they both acted with a minimum amount of friendliness, considering both the fact that Wizard Dunn had just reached rank 18 and Abel's face. "Mr. Dunn, you finally broke through." Wizard Edmund bowed. "Mr. Dunn, congratulations." The Wizard Anthem followed. "We are all old friends. My level up this time is too sudden. Since you guys are here to congratulate me, let's go inside the magic tower," said Wizard Dunn with a smile as he returned the bow. "We hope it won't be a bother," said the 2 wizards with a smile. Both of them knew that their fight for power and wealth in the past no longer made sense. From now on, the entire wizard union in the kingdom of St. Ellis would be ruled by the words of Wizard Dunn. In the past, when Wizard Cliff was still around, the 3 of them could join together and fight against Wizard Dunn. But now a rank 18 wizard was standing right in front of them. It would be a joke, even if Wizard Cliff was still alive. At that moment, 2 elite wizards began to wonder if their ability would really decrease by 50% if Wizard Dunn was to suppress them through the power of will. They entered the office, since all the wizard followers had been sent off. Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok were the only 2 intermediate wizards to bring on the coffee for the 2 elite wizards. Although Wizard Dunn had successfully leveled up, he still just got out from being locked up. Therefore, Wizard Alberta only gave him a cup of warm lemon honey water. Both elite wizards were jealous of Wizard Dunn's disciple. Who wouldn't? They had willingly guarded their teacher without a single complaint for months. When Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok were about to leave, Wizard Dunn called, "Don't go, come sit with us." These 2 disciples had sacrificed too much for him. Showing them respect was the minimum. "Yes, teacher," said the two intermediate wizards with a bow and took a seat. "Mr. Dunn, Anthem and I are really jealous of your disciples." Wizard Edmund gazed at Wizard Anthem and then at Wizard Dunn. "The two of them still have a long way to go. Don't compliment them too much." Wizard Dunn smiled, but still he couldn't keep his gratefulness from escaping. "Even Wizard Morton leveled up," Wizard Edmund said with a smile. He knew Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok had been guarding here for the past few months, so they basically knew nothing about what had happened in the world. Morton leveled up. Wizard Dunn was shocked, and then he couldn't stop laughing. He knew his disciple Wizard Morton's injuries were even worse than him. These red wines really were magical. Could they recover everything? He was not expecting Wizard Morton to level up again at all. This was really a pleasant surprise. Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok were also weirdly surprised. They were fellows. Wizard Morton was one of Wizard Dunn's first followers, but he had lost hope long ago due to an injury. There weren't many wizards in the Thunder Line, so every single one of them was extremely important. Every wizard in the Thunder Line was basically invincible. "Where's Cliff?" Wizard Dunn glanced at the two and asked in a deep voice. "Mr. Dunn, Cliff died," Wizard Edmund said with a change of face. "What, Cliff died?" Wizard Dunn dashed up. Although Wizard Cliff was a rank 16 wizard, he still had a lot of lifesavers from the blizzards. How could he die? This was the Holy Continent. Wizard Dunn had been here for so many years. He had never heard of an elite wizard getting killed. Wizard Alberta and Wizard Hickok had also begun to feel unsettling. That was an elite wizard. How come so many things have changed in the past few months? "Who's the murderer?" Wizard Dunn regained his calmness and asked. "We don't know." Although this was what Wizard Edmund had said, he knew full well who the murderer was. In fact, every wizard in the Holy Continent who knew about this incident would know the murderer. However, as long as the murderer didn't admit it, none of them would dare to point him out. In the past 100 years, 4 elite wizards had died in the Holy Continent. The rank 16 wizard Cliff and 3 rank 17 elite wizards. They were all killed by Abel. There was no doubt of that. Every wizard in the Holy Continent knew about Wizard Cliff's conflict with Abel. Ever since he persuaded the Duchy of Carmel to capture Abel and retract his assets, he had been killed by some unknown cause. The entire Holy Continent agreed unanimously that the only person who could kill Wizard Cliff was Abel. Only the brainless would doubt this. Abel had killed 3 rank 17 elite wizards after that. Whatever, Cliff was way too arrogant and impulsive anyway. I warned him long ago. It was just the blizzards who always protected him. Didn't they send anyone over to investigate? Wizard Dunn knew about the blizzards. They would definitely cause chaos in the Holy Continent if one of their wizard was killed. "Yeah, they sent Wizard Bunker and Wizard Jello," said Wizard Edmund in a strange expression. Wizard Dunn was confused by this. Normally, between human wizards, a lower rank wizard must address anyone above them with Mr., but Wizard Edmund did not do that. "Speak up, what happened?" Wizard Dunn lowered his voice and asked. He guessed those 2 wizards from the blizzards must have done something atrocious in the Holy Continent. After they teleported to Lion City, they noticed Grandmaster Abel's assets. Suddenly, Wizard Dunn interrupted Wizard Edmund's sentence. "Is Grandmaster Abel Wizard Morton's disciple?" he asked. "Yeah, he is now a Grandmaster Blacksmith," Wizard Edmund replied. Wizard Dunn helplessly scratched his head. He had seen quite a lot in his life, but still, it was the first time he heard of a genius like this. Most of all, this genius was in the same line as him. After Elite Wizard Bunker and Elite Wizard Jello noticed Grandmaster Abel's assets, they became greedy and allied with Elite Wizard Nigel to capture Grandmaster Abel, saying that he had killed Wizard Cliff. Wizard Edmund followed. "Those blizzard bastards, do they think they can mess with the Thunders?" He gazed coldly. He then followed. What happened then? All 3 rank 17 elite wizards had died outside of Harry Castle Magic Tower, Abel's Earl domain. Even though this event had taken place 2 days ago, Wizard Edmund was still in disbelief. "No way. Is Abel really that strong?" Wizard Dunn was in complete shock. Those were 3 elite wizards. If 3 rank 17 wizards allied together, they could kill a rank 18 wizard. Of course, Grandmaster Abel is not that strong, but he had a protection circle made by the dwarfs and elves together. He also had countless crossbows. Both Wizard Nigel and Wizard Bunker were directly shot. the death by crossbows, and Wizard Jello was killed by Grandmaster Abel's contracted beast. Wizard Edmund followed. During lunchtime, Abel, Elite Wizard Alan, and Elite Wizard Larkin sat within the dining hall of Harry Castle. Although Bernie had taken 20 bottles of luxury master wine with him, it was still not enough for the 3 elite wizards, since they needed to be shared among so many wizards. Therefore, other than breakfast, the 3 elite wizards would come to Abel Place to enjoy some free luxury master wine, especially at night, since they could meditate directly after drinking. Wizard Alan was slowly pouring a little glass of wine in his mouth. Suddenly, he looked towards the teleportation circle. Wizard Larkin and Wizard Cyril also put on a serious face and put down their wine glass. Grandmaster Abel, a rank 18 wizard, is teleporting here. We'll go have a look. Wizard Alan lowered his voice. Abel felt his heart drop. The teleportation circle in Harry Castle was only controlled by Flora and the few trusted wizards, who let a rank 18 wizard in. Up to that point, Wizard Alan stood up and disappeared from the table. Wizard Larkin followed. When Wizard Cyril was about to flash away as well, he noticed that Abel was gazing at him. Wizard Cyril suddenly remembered that Abel was still a beginner wizard. Even though he had the fighting power of an elite wizard, he could not move in a flash. Therefore, Wizard Cyril couldn't help but smile and place his hand on Abel's shoulder. Afterward, both of them vanished from the hall. In the past, Wizard Dunn had rarely interacted with the dwarfs, even as the top wizard of the Holy Continent. The wizards in the Thunder Line were often very full of themselves, so they would rarely interact with anyone, let alone the dwarfs. There were not any rank 18 wizards in the Holy Continent, but at that moment, there were 2 in Harry Castle. That was such a rarity. Therefore, Wizard Dunn had also kept his guard up. Luckily, none of those elite wizards had unleashed their vigor, since there were normal people living in this place. Their vigor could cause severe injuries to normal people. Still, all of the elite wizards on the spot had their protection spells on them. The tension in the atmosphere was tense. Abel did not know what Wizard Dunn looked like, and he hadn't heard any news about him for a long time. Just when Elite Wizard Dunn wanted to explain his identity, a black shadow emerged. It was the 9 metal puppets, and they were all holding a crossbow up at Wizard Dunn. Within the giant protection circle, Flora could quickly move some puppets around in short distances. One of the puppets began to speak in a robotic voice. "This is Harry Castle, Wizard Abel's domain. If you fight, you will be seen as an enemy." The dwarfs couldn't help but shake their heads while looking at those puppets. Although Abel had promised them to keep their puppets as a secret, those puppets were not from the Holy Continent. Although they looked similar and they had the dwarfs' marking, it seemed like they were Abel's spoils of war. The crossbows in their hand were also not from the Holy Continent. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Wizard Morton appeared. He quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, that's my teacher, Wizard Dunn." After the 3 elite wizard dwarfs realized the man was Wizard Morton's teacher, the 3 of them quickly did a wizard bow and dropped their guards. Wizard Dunn returned the bow and dropped his guard as well. Wizard Larkin gave Wizard Dunn a gentle nod and turned back to Abel, "Grandmaster Abel, if we don't have any business here, we'll go back and keep eating." It seemed like the dwarfs didn't really want to interact with human elites that much. They would just leave that to old Goff. Therefore, after they showed their minimum amount of friendliness to Wizard Dunn, they returned to the dining hall. Lunch had just started. Abel then bowed to the 3 elite wizards dwarfs and said, "Sorry for the bother, I'll welcome Wizard Dunn. You all can go back and have lunch first." In a few flashes of light, the wizard dwarfs and the 9 metal puppets vanished, leaving only Abel, Wizard Morton, and Wizard Dunn on the spot. "Abel, come and say hi to my teacher," said Wizard Morton, turning to Abel. "Wizard Dunn, welcome to my castle," said Abel with a 90-degree bow. "You are Abel, right?" Were those wizard dwarfs just then? Wizard Dunn was shocked to see how young Abel was. He couldn't help but sigh as he thought of the 3 elite wizard dwarfs just then. "Those 3 wizard dwarfs are my friend. They are staying at Harry Castle lately," said Abel in a respectful tone. "Good, good, it's good to be friends with the dwarfs," said Wizard Dunn with a smile. "Teacher, let's go back to my magic tower," Wizard Morton spoke softly. Through the Harry Castle teleportation circle, the 3 of them arrived at the top office at Morton Magic Tower. Wizard Morton had personally poured a glass of red wine for his teacher, Wizard Dunn. Wizard Dunn stared at the wine in his hand and sighed. I really need to thank you for my level up this time, Abel. Without this wine, I might have been dead. Teachers, that's because you set a good foundation in your training. Abel's wine only gave you the last push, said Wizard Morton in excitement. He was very happy to know that his teacher had reached rank 18. Wizard Morton had been worrying about Abel's conflict with the Blizzard line for so long. The Blizzards would only send one kind of wizard to seek revenge, elite wizards, and Wizard Morton could not do anything about that. Just like a few days ago, 3 elite wizards had come together, and he couldn't help even a little. He always blamed himself. If he didn't give Wizard Dunn the wine, Wizard Dunn would not lock himself up for training, then all of this wouldn't occur. But now, since Wizard Dunn had successfully leveled up, Wizard Morton had found a huge backup. As long as Wizard Dunn exists, the Blizzards would not mess with them. Abel, I heard about your story. That's the reason for my visit today. You are a wizard in the Thunder line. If the Blizzards come all the way to the Holy Continent to give you trouble, the Thunders will definitely back you up, said Wizard Dunn with a smile. Wizard Morton was clearly trying to flatter him, so he ignored him and turned to Abel. Since Abel had not shown off any of his powerful lighting spells, technically, Wizard Dunn could not really confirm if Abel could become a wizard in the Thunder line. But, just by looking at Abel's status as a Grandmaster Blacksmith and his friendship with the dwarfs, he should be fine even without powerful lighting talent. The wizards in the Thunder line were all very powerful, so they wouldn't interact with many people. Most of them had blunt personalities, and they liked to spend their whole life purely on lightning spells. Thank you, Wizard Dunn. Abel did not have a single complaint about this. Ever since he saw those dark-style knight armors, he wanted to go visit the continent where Wizard Jellal and Wizard Bunker had come from. He wanted to know what had happened there, so he had to depend on a wizard line to give him protection when young. The Thunders was his teacher Wizard Morton's line, so it would be easier to join, and maybe they would also treat him better. After this, I will immediately leave the Holy Continent and help you resolve this thing. Don't worry. The Blizzards attacked a Grandmaster Blacksmith in the Holy Continent, so those 2 wizards deserved to die. Also, the Thunders never followed any rules anyway, Wizard Dunn promised while pounding his chest. He was very happy to see Abel accepting himself as a member of the Thunder line. Abel let out a long breath of relief when he heard Wizard Dunn's promise. This was the privilege of being in a wizard line being a great shield. Wizard Cliff was rank 16 when he killed him, and the 2 elite wizards that came this time were rank 17. Since they had also died, what could possibly come next? Although Abel had killed all 3 of these elite wizards, most of it was thanks to the efficiency and control of his flora. Also, Johnson's technique could easily be counteracted by elite wizards as long as they realized the formula. Although that death spiral was powerful, it took a long time to set up. This was more than enough for elite wizards to flash away for thousands of meters, making the attack completely useless. Most importantly, Abel himself was the biggest weakness. By this point, he was still hopeless when facing an elite wizard face to face. Since he had Wizard Dunn to stand up for him to keep the situation under control, he would have more time to grow. He believed his ability would definitely surpass any elite wizard in a few years. Of course, he would not tell anyone about this. Normal wizards could only meditate once a day, but Abel would enter the dark world every night. Since 1 day in the Holy Continent was basically equal to 10 days in the dark world, Abel could basically meditate 10 times more than normal wizards. On top of that, Abel did his meditation in the mana-dense rogue encampment. Since he also had an intermediate mana gathering circle, his meditation environment was basically perfect. He would use 4 fresh blue crystal cores for every meditation session, so it was no wonder he would be so confident under all these conditions. Abel, are you gifted in lighting spells? Although Wizard Dunn said that he would not care about Abel's talent, but as a member of the Thunder line, he would at least need to master some lighting spells. Before Abel even had the chance to reply, a weird smirk emerged on Wizard Morton's face. As his teacher, he knew exactly how fast Abel could grasp a spell. Wizard Morton had never seen any wizard that could come close to Abel in his entire life, no matter what kind of wizard. Wizard Dunn, I think I'm decent. Abel didn't really know how to explain how gifted he was since most of his skills originated from the skill tree on the Horadric cube. One of the things that gave Abel a huge advantage over any other wizard was that he could see the growth of his mana. Also, he did not have a bottleneck. His spell experience would increase a little bit every time he unleashed it. Even after rank 15, nothing could stop him. And because of the skill tree, every single one of his spells could be unleashed immediately. No wizard could do this. If a wizard had perfected a few spells over the course of his life, those spells might reach an immediate speed, but no one could do it with every single spell. A wizard's willpower was not limitless. Every training session would take up a large amount of will and time. For example, most intermediate wizards would dedicate most of their time and will to learn the move in a flash. They would only move on to a defense and attack spell after they had mastered it. The higher the rank, the harder it was to master the spell. Unless they could live forever like Bardali, they would not have enough time to slowly master every spell. Do telekinesis for me, Wizard Dunn suggested. Wizard Dunn knew Abel was very young just from sensing his life force. It was already hard to believe a boy at this age was already a rank 7 wizard, but Abel was also a grandmaster blacksmith. It seemed like he might not have enough time to practice spells, so Wizard Dunn did not expect much from him. As long as Abel could do a telekinesis, probably it would already be amazing. However, without even thinking, Abel just gently flicked his hand. Afterward, a white light flashed from his body towards a lambskin book on a bookshelf. The book vanished immediately and appeared in Abel's hand. The whole process was as smooth as water. It seemed almost effortless, like Abel was just using his hand. Wizard Dunn's eyes began to sparkle. This level of skill was way beyond what he had expected. He thought to himself, this boy was a lightning genius. Abel, do a charging bolt again. I'll be your target, said Wizard Dunn with slight excitement in his voice. He had already seen how fast Abel could unleash a lightning spell. Now his attacks. Abel was not worried about hurting Wizard Dunn with his charging bolt. Even his charging bolt had been maximized. He did not believe these low-level spells could hurt a rank 18 elite wizard. He gently pointed in mid-air without his magic staff, and a charging bolt pattern appeared in front of him. All of a sudden, 15 lightning strikes rushed towards Wizard Dunn like a tsunami. Charging bolt was one of Abel's most often used spells. Although its damage was very low, it was very useful against a large group of enemies. All 15 of those lightning strikes could still do a lot of damage. Therefore, the more enemies you had, the more suitable this spell was. Lightning spells also had a numbing effect, which was like an extra on top of its physical damage. This was also very useful considering how many summons Abel had. As the charging bolt approached Wizard Dunn, he did not budge. He didn't even ignite his defense. After long years of lightning spell training, he gained a deep understanding of lightning and had a strong immunity to it. As those lightning strikes hit his body one by one, the smile on his face grew bigger. Since Abel could unleash 15 lightning strikes at once, this meant his charging bolt had already reached level 13, which was very high. Level 13 charging bolt could cause 8-10 points of damage with each strike, and Wizard Dunn could feel that every single lightning strike from Abel had reached the limit of 10 points. This meant Abel had fully perfected his charging bolt, or in other words, it had reached the pinnacle of charging bolt. How was this possible? For example, lightning was a favorite among lightning wizards. When this spell was at level 1, it could cause 184 points of damage. This meant that the lightning attacking power of that wizard would fall somewhere between 184 points. This wide spectrum was a unique characteristic of lighting spells. That was why most of the time, lightning wizards could only reach 1 point of damage. No wonder why most of them would only learn the move in a flash. Most wizards, lightning spells basically meant move in a flash. All the other spells were way too hard to learn. Even if they could learn it, the damage was so low that hardly anyone could tolerate it. If Abel could extend this talent into an intermediate wizard, he could truly maximize the power of lightning spells. Just imagine, if every strike of lightning was maximized, he would be a few times more powerful than any other wizards of his rank. Since Abel could unleash a spell immediately on top of the speed of that lightning, and the numbing effect, Wizard Dunn believed Abel was basically a natural-born lightning wizard. Wizard Morton felt an immense urge to tell his teacher, Wizard Dunn, that Abel could do this with every spell. But he didn't. His teacher was extremely satisfied already. He would just keep the secret for Abel. He thought to himself. Abel had never experienced the struggle of other wizards. Ever since he started to learn spells, the skill tree on his Horadric cube could maximize every spell just like that. Abel, don't worry about the blizzards. I'll take care of it. Wizard Dunn felt like he had done too little for Abel when it came to his development. It would be such a shame if he didn't cultivate a genius like this properly. Teacher, please stay for lunch. Abel has the best food in the entire Holy Continent, Wizard Morton said desperately since he sensed that Wizard Dunn was about to leave. I'll come back later. Abel Morton, wait for me, Wizard Dunn said as he disappeared from the magic tower. Wizard Dunn no longer had the dignity to stay. All this time, it was those elite wizard dwarfs who protected Abel, and not him. If he didn't resolve this incident quickly, he would no longer have face to face those 3 elite wizard dwarfs. Within the giant structure, located in the 36 magic towers of Knight City. Wizard Dunn, are you going to confirm your payment of 100,000 Wizard Union credit points for this teleportation? Said the city spirit of Knight City. Yes, confirm it, Wizard Dunn replied in a low voice. 100,000 credit points confirm. You now have the right to use the super teleportation circle. Please prepare your defense. The countdown begins, said the city spirit in a robotic voice. All of a sudden, the sky above Knight City began to glow as beams of light shot up to form the 36 magic towers. A large amount of energy rushed towards the light from the magic towers. If someone had seen Knight City from the city, they would realize that the whole city was a giant magic circle. Since Wizard Dunn had ignited the super teleportation circle, the entire Knight City began to operate. Mr. Dunn is using the super teleportation circle, said elite wizard Lorenzo to his 2 fellows. Seems like today is a bad day for the blizzards, said elite wizard Allenby with a laugh. I don't think anyone would want to mess with Grandmaster Abel from now. He was the approval of the lightings and Wizard Dunn. Elite wizard exclaimed. Do you think it's easy to mess with Grandmaster Abel before this? Asked Wizard Lorenzo with a laugh. The wizards fell silent when they were remainders of Abel's journey. All of his enemies had died, and the tactics he showed was seemingly endless. Even 3 rank 17 wizards had died this time. They didn't believe Abel had shown everything yet. They knew Abel had at least one extremely scary bombing technique. Mr. Dunn really spent 100,000 credit points just like that, said Wizard Lorenzo as he stared at the beams of light in the sky. I'm sure any party would give out anything to help a genius like him, said Wizard Lorenzo with a smile as he exchanged gaze with the other 2. As the 3 guardian wizards of Knight City were chatting, the giant circle of the city began to gather energy onto the super teleportation circle. In the center of the giant structure, a gold energy circle slowly began to lower. The gold energy circle penetrated the top of the structure and entered within. Afterward, it kept lowering until it landed on the super teleportation circle, engulfing it in golden light. Then a giant beam of golden light shot up and wrapped Wizard Dunn within it. He casually added an energy shield on himself, and soon everyone in Knight City could witness this rare event take place. 5 seconds later, the giant beam of golden light began to retract, and all the lights on the super teleportation circle died down. Wizard Dunn vanished alongside it. Although Knight City had returned to peace, it was not actually that peaceful. The super teleportation circle had been ignited twice, and it had triggered the entire city's magic circle. This was not usual. It signified an elite wizard with potential had emerged. When an elite wizard first appears, they might be baptized in the Orc's battlefield until they could be granted the right to use this super teleportation circle. After he was confirmed by the spirit of the city, it would have one chance to use this super teleportation circle for free. 2 days after Wizard Dunn had left the Holy Continent, a message had come through the giant teleportation circle of the Holy City of Dwarfs, Holy Helmet City. At the same time, their city spirit also sent out a message. 3 days later, the super teleportation circle of Knight City began to operate again, and Wizard Dunn was back in the Holy Continent. Although no one knew what happened, those guardian wizards in Knight City knew that Wizard Dunn had achieved what he wanted from his expression. Bardali teleported to Abel's magic tower for the first time. She had been very busy with the domain and the castle ever since this 16-level magic tower was built. As soon as she stepped in, she was stunned even as a countess who had owned countless wealth in her past. Although she didn't know what materials were the walls made, out of it looked extremely precious. An alluring shine appeared under the illumination of the illumination circle. This place was miles ahead of that royal palace in her past. It was a fantasyland. She didn't even want to step on the tiles on the floor, and the strange aroma of wood just added to the mystical nature of this place. "Welcome, Steward Bardali. I am the tower spirit Flora. Master is waiting for you." A female voice emerged from all directions. Even Bardali's power of the will couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Afterward, a 3 meters tall metal puppet appeared in front of Bardali and did a bow to show Flora's control over this puppet. Under the guidance of this puppet, Bardali arrived at Abel's floor through a short-distance teleportation circle. Abel was located on the top floor. At that time, he was playing around with a magic pattern in his hand. When he saw Bardali, he pointed at a chair and said, "Bardali, take a seat." "Yes, master," Bardali did and bow and sat down. "I know you have already handed over most things in regards to the domain and the castle to the steward. There aren't many things happening recently, so you no longer have much to do. From now on, you can help me take care of this magic tower and the garden outside." Abel smiled. "Master, there is a garden?" she asked curiously. She had been busy during the building process of this magic tower. This place was very special. It was the most secretive center of the entire Earl domain. It was also the final protection force of this magic tower, so Abel would not let anyone other than his friends and family know about the battle fort. Although Wizard Morton knew about that place, Abel would not ask him to take care of the garden for him. Wizard Morton was a rank 12 wizard, but his longevity was still limited. He could not waste any training time. Bardali was the best candidate since she had already handed over the operation of the domain and castle to the steward. Most importantly, she was an immortal. All she had was time. "It is an elf garden," Abel said with a proud smile. Even those big nobles might not be able to have a fully elven garden in the human world. They only had replicas of elven gardens. The interior was not actually made by elves. Everything in Abel's elf garden was engulfed in the special style of the elves. Delicate engravings could be seen from the fences to the rocks on the floor, especially those trees. If there was not a protection circle keeping the temperature at constant in the battle fort, there was no way he could grow so many precious plants of the elves here. Although Bardali wasn't from the Holy Continent, she had lived here for a very long time. She knew what elves represent. They were the most graceful beings, the true reflection of art, beauty, and the pinnacle of pleasure. Their jewelry, clothes, and architecture made all nobles in the Holy Continent fill with yearning. "Flora, teleport us outside the magic tower." Abel lifted his head up. Since he had swapped out all the gems in the giant protection circle, the 6-star magic circle, and the magic tower to top-quality ones, all of its functions had drastically increased. Therefore, now they could afford to use these wasteful teleportation methods. As Abel spoke, some kind of energy surrounded him and Bardali. Soon, they were outside the magic tower and landed on the battle fort. Bardali couldn't believe her eyes. She was deeply shocked. The entire battle fort was floating in mid-air. The battle fort was wrapped up in some kind of giant shield. Although she didn't know how high the fort was floating, she knew it was very high since she could see white cloud above her. The temperature was very warm, impossible without that protective shield. However, when she saw that statue in front of the magic tower, he couldn't help herself and said, "The 3 goddess of the guardian." "Bardali, you know that statue?" Abel asked upon seeing the shock on Bardali's face. Abel was very confused. Bardali would not get shocked easily. Did she know something he did? "Master, this is the Sisterhood's 3 goddess of guardian statue. According to the legends, this 3 goddess was what kept the east side of the dark world wealthy. Too bad it was destroyed by heaven and hell," said Bardali with a very faithful look as she gazed at the statue. Abel knew about the Sisterhood. It was the most powerful religion on the east of the dark world before the invasion of heaven and hell. Just look at that giant church and its countless underground chambers, and you would know how powerful this religion was. Its remains was still intact after tens of thousands of years. What's so special about this three-goddess statue? Abel asked curiously. Abel dug this entire statue out as he knew it was a magic statue, but he didn't know it had other abilities as well. Master, the legend says that the water spilled out from the fountain of the three-goddess statue can nourish plants and make them grow faster, Bartali explained. Really? I'll test it out when I have time, said Abel as he dipped his finger in the water. Abel felt like this water wasn't anything too extraordinary. At most, it had gained some extra element after that magic device was installed. Abel flicked the water off his hand and turned to Bartali again. I will give you the permission. From now on, you can freely come in and out of my magic tower. I'll leave this fort to you. Yes, master, said Bartali in excitement. She loved this job, she loved this place. Master, Wizard Dunn is back. He is now in Wizard Morton's magic tower. Wizard Morton invited you to go there. Tower Spirit Flora's voice emerged. This entire fort was like a part of its body. Outside of it, it would need to use a puppet to make a sound. Now it could just make a sound anyway with the countless magic circles in the battle fort. Bartali, take your time. If you need help, just ask Flora, said Abel as he headed towards Wizard Morton's magic tower. Abel directly appeared on the 12th floor of Morton Magic Tower, since he had the same rights as the owner of the tower. The first thing Abel saw when he arrived was Wizard Dunn chatting with Wizard Morton. He quickly bowed and said, "Hello, Wizard Dunn." Then he turned to his teacher and did a wizard bow teacher. Abel, the teacher, just told me he had resolved the thing. No wizard from the blizzards will come to the Holy Continent anymore, said Wizard Morton happily. Thank you so much, Wizard Dunn. Abel quickly bowed again to show his gratefulness. Abel, you also need to thank the dwarfs and elves for making this go so smoothly. They cast some pressure on the blizzards, said Wizard Dunn, waving his hand. Although Wizard Dunn had reached rank 18 and could win against any of his fellow wizards, the blizzards still had a few wizards who were higher rank than him. Therefore, he did not think he would resolve this incident just like that. He was planning to greet the blizzards nicely, ask them how they were feeling, then connect with the wizards in his party to hold them down by force. However, he was not expecting the blizzards to be so nice. Even 2 elite wizards had died. They said they would not send wizards to the Holy Continent to seek revenge from Abel. Although Wizard Dunn doubted them when they said they would not seek revenge, they promised they would not send wizards to the Holy Continent again. Just this alone was fine with Wizard Dunn. It was only during their negotiation Wizard realized the elves and the dwarfs had also stood up for this. Especially the elves, they had unleashed some rarely seen brutal force. Because the benefit was not worth the cost, the blizzards decided to give up. Therefore, Wizard Dunn could no longer take this as a chance to teach the blizzards a lesson. After Wizard Dunn had explained all this to Abel, Abel knew it was definitely Grand Duke Edwina who spoke up for him from the elves. As for the dwarfs, it was the Goff family and the Blacksmith Union. Things are settled for now. No elite wizards will come for you for now. Abel let out a long breath of relief. No matter how many tactics he had, he was still a rank 7 wizard. There was no way he could fight against elite wizards. Abel, do you want to leave the Holy Continent in the future? Elite Wizard Dunn asked with a serious look. Yes, I'm still young. I want to see the world, said Abel with a nod of certainty. If Abel had never seen those dark night gears, he might reply that he would stay in the Holy Continent. But from then on, he decided he needed to get to the bottom of it. If Morton didn't get injured, he would have become an elite wizard and left here long ago. It was his dream. It seems like you can now complete it for him, said Wizard Dunn, gazing over at Wizard Morton with a smile. Wizard Dunn could see how important Abel was to Wizard Morton, just by looking at the fact that Abel could teleport directly to Wizard Morton's room. Wizard Morton had given the highest authority to Abel. He would only do this if he trusted him with his life. It was the pinnacle of trust, at least among wizards. It was extremely rare to see. Wizard Dunn, teacher, will definitely have the chance to complete his dream himself, said Abel certainly. After Abel's defense had reached a certain threshold, he would be able to share some top-level resources with Wizard Morton. For example, fresh crystal core and master's healing potion. Morton, you have a great disciple, said Wizard Dunn with a smile. Although Abel was Wizard Dunn's disciple's disciple, they would be treated as equal as long as their status had reached a certain point. Among wizards, only personal disciples would count. Abel was a grandmaster blacksmith, which was an extraordinary and extremely prestigious status no matter which part of the Holy Continent he was in. It was neck to neck with the rank 18 elite wizard status of Wizard Done. By this point, Wizard Morton's eyes were filled with pride. Abel had been crucially supporting his and his teacher's breakthrough. Abel, if you want to leave the Holy Continent, you have to go to Miracle City for a defense mission that lasts for 3 years. If you agree, I can enroll for you, said Wizard Done, looking at Abel. Wizard Done, maybe later. I still have some important research to do, Abel said, thinking about the 3 goddess statue. No problem, how about in a month? By this point, Wizard Done was the most powerful wizard in the Wizard Union in the Kingdom of St. Ellis. He would just need to say a word if he wanted to organize a mission. No problem, I'll go to Miracle City in a month, Abel nodded in certainty. Teacher, Abel is still young. Maybe you should give him 2 more years, said Wizard Morton in a worried tone. He is now a rank 7 wizard. Normally, those wizards in missions are rank 6. Maybe he might even be ranked 8 already in a month. Then you will be in big trouble, said Wizard Done helplessly. Wizard Morton helplessly looked at Abel as well. Abel was leveling up too fast. Originally, he had a large amount of time to wait and prepare before going to Miracle City, but it seemed like he shouldn't anymore. Yeah, Abel, don't ever use your metal beast in Miracle City. You need it, remember, Wizard Done said suddenly. Why? Abel asked in a confused tone. Johnson was the attack force he had shown. He would be in a lot more danger if he didn't have Johnson around. Elite Wizard and any Elite Wizard rank contracted beasts were banned, so no Elite Wizard rank weapons can be shown there, Wizard Done explained. Can I use a crossbow? Abel followed. Yeah, that should be fine. Wizard Done found it a bit hard to answer this question since Miracle City was filled with crossbows. However, since Abel had killed 2 elite wizards with a crossbow, it had become hard to say if a crossbow was an elite wizard rank weapon. I don't understand. Why doesn't Miracle City allow elite wizards? Abel's castles had been attacked by orcs before, so he always hated them. He always thought of the battle between humans and orcs as a race war. Since it was a race war, they should be fighting for their survival. Why wouldn't they send out elite wizards? As far as Abel knew, there were quite a lot of elite wizards in the Holy Continent. If they all teamed up, they would have more than enough power to whip out the orcs. This is not up to me since it is bound by an oath, but I can tell you one thing. You will not see any elite deity orcs there as well. Their elites and human elites will meet up once in a while. If they show up on the battlefield, then it would be a final battle for both races, said Wizard Done carefully. Maybe to other wizards, elites were just some legendary force. They couldn't care less if they go to battle or not. However, not Abel. Abel had the power of an elite wizard just by looking at Johnson alone. I understand, said Abel with a nod. As long as the orcs didn't send out their elites, he should be fine. Abel had countless lifesavers on him. He had quite a lot of just the passive magic gear. Alone, although he could only bring 2 defense with him every time, it still gave him decent protection against intermediate wizards. Plus he had Black Wind, and the deities didn't have the move and a flash ability, so Black Wind was basically a bug in the system. Especially after it was enchanted by the extra fast from hell and the 3% speed increase from the little amulet, it had shamelessly become the king of speed in the Holy Continent. Could also move in a flash 5 times a day, so Black Wind could correspond perfectly with White Cloud from the sky, bringing Abel far away from danger. Of course, he had Flying Flame as his final card. Although they said that things with the power of an elite wizard could not be used, Abel would not just let himself die in the most crucial moment. Originally, Abel and Wizard Morton were planning to ask Wizard Done to stay, but it was impossible under the current situation of the Wizard Union in the Kingdom of St. Ellis. It had already taken him a few days to resolve Abel's incident, so he left Abel Castle immediately afterward. However, Abel didn't know that Wizard Done had used up all the credit points he had saved up for the past 100 years. Those were not normal credit points. They were universal credit points used across all continents, which were many times more valuable than the one used in the Holy Continent. As soon as Wizard Done had left, Bernie arrived after no response for 3 days. His face almost gave Abel a heart attack. Bernie, did you not sleep the past 3 days? Said Abel with his jaw dropped. He looked at the extremely worn-out face of Bernie. "Don't mention it. It's all because of your 20 bottles of luxury, Master Wine. All the wizards in my tribe wouldn't give me a single break ever since they heard it could help with meditation. That's why I ended up like this," said Bernie tiredly. After Bernie had brought the 22 bottles of luxury Master Wine back to the tribe, Old Goff had given him a mission to divide those wines for the suitable people, hoping to improve his reputation. Every single wizard in Bernie's tribe had watched him grow up, so they all wouldn't stop bugging him. In the end, the 20 luxury Master Wines had been taken away, including Old Goff's portion. If Bernie didn't share one of his 2 bottles with Old Goff, maybe he would be burned by Old Goff's anger already. The effects of those luxury Master Wines began to show among those wizards after 2 days. The Goff family had agreed to exchange the floating fort for those luxury Master Wines. They also suggested exchanging more of those luxury Master Wines with their little battle puppet and bursting crossbow. Weapons and gears could be forged, and the resources for wizards were a lot more important. Therefore, this trade made total sense. As long as the dwarfs had enough iron ore, they could make countless little battle puppets and bursting crossbows. Even the leader of the Goff family, Old Goff, had suggested, "Nothing is untradeable with Abel." "So your tribe had accepted the trade?" Abel quickly asked, upon hearing the hope within Bernie's words. "Yeah, but I don't understand. What's so good about that floating fort? Do you want to build magic on top of it?" Bernie didn't know how powerful those floating forts were. He always thought of them as something to collect. They didn't have much intrinsic value. "Bernie, I don't want to lie to you, but I just really like it." Still, Abel didn't want to explain his reason behind it. "Okay, since we are such good friends, just say what you want. My old man had said he could trade everything with you," said Bernie with a smile pointing to the sky. Abel knew Bernie was talking about his tribe leader, his father, one of the most powerful men among the dwarfs. "I can give you 200 bottles now to take home. Just give me that floating fort, worth about those little battle puppets and burst crossbows later. Oh, also add a few armor-penetrating arrows as well," said Abel with a strong voice. He knew Bernie wouldn't scam him, and he didn't know too much about those luxury Master Wines anyway. It was too condensed, so human wizards could not use it to meditate. However, those wines were extremely effective on dwarfs, which was what Bernie had discovered these past few days. Only a little sip could assist a wizard's meditation by a lot, but it could also be enjoyed as normal wine. Although those luxury Master Wines were not as effective as fresh crystal cores, they could be used every day. If one decided to use a luxury master only for training purposes, a bottle could last up to a month. On top of that, those luxury Master Wines would not crash with a fresh crystal core, so they could be used simultaneously to achieve the maximum effect. The Goff family saw those luxury Master Wines as a type of training potion, not tasty wine. Therefore, when they gave it out to their wizards, they all demanded them to use it accordingly. Abel still made Bernie very happy for giving him 200 bottles of luxury Master Wine at once. Although he always couldn't understand why Abel was constantly worrying about his safety, always demanding the tightest protection to keep his security. However, since this was what Abel had requested, he would try his best to satisfy. After he had accepted 205 luxury Master Wines from Abel, Bernie, and elite wizard Sir Relic left Harry Castle, a teleportation station. The crops in Harvest City included wheat, oats, barley, peas, and broad beans. Wheat and barley were the most common, but there was also some rye being grown in less prosperous lands. After Abel realized the importance of the 3 goddess statue, and since he would be leaving Harvest City in a month, he had requested some common crop seeds from Steward Lindsay. Their modes of harvesting were still very inefficient back in those times. All they did was basically plant, water, cut away the weeds, and slowly watch the crops grow. It was no wonder their output was low. Abel wasn't planning to change this too much. It would be too big of a shock to society if he changed their modes of production around all of a sudden. He preferred to give normal people a sense of mystery when it comes to increasing their harvest. This 3rd goddess statue would be perfect. If the water in its fountain could really help with harvesting, then he would have no problem moving the thing to Harry Castle, making it the core of his family. Abel took some seeds and scooped a bucket of water from the fountain. However, he He soon realized the water in the fountain was refilled in no time. This was just like the legend Bardali had said, which made Abel feel even more confident about this experiment. Afterward, Abel went back to his magic tower and teleported to the rogue encampment through the portal. The rogue encampment was calm as always, so he decided to go to Bloodmoor to test it out. "Black Wind, let's go," yelled Abel as he jumped on Black Wind. I'm a strike of lightning, Black Wind speeded out the rogue encampment. The first thing Abel saw was that giant oak tree. It had grown a bit again. Suddenly, a friendly heart-warming sense was sent through the soul chain from the oak tree. Abel comforted the oak tree for a bit. It was just like a steward, even more than Bardali. It had always been taking care of the blue howling rabbits for him. Without it, Abel would not have those fresh crystal cores, the runes for rune words, and those rabbit essence that brought him countless credit points. Therefore, the oak tree was basically Abel's most powerful support. It had allowed him to speed through his wizard training and attain his own wizard circle. He arrived by the oak tree. It was filled with blue howling rabbits, but they looked different once again. They were organized into different groups according to their sizes under the oak tree. By that point, Abel also saw a sense of passion within their eyes. Although blue howling rabbits were spiritual beasts, their rank and intelligence were extremely low. However, Abel now realized these blue howling rabbits in front of him were definitely smarter than the ones he saw before. They could listen to the oak tree's command and organize themselves in groups. Abel approached the oak tree and gently placed his hand upon it. This was the easiest way to interact with it since Abel was a soul speaker. The oak tree told him about everything that happened recently. Although it was nothing too extraordinary, mostly about the growth of the blue howling rabbits and its own branches, Abel still listened very attentively. At that moment, Abel did not think of the oak tree as a plant, but a friend like Black Wind. The oak tree had also raised a question. The growth of the blue howling rabbits had reached a stable point. All the lands that it had control had been filled. After this heart-to-heart conversation, Abel left the oak tree feeling a sense of peace within. He continued to step further, into a place without blue howling rabbits. Although Abel had never been a farmer, he asked Steward Lindsay a thing or two about it before he came. The land couldn't be too big, around 300 crops were okay. Abel had also used the farming technique of harvest. He first cut away all the weeds and began softening the mud. Of course, he would not do this himself. He summoned the spirit guardian knights and asked it to get to work. By this point, his skeleton resurrection had reached the highest level since it was the easiest spell to level up. As long as he had enough soul potions, he could just keep giving it to the spirit guardian knight captain. Then, his level up would just keep increasing. The level 20 skeleton resurrection could summon 8 skeletons, which was the most the spell could do by itself. The 8 spirit guardian knights were not holding weapons, but farming tools. All Abel needed to do was to direct the spirit guardian knight captain, and it could perfectly lead his followers. First they chopped away all the weed, then softened the mud. Those spirit guardian knights wouldn't get tired, so they had nothing to complain about. These kinds of jobs were perfect for them. Just put the seeds between the curbs. These words perfectly describe the farming techniques of the Holy Continent. The spirit guardian knight captain directed the spirit guardian knights to form 10 long curbs with the mud, scatter the seeds on top of them, and bury them. This patch of land Abel had picked out in Bloodmoor was quite bad. It had not been modified for crops, so normal people might barely be able to get anything out of it. However, Abel had the fountain water form the 3 goddess statue. If it couldn't even change an environment like this, then the experience was basically a failure. Abel first tested out with the wheat, oats, and barley. He divided them into 3 groups, 300 seeds each. The first group he watered them with the water purely from the 3 goddess statue. The second group he mixed half of it with normal water, and the third group he watered them with normal water. He combined the water through the Horadric cube and used that to water the crops. He could do this himself. There were only 900 seeds in total, so he got it done in no time. Now all he needed to do was wait. Just when Abel wanted to leave, the group that had been watered by the 3rd goddess water suddenly began to spring out. He quickly stopped his steps and carefully went to the side of that crop. He wrapped his power of the will on a little wheat. Its life force was extremely strong. It kept exploding under his power of will. Every explosion was like a massive jump in growth. Abel knew this soil had not been modified, so the nutrients within it shouldn't be able to sustain the growth of a little wheat. Under careful observation, Abel was sure of this. The little wheat was not taking up many nutrients from the soil. Instead, it was sucking up the mana in the air. How was this possible? Abel was stunned. Even the grass eaten by blue howling rabbits were only passively absorbing tiny bits of mana for growth. It could not directly suck up mana like this. The wheat sprout did not spot growing as Abel as observing it. Instead, Abel could even hear the sound of its growth through the power of will. 300 stems of wheat, oats, and barley kept growing. Abel darkly thought to himself, "What have I done?" After an hour, the growth of the crops slowed down. They were fully formed by that point, and it didn't look like they were going to grow anymore, but Abel felt another explosion incoming through his power of will. Those crops were still gathering energy. Abel looked over at the other 600 crops. They were still as always. It seemed like he had created some kind of special liquid by combining the third goddess fountain water through the Horadric cube. Although he didn't know what those crops would turn into next, they could grow fast. That was all it mattered. However, this was not the end of the experiment. Mana was corrosive, and since it had been sucked into these crops, what would the end result look like? Luckily, time passed differently in the dark world, so Abel had more than enough time to do his experiment. Abel did not just keep waiting. After he noticed nothing was happening to the 300 crops that were watered with a mixture of normal water, he decided to venture into the third-level coffin pit again. After a day and a night of accumulation, a vast amount of energy began to explode from the 300 crops. The flowers on the grains began to blossom one by one, and then scattered throughout Bloodmoor through a breeze of wind. All this time, all of those crops continued to grow until they doubled the size of a normal one. After a day of battle, Abel returned to the rogue encampment for meditation. He then rested for a night. When he came across that patch of land the next morning, the 3 types of crops were golden. They had become so heavy they all curved to the ground. Abel couldn't even believe himself that those crops were ready for harvest in under 2 days. It was too bad they needed to grow in mana-dense environment. Afterward, Abel harvested the crops. Although he had only planted 100 stems for each crop, he still had a large volume due to how big those crops were. Abel carefully picked out the biggest seed from those 300 crops and planted them again. He thought, maybe in 10 days, he would have a lot of it again. Afterward, Abel returned to his magic tower in the morning. The first thing he heard was Tower Spirit, Flora's voice. "Master Bernie has arrived. He is now waiting for you in Harry Castle." Flora's female voice was very gentle. It didn't sound like it had killed 2 elite wizards at all. "Okay, teleport me there," Abel commanded. Abel really grew to like these direct teleportation abilities. Since he had swapped out all the gems to top-quality ones, Flora could endlessly teleport him anywhere within the 6-star magic circle. Abel appeared in the hall of Harry Castle. At that moment, Bernie and elite wizard Relic were already waiting for him. "Good morning, Grandmaster Abel." Since elite wizard Relic was here, Bernie had to mind his manners. The leader of his tribe would definitely give him a good lecture if he found out that Bernie had been calling Abel by his first name. "Bernie, so early today," said Abel with a smile. "Trust is the most important thing for a trade, so I've sent you all the resources the moment when I got them ready," Bernie replied. "Grandmaster Abel, the other stuff is not a problem, but where do you want me to put this floating fort?" Wizard Relic asked from the side. Everything was inside his godly portal ring. It was the only thing that could transfer a floating fort. Abel had thought about this long ago, so he said, "Just leave it next to the original one." "Grandmaster Abel, let's go now." Bernie really wanted to get this trade over quickly. He was starving for breakfast at Harry Castle. Since he was here, he would not miss this chance. The 3 of them quickly arrived at their destination, and Wizard Relic unleashed the floating fort. Soon, a giant fort made with some kind of metal-looking material appeared in front of Abel's eyes. Abel knew it was not made with metal. He was sure it was something special. It was made in ancient times, so it seemed like the technology back then was a lot more advanced. After Wizard Relic unleashed a few hundred little battle puppets, 200 bursting crossbows, and piles of armor penetrating arrows onto the floating fort, he said with a smile, Here they are, Grandmaster. You can check them now. No need, let's go have breakfast. It's ready, said Abel, waving his hand. Bernie and wizard Sir Relic could sense that Abel had something to do, so they just left the stuff to him. Abel watched as the two left. Afterward, he directly jumped on to his new battle fort. He came to the energy desk and reached his power of will inside to declare himself as the owner. Afterward, he began to unleash the hidden ability of this fort, and soon, the whole thing vanished from the 6-star magic circle. The reason Abel wanted another battle fort was that he wanted to test himself. The original one needed to guard the 6-star magic circle so it could not be moved around easily. Before Abel began any operation, he opened the energy desk. Just as he expected, it was installed with 20 intermediate gems. Abel did not exchange the gems immediately. Instead, he asked Flora, "Can you ignite the spirit of this fort?" A part of Tower Spirit Fula's spirit was originated from a battle fort as well, so it should be very familiar with it. "Master, I can. Do you want to ignite it?" Tower Spirit Fula replied. "Yes," Abel replied with certainty. Afterward, a beam of white light shot up from the 6-star magic circle and directly injected into the crystal in front of Abel. The entire thing began to shine. Suddenly, a robotic voice emerged. "Hello, I am Battle Fort number 03. Currently examining your authority." However, these words were spoken in the language of the High Elves, which made Abel quite surprised. Luckily, he had learned it from Lorraine. "Examination completely. You are the one and only owner of this battle fort. You have the highest authority. You can control all abilities of this battle fort," said Battle Fort number 03. This thing had been left untouched for tens of thousands of years, and Abel was the first one to declare as an owner. Most importantly, its spirit had just been ignited, which turned Abel's early access into the highest authority. The last battle fort had directly merged with Tower Spirit Flora, so it did not need to go through this process. Suddenly an alert emerged. "Alert, low energy. Alert, low energy. If you don't replenish quickly, this fort will shut down." Abel realized the 20 intermediate gems were draining quickly after the spirit had been ignited. Those gems didn't have much energy in them in the first place, and it had just used up a lot of energy examining an owner. Abel quickly took out the top-level gems in his Kong spiritual beast bag. There were 2,000 sockets in the energy desk, and he quickly filled it up with it. Soon the alert stopped. Normal operation has now returned. Under this robotic voice, the gems in the English desk began to glow. A large amount of energy began to unleash once again. Abel had experience with this. He carefully kept his eyes on the energy desk. As soon as a top-level gem began to crack because of energy overload, he would replace it. Only a spoiled kid like Abel would do this. Normally, wizards would wait a while for those top-level gems to self-repair. This way, it could last longer. If there was a wizard standing next to Abel, they would definitely have a heart attack. How could anyone possibly be so wasteful in this world? 2,000 top-level mana gems began to crack, like flowers made out of crystal blossoming. The battle fort had been repaired. The robotic voice emerged again. By this point, the 2,000 top-level gems on the energy desk had been fully replaced. "No, 03, how many abilities does this battle fort have?" Abel asked with a sense of optimism. He was hoping this one to preserve more ability than the last one. Battle Fort No. 3 currently has 4 abilities. The first is Float. The battle fort has a maximum floating ability of 1,000 meters above the ground. The second is Defense. The protection shield can counteract 50,000 points of damage. The time for repair is 10 minutes. The third is Invisibility. As long as the protection shield is not broken, the battle fort cannot be seen, even while being attacked. The fourth is Dimension Lockdown. A dimension energy wave can be unleashed to lock down the dimension for 10 seconds. Time to replenish is 1 day. Abel's hope was crushed. It didn't have any new abilities, but he was still very satisfied. He was planning to use this battle fort as a mobile safety platform. It already had quite a lot of abilities, so at least he could use it like his original one. Suddenly the battle fort had the 200 little battle puppet on top of it, so it began to confirm with Abel. "Ownerless puppet discovered. Do you want to connect?" "Yes," Abel replied. Soon the 200 battle puppets began to move. They were machines for war. And just like that, this scary scenery emerged on this battle fort. The little battle puppets began to test out their joints. It was a self-examination process. Afterward, they began to examine the bursting crossbows on the ground. Weapon discovered, installation begins. The robotic voice remained. The little battle puppets began to install the arrows onto the crossbow in an extremely smooth manner, but of course, they didn't unleash it. Weapon installation complete. Do you want to put the weapon in a battle position? The robotic voice asked again. Yes, Abel confirmed. The 200 little battle puppets began to operate the bursting crossbow. 200 holes began to open up in the metal-like surface on the ground. Afterward, the puppets began to vanish alongside the weapons. Start the battle mode. Abel wanted to see if the battle mode of this battle fort was the same as his other one. Under Abel's command, 200 protection shields began to emerge on the surface of the battle fort. There was a battle puppet operating a bursting crossbow inside each of them. He believed if this fort wasn't so big and hard to move around, it could basically whip out any wizard. No. 03 float to 1,000 meters, Abel requested. Request accepted. Floating begin. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The battle fort continued to levitate. Just from this alone, Abel could see battle fort No. 3's intelligence was miles behind tower spirit Flora. It was extremely robotic when it came to operation. However, because of this, mistakes would rarely occur during a battle. Abel believed Flora was not special in ancient times, so this robotic nature must be intentional. As a war machine, all it needed was to execute commands perfectly. Other ability was unnecessary. Abel then looked around and realized that there was no place to hide, so he asked, No. 3. I remember the battle fort had a military inventory. Can I have a look? Master, the battle fort has a military inventory, but beings cannot enter it. Battle fort No. 3 said. Then is there a place for me to stay? Abel followed. If you want to do any construction on the battle fort, you just have to imagine it and send it to me. Then I will automatically help you build it. Abel was extremely surprised. How could it build something without new materials? But since this was what battle fort No. 3 had said, Abel wouldn't doubt it. Therefore, he just imagined a 7-story magic tower and sent it over. He had been in the construction of many magic towers recently, so he could remember its components very clearly. A 7-story one was the most suitable for his current status. Construction model received, construction beginning. Afterward, Abel noticed those materials that looked like metal in the middle of the battle fort began to rise up and slowly expand. The first level was completed, then second, third. In almost no time, a 7-story magic tower appeared in front of Abel. He stepped in the magic tower, but he soon realized it was just a shell. It didn't have any abilities of a real magic tower. This made sense, since the battle fort already had most of the abilities of a magic tower. As long as it could share the ability of the battle fort, this lifeless magic tower was basically still a magic tower. The construction of this magic tower was so fascinating. What was this material? No. 03 What is the battle fort made out of? Abel asked curiously. Searching database. No answer. If needed, please connect to the battle command spirit. The battle fort spirit replied. Abel had never heard of this name, so he quickly asked, Where is the battle command spirit? Trying to connect with the battle command spirit. Connection failed. Connection failed. Please keep the battle fort within 1,000 miles from the battle command spirit. Abel had grown very curious, so he continued to ask, If the battle command spirit is within 1,000 miles but turned off, can you spot it? Yes, Master. As long as the battle command spirit has enough energy, a signal can be detected even when it's turned off. By this point, Abel had gained a good understanding of this battle fort No. 3, so he connected with White Cloud through the soul chain. The process was quick, since White Cloud mostly just flew around the 6-star magic circle. Creature detected. Do you want to attack? Battle fort No. 3 spirit signaled. Abel almost jumped. This thing was a war machine after all. It was so direct and cold-blooded. Don't attack, it's on our side, Abel yelled. This creature is now marked as trusted. It can enter freely from now on. Soon, White Cloud penetrated the protection shield and landed in front of Abel. Afterward, Abel imagined a weird mechanism in his mind and sent it over to the battle fort. No. 03. Build this thing on the battle fort. Construction beginning. 2 iron poles began to move from both sides of the battle fort. When it reached 30 meters, the poles began to connect, forming something like a handle. White Cloud, see if you can fly while holding this, Abel said with his soul chained simultaneously. Goo-goo, a white cloud called and grabbed a hold on the handle with its giant claw. Afterward, it began viciously flapping its wings. Soon, the entire battle fort began to move. The battle fort now moving. The battle fort now moving. Do you want to turn into moving mode? The voice battle fort no. 03 spirit emerged. Abel didn't know what moving mode was, so why not give it a try? Yes, he replied. The battle fort didn't seem to change much, but it seemed like some kind of restriction had been lifted. Every time White Cloud flapped its wings, the fort traveled for a long distance. It was at this point that Abel realized his battle fort had always remained in a fixed mode when it was floating. It made sense since it wouldn't be blown away easily by wind, but since Abel now realized it could do this, moving it around would be a lot easier. Abel was very happy with this new mobile platform of his. All he needed now was to install a teleportation circle on top of it. Then, he could teleport here at any time. Afterward, he ordered White Cloud to carry the battle fort back to its original position. He gave it a bottle of soul potion and sent it off. Afterward, Abel spoke again. No. 03, turn the battle fort into fixed mode again. Yes, master, changing into the fixed mode. All of a sudden, the battle fort turned heavy again and tightly grounded 1,000 meters above ground. Go back down, Abel continued. The battle fort quickly landed. Abel began to wonder who could help him install a teleportation circle onto it. Definitely not the dwarfs, since he couldn't let them see their battle fort looking like this. Abel returned to his magic tower as he kept thinking. He then connected with the elves' grand ducal palace through the giant teleportation circle. Luckily, it was Lady Carrie who answered the call. Abel, what's up? Lady Carrie could just call Abel by his first name since they were such good friends. Lady Carrie, I want to install a teleportation circle on a mobile platform. Can your wizards help me? Abel asked. Mobile platform. You know what, Abel? Other than a giant teleportation circle like the one you have, those small and medium-sized ones can't be installed on a moving platform. Carrie explained. This was because a giant teleportation circle comes with its own little spirit. Although it wasn't anything too intelligent, it could calculate and alter the data of the destination on a moving target. Those small and medium-sized ones were different. They had to be fixed in one spot. Once it's moved, it will be useless. Thank you, Lady Carrie. I'll call you again when I find another giant teleportation circle. By this point, Abel knew his plan wouldn't work, but he still thanked Carrie for her time. Abel, I need to thank you too. Your food is amazing, said Lady Carrie with a drop of excitement in her voice. After the call ended, Abel realized how lucky he was. When he first got his original battle fort, he had directly installed the magic tower he stole onto it and ignited the giant teleportation within. If he had installed a little teleportation first, this would not only be a waste of resources, it could also waste his time in crucial moments. It didn't matter if a teleportation circle couldn't be installed on battle fort no. 03, Abel had black wind, white cloud, and flying flame. He could also use the teleportation circle of the blacksmith union. It was only going to take a little bit more time at most. Bardali, come here, Abel called through the soul chain. Soon, Bardali appeared within the magic tower. Master Bardali is here to serve, she said with a bow. Abel then took out the 3 types of grains he just harvested from his portal ring and put it on the table. Bardali, take good care of these grains for me. Tell your contracted chef to make bread out of it. And bring it back to me, make sure to keep it secret. Yes, master, said Bardali as she shoved the grains into her portal bag. Although she had never been a farmer, she could still see that these grains were a lot bigger than normal ones. No wonder Abel wanted to keep it secret. Abel didn't give her too many grains, but it should still be enough to make a few loaves of bread. All she needed to do was to tell the man to roast and scrape away the shell of these grains. There was no need for Abel to worry. Abel walked into Harry Castle. Things have been full of life around here lately. A large number of novice wizards and apprentice wizards from Bakong City had rushed in. Since these low-ranking wizards could not live in the magic tower, they could only stay in Harry Castle, and the castle had built many new shops to welcome them. Even some wineries and bakeries had opened up, which Abel had never seen before. Before this, Harry Castle only had the Lord of Marshall's farmers, guards, and some night servants. The farmers wouldn't buy bread, and they would go to the city if they wanted a drink. Food and beverage were also provided to the guards. Night servants, so shops were completely unnecessary in Harry Castle. Since Abel had become the ruler of Harvest City, this far south patch of land in the Duchy of Carmel had become his domain. Especially because Abel decided to stay in Harry Castle and not Harvest City, many businessmen saw this as a business opportunity. Many businessmen believed the resistance of a grandmaster blacksmith, earl, and a powerful city ruler could become a vivid city. Therefore, no wonder why all kinds of shops started to pop up. Suddenly, the Lord of Marshall poked his head out from his Super Bull carriage and said, "Abel, get on." "Uncle Marshall," Abel called. "It's rare to see you out, have a break, you are already way above anyone," said the Lord of Marshall with a smile. "I'm not tired, I love my training, this carriage you have is my early work, it has many flaws, I'll make you a better one someday." Abel shook his head and quickly changed the topic. In the past, he would want to take a break from training for a few days. But since he saw the knights fear the portal bag of those outsider wizards, he could no longer relax anymore. He would not tell the Lord of Marshall about this. As long as he kept working hard, he would have the power to protect this family. The Lord of Marshall then shook his head and said, "No need, I love this carriage." He brushed along the side of the carriage with his hand. This thing reminded him of Abel when he first came to Harry Castle. By that point, Abel had only just started making magic weapons, and he had given it all he got to make this carriage for the Lord of Marshall as a birthday gift. No matter what was the value of this carriage, just this affection alone had made the Lord of Marshall never want to give up this carriage. He had so many good memories with this thing, nothing could replace it. Abel suddenly sensed a change in the Lord of Marshall's energy. Although it was still the energy of an intermediate knight, it was reaching the limit. "Uncle Marshall, did you level up?" "Just a little one. I thought I would never level up again as a knight. It's all thanks to your potion." Although the Lord of Marshall's words sounded humble, he still had a hint of arrogance that still managed to come through in his tone. The Lord of Marshall was still in his prime, so he had more than enough time to level up as long as he had enough potions. "Uncle Marshall, let me see how your body is doing." Abel knew the Lord of Marshall wanted to level up quickly with a large number of potions. But those things still came with a cost. Other than the Master's potion combined through the Horadric Cube, all the other potions still had some kind of side effects. "Sure, let's go," the Lord of Marshall said carelessly. He felt amazing. Especially after leveling up. Both his energy and strength had increased. Abel unleashed his power of the will and began to scan the Lord of Marshall's body. Just as he expected, impurities had begun to pile up inside the Lord of Marshall after taking countless potions. Abel hesitated for a while and took out a bottle of full recovery potion from his Kong spiritual beast bag. "Here, drink this," he said as he handed it to the Lord of Marshall. "This potion looks very nice," said the Lord of Marshall as he gazed at the purple liquid inside, shimmering in mystery. Abel did not reply, he only attentively looked at the Lord of Marshall. This was not a normal potion. If a wizard in this world found out a potion like this existed, Abel would get in a lot of trouble. Seeing Abel's expression, the Lord of Marshall knew what was happening. He asked, "Is this potion very precious?" "Uncle Marshall, you can't put a price on it. As a wizard, there are some things I can't let people know. This potion is one of them," Abel replied with a smile. "Got it," said the Lord of Marshall as he twisted open the lid and drank the potion down. As soon as he drank it down, he sensed a powerful energy rushing inside his body. It was insane. All the old injuries in his body began to repair, and impurities began to expel from his body. Abel never expected the full recovery potion to work so well on normal people. In only a few seconds, the Lord of Marshall was covered in black-colored sweat, and a horrific smell emerged. "Go back, quick," the Lord of Marshall yelled at the coachman outside. By this point, it was like the Lord of Marshall had put on another armor, an armor made out of black-colored impurities. However, in the midst of this horrific smell, he felt like he had been born again. His entire body felt extremely light. The Super Bull carriage was inside Harry Castle in the first place, so it quickly arrived at the main building. Afterward, the Lord of Marshall quickly rushed inside his bathroom with a horrific smell, but he felt extremely light with each stride. Abel couldn't care less about the shocked look on the coachman's face as he opened the window of the carriage to let the smell out. This smell might be unbearable to normal people, but Abel had stayed and fought in hell for too long. This was like nothing to him. Abel sat in the hall of the castle. He called a servant over and ordered a glass of juice as he waited for the Lord of Marshall. It was the first time a normal person had used a full recovery potion, so he had to see the effects. Abel would only let himself and his family use this potion since its effect was too shocking. Of course, Bardali had 2 bottles as well. Both Abel and Barali were not normal wizards. Abel's body had been altered by a dragon core, so it had penetrated the limit of the human body long ago. Bardali, on the other hand, had turned immortal because of hell, so she wasn't really human. The Lord of Marshall came out in new clothes after an hour. By that point, he felt so refreshed, it was indescribable. Since he had also drunk some beauty potions, his face was glowing in youthfulness. The Lord of Marshall checked to see if there was anyone around and asked quietly, "Abel, what is this potion? How come I feel like I'm back in my 20s? "Uncle Marshall, I'm not going to tell you the name. Just let me check your body again," said Abel with a smile. A name was just a name, but as long as this potion had a name, someone might have a slip of the tongue. "Go ahead," said the Lord of Marshall, waving his hand. Abel scanned the Lord of Marshall with his power of the will again. It was just like what he had said. Around 20 years old, full of energy. By this point, Abel began to doubt if these full recovery potion could increase longevity, because the Lord of Marshall looked like he was 20 years old, no matter from which direction. "Uncle Marshall, you're looking good. If you have time, can you invite my father to come here?" Abel asked with a smile. Since this had worked for the Lord of Marshall, the Knight of Bennett should be fine as well. For knights, the earlier they repair their body, the better it was for their training, especially since Abel would be going to Miracle City soon. "This teleportation circle makes me dizzy, but I still love to use it. I go call Bennett right now." The Lord of Marshall stood up and said with a laugh. Abel also had something to tell these 2 elders, so it was better to invite the Knight of Bennett to come to his place. This teleportation circle was protected by a magic circle, which decreased the impact of vertigo, but normal people would still feel a bit dizzy using it since they don't have the power of will to protect them. As long as you could make it through that short-term dizziness, traveling between the few castles was extremely convenient. After 10 minutes, the Lord of Marshall had left the Knight of Bennett into Harry Castle. In the past, this would take up to a few hours, even on the fastest warhorse. When they walked in the hall, Abel was enjoying a glass of juice. Abel unleashed a barrier circle from his portal ring and surrounded the 3 of them. He didn't want any other people to know about the full recovery potion or the effect it had on the Lord of Marshall. He also connected with Barali through the soul chain, and soon she was guarding the front door. "Father, did Uncle Marshall tell you?" Abel asked. "No, Marshall won't tell me." The Knight of Bennett shook his head. Abel could also feel that the Knight of Marshall had leveled up. It made sense since he had always worked so hard, he just lacked resources in the past. "Don't blame me, Abel wants me to keep it secret." The Lord of Marshall was just engulfed in a horrific smell. How could an egomaniac like him tell anyone about it? Also, if he told the Knight of Bennett about it, he would not be able to see the shocked look on Bennett's face when he also began to smell. Abel did not play around, he just directly took out a full recovery potion and handed it to his father. "Father, drink this potion." The Knight of Bennett held the potion in his hand, twisted open the lid and poured it in his mouth. Abel was his son, he trusted in him. Soon the Knight of Marshall looked exactly like the Lord of Marshall, a moment ago drenched in sweat and stinky. "This potion is pretty great," the Knight of Bennett said. He didn't seem to care about the smell, giving his arms and legs a little stretch. Although Bennett had remained calm, the Lord of Marshall couldn't tolerate it anymore. "Go take a shower quick," he yelled. Abel turned off the barrier circle, and the Knight of Bennett shook his head and said, "Marshall, back in the days we murdered millions. How can you be afraid of a little bit of smell? You are worse than me, your whole face is black. Just go quick," the Lord of Marshall said, waving his hand. The Knight of Bennett was quite quick. He came out only half an hour later. "How's this possible?" said the Lord of Marshall as he pointed at the Knight of Bennett's face. "What?" The Knight of Bennett touched his face and asked curiously. It didn't seem much different, it only felt a little bit smoother than usual. "You looked exactly like back in the days where we went to Miracle City together," the Lord of Marshall exclaimed. "I'm younger," the Knight of Bennett asked, turning to Abel. By this point, the Lord of Marshall realized the Knight of Bennett trusted his son, Abel, way more than himself. "Yes, father, you look handsome," Abel replied with a smile. Abel did not expect those full recovery potions to do this to normal people. It was like they had drunk a beauty potion. The Knight of Bennett quickly adapted and said, "I'll just tell the others you gave me a beauty potion." He knew this potion must be extremely precious since Abel had set up a barrier circle just because of this. "Thank you for your consideration, father. This kind of medicine has never been used on ordinary people, and you too are knights. Your body should be stronger than ordinary people. If there aren't any problems, then in time I'll give it to mother as well. Take it," Abel said with a smile. Abel knew fully well this potion didn't have any side effects, but he was just worried if this youth-reviving effect would last for too long. If the Lord of Marshall and the Knight of Bennett had remained this youthful for 100 years, and some wizard found out about it, Abel would be in big trouble. This wasn't totally impossible. If Abel kept supplying them with this potion, and every time it ended up with the same effect, then they might even be able to live more than 100 years. However, when Abel gave it more thought, he realized he should be able to fight off any wizards after 100 years, so he didn't stress about it too much. "Father, Uncle Marshall, I need to go to Miracle City soon," Abel said softly. Still, no matter how soft he spoke, these words were like thunder in both Bennett and Marshall's ears. The two looked at Abel. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. "Abel, why do you need to go there?" the Lord of Marshall asked in shock. "I'm a wizard. Every official wizard needs to go there," Abel replied with a smile. "But you are also a Grandmaster blacksmith. That's not a battle occupation, so why do you need to go?" The Lord of Marshall was not satisfied. "Abel, do you even know what Miracle City is like?" the Knight of Bennett asked in a deep voice. "I know, it's a place where the orcs and human fight." Abel nodded. He read a lot of books and documents, so he had a basic understanding of what the place was like. "It's hell. Knights lose their lives there almost every day. Back in the days, Marshall and I, 10 other knights and thousands of soldiers set off to Miracle City. In the end, only Marshall, I, and 10 injured soldiers came back," said the Knight of Bennett in a slight emotional tone upon recalling that horrific time. "Back in the days, Bennett and I had just become knights, and we were filled with the desire to own war glory, but almost every day we saw our teammates die. It was like living in a nightmare." The Lord of Marshall said. He was still a little traumatized by those times. "Father, Uncle Marshall, I'm a wizard. I won't be upfront. Also, all of you know how many lifesavers I have," Abel explained. He was very touched by the love and care the two had given him. "Just be careful no matter what, okay? Don't be too greedy. Don't venture out by yourself. Your life is the most important thing," said the Lord of Marshall. This was completely opposite to what he had always done as a knight, but he still said it. "Abel, just don't force yourself. If you can't leave Miracle City, don't leave Miracle City," the Knight of Bennett said in a low voice again. Abel nodded and followed in a serious tone. "Father, help me take care of the elite knight brigade. If you have trouble, just come find Bardali in the castle. She will help you take care of it." "No problem, leave them to me." This time, the Knight of Bennett did not reject Abel. Afterward, Abel took out a full set of magic gear from his portal bracelet and said, "Father, take this knight armor. The elite knight brigade will depend on you from now on." The Knight of Bennett had always been a stubborn guy, so he had never worn any magic gear Abel had gifted him. There were elite knights in that brigade, so he would definitely need some magic gears, else he would not have any authority as an intermediate knight. Therefore, the Knight of Bennett had accepted this extremely delicate-looking set of gears from Abel. "I'll accept your gift." Abel put a lot of effort into these gears. It was all made with pure iron, runes from the Holy Continent, as well as intermediate gems. All the sockets on the armor, helmet, weapons, and shield were opened by the Dark World socket opening technique, which was then installed with a perfect gem. This was because the Dark World socket opening technique could hide the gem after it was installed. These gears were basically what the spirit guardian knights were using. It was not that Abel didn't want to give him anything better, but anything more powerful would cause great trouble even with Abel's name attached. Compared to other weapons Abel had made, this full set of knight gears would cost at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Would be even higher if he sent it to an auction. Afterward, Abel suggested Uncle Marshall. There have been a lot of visitors in Harry Castle lately. If you want to build more accommodations outside, you can just ask Barali for gold coins. Abel knew the Lord of Marshall had a special feeling for this castle, and he would not alter it. Abel, Harry Castle is your castle too. Do you really think building another accommodation will work? The Lord of Marshall knew how Harry Castle was doing recently, and he had been hesitating. Every building here reminded him of his wife, so he didn't want to change a single thing. Of course, Harry Castle will be separate from now on. We have gold coins, it won't even be a problem if we build another city, said Abel with a strong voice. Suddenly Bartley called through the soul chain, Master, the bread is ready. Abel hesitated a little and replied, being it up. Soon Bartley walked into the hall with a big tray holding 6 pieces of bread. They were separately made by wheat, oat, and barley. Abel, this is. The Lord of Marshall thought it's time for a snack, so he reached his hand out, but Abel blocked him. Uncle Marshall, this bread is special. Let me try first, said Abel awkwardly. Abel had waited for this bread for too long, and he had grown a little desperate. Therefore, he didn't explain to the Lord of Marshall before he told Barali to bring it up. It's a wizard experiment, the Lord of Marshall asked with a weird look on his face as he gazed at the bread. Yeah, Abel replied. Abel knew why the Lord of Marshall had a weird look on his face. The legends always said wizards would do all kinds of experiments, and some were quite horrific. The Lord of Marshall didn't even want to look at the bread. He waved his hand and said, just eat it yourself. Abel tore a little piece out of the wheat bread with a smile on his face and put it in his mouth. Immediately, a breeze of freshness swarmed in his mouth. He began to bite down, and some kind of energy began to emerge from the bread. But soon, that energy was sucked in by his combat kai. They merged perfectly. This wheat bread could increase combat kai. Abel could never expect this in 1,000,000 years, since combat kai originated from a type of kai normally produced through training. It would only turn into combat with knight breathing techniques. Therefore, in order to increase combat kai, a knight needed to relentlessly train his body. This training would not only do great damage to the body, but it also required a large number of resources to recover from it. If one wanted to increase their training speed, knight training potions were the only way. This wheat bread could increase combat kai. Although it was not a lot, it was an extra on top of knight training. Most importantly, it was just a piece of bread you could eat for 3 meals a day. Also, Abel could sense that this bread didn't leave behind any impurities like potions. However, his body was different from normal people, so he needed more evidence. Abel then gave the oat and barley bread a try. Although there was a slight difference in the amount of combat kai they gave out, the effects were basically the same. Uncle Marshall, can you call a few knight servants from your side over? I want someone I can trust to test this bread, Abel said to the Lord of Marshall, who was just chatting with the Knight of Bennett. What effect does this bread have? The Lord of Marshall asked curiously. It had increased my combat kai a little bit when I tried it just then, so it should be beneficial for knights, Abel said with a smile. What? Increase combat kai. Although the Lord of Marshall was an intermediate knight, and he cultivated knight servants, for Abel, it was the first time he heard about a food that could increase combat kai. He then directly tore a piece from the bread and put it in his mouth before Abel could even say anything. Not bad, you ain't lying. Maybe in 10 years, even a knight servant could become an official knight without training if he ate this every day. The Lord of Marshall had worked his way to becoming a knight through years of hardship, unlike Abel, who was spoiled by potions. Of course, the Lord of Marshall was just joking. He had a good understanding of his combat kai capacity. Even if someone became an official knight only by eating bread, at most, they would only have the combat kai of an official knight. Their knight skills would still be rubbish. Uncle Marshall, you need to be careful. I've just made this bread. It hasn't gone through any testing yet. Abel face-palmed himself. Although Abel knew this bread was harmless, he still wanted a few knight servants to test it out first to make sure. You're right next to me, what should I be afraid of? said the Lord of Marshall with a laugh pointing at Abel. Abel paused for a bit. He had a point. No matter what happened at most, it would just take him another bottle of full recovery potion, so he stopped stressing about it. Abel, can this bread be mass-produced? The Knight of Bennett asked from the side. He had agreed to take care of Abel's elite knight brigade, so having some nutritious resources were extremely important. On top of the knight training potions, he should be able to cultivate even more knights for Abel's domain. These grains needed to be grown in a mana-rich environment, and I haven't figured out a way to grow it outside of the magic tower, so I can't mass-produce it for now, Abel said, shaking his head. At most, how many knights can it support? You should know, right? The Knight of Bennett continued. He did not let Abel go easily. Abel did some quick math and said, Father, if the experiment is successful, at least 20 knights shouldn't be a problem. That's quite a lot. I'll pick out some knight servants with clear family background, secure them, and soon the Earl domain will have its first team of knights, said the Knight of Bennett in excitement. Every big noble family would have their own family knights, cultivated from the ground up. Those knights' family would live in the domain, which created an unbreakable sense of loyalty. They were the main support of a big noble domain. A family's glory depended on how many family knights they had, since they were responsible for the security of their domain. Afterward, the Knight of Bennett turned to the Lord of Marshall. Marshall, find some man on your side to test it out as soon as possible. If it's okay, I'll be the first in line. The Lord of Marshall almost jumped. Bennett, don't tell me you are going to take all 20 portions. I have Abel's knight servants on my side as well. They are family knights too, he said in dissatisfaction. Seeing the two were about to fight, Abel had to stop them even though they fight quite often. Just test it out first. If it's okay, I'll make more. Good. The Lord of Marshall and the Knight of Bennett exchanged another gaze and burst out laughing. By this point, Abel realized he had been played. The two knights were just putting up a show. They had been friends for many years and they knew each other very well. Just a little gaze was enough. Both of them knew if they didn't give Abel a nudge, Abel wouldn't put full effort on this. Combat Kai wouldn't do much to wizards, and wizards often looked down on knights. Abel's Earl domain was too big. He didn't have enough knights. They basically could not rule over this land. Although wizards were very powerful, they were completely detached from the ordinary, and the holy continued. The life of ordinary people was controlled almost exclusively by nobles and knights. Nobles were very knowledgeable, so they could take on many management roles. On the other hand, knights could fight and maintain the security of a domain. At night, Abel returned to his magic tower and arrived at the dark world through the teleportation door. He walked towards that piece of soil in Bloodmoor. By that point, the wheat, oat, and barley he watered with the third goddess's fountain's water, mixed with normal water, had fully grown. This patch of gold had caught Abel by surprise, since these crops normally grow at different rates. For example, he had chosen the winter wheat, which had a better texture in his opinion. Normally, winter wheat could only be harvested after 6 to 7 months, but only 30 days had passed in the dark world, which meant the third goddess legend was real. The first batch of crops he had grown, by combining the third goddess fountain water through the Horadric cube, basically meant nothing. The Horadric cube was a miracle. Anything could happen within it. But no matter what, it still confirmed the third goddess legend. Its fountain water could nourish soils. Abel harvested the 600 crops and directly shoved it into his portal bracelet. Abel wasn't planning to use these crops for testing. Instead, he wanted to use them as seeds to grow his first patch of crops in the Holy Continent. Abel's previous world had undergone the age of the internet, so his way of thinking was far superior to anyone in this world. However, he wouldn't easily take out some of the ideas in his mind since they were too different. Some parts of the Holy Continent also had a leg up. Compared to his previous world puppets, for example, none of the robots in his previous world were even close to it. Let's not even talk about that iron monster, which could be summoned purely by magic. Therefore, Abel had rarely thought about this world with the logic of his previous world. This time was just the same. He was not planning to change the harvesting method of this world. Although there were many aspects Abel could improve, he decided to just tackle watering and planting. As long as he explained it in wizard's terms, normal people would not be able to comprehend it. On the other hand, Wizards couldn't care less about what Abel did, especially after killing 3 elite wizards. The next day, Abel called Steward Lindsay over. Normally, he was the man in charge of the castle and the land around it. "Lindsay, find some farmers for me. I want them to help me plant some crops," Abel requested. "No problem, young master. I will find the most loyal farmers to serve you." Steward Lindsay was one of the few elders that called Abel a young master in Harry Castle, and he knew how important these crops were since he had requested him personally. "Take care of these 3 types of crops for me. Use normal water to water half of them. Use the water I provide for the other half. I will tell a puppet to give you the water every day. But just keep it secret," Abel said as he took out 600 crops from his portal bracelet.